Chapter 1984. Ending of the Trial. Chapter 1984. Ending of the Trial. Great sea viewing platforms were set up on the boundless Azure Sea, and on these viewing platforms numerous holy lords and world kings had gathered. These people were powerhouses that had come from the Azure Road and 33 heavens. In the depths of the sea, the good fortune Saint Sun stood on a silk rug, his hands held behind his back. He looked at a projection crystal floating before him. In just several more hours, the final trial would open, and the disciples that the good fortune Saint Sovereign sent would bring out news related to the demon relic. This group was personally chosen and raised by the good fortune Saint Sun. Besides implanting the flesh and blood of famine in the end, which was done by the good fortune Saint Sovereign, the good fortune Saint Sun had managed everything else. This squad of disciples could be called the good fortune Saint Sun's direct descendants, as well as an important moment for him to prove his own abilities. Moreover, once he brought the demon relic back, the strength of the saints would rise tremendously. The good fortune Saint Sun himself would receive many advantages in the process. On the other hand, if he were to fail such an important mission, then he would surely suffer punishment and castigation in the good fortune Saint Palace, and the good fortune Saint Sovereign would be deeply disappointed in him. Although the good fortune Saint Sun had already been designated as the next successor to the title of Saint Sovereign, his status was not completely unshakable. After all, the good fortune Saint Sovereign still had a long life ahead of him. Who knew what would happen in the future? Perhaps there might be a junior born in the future who was just as talented as the good fortune Saint Sun, or who possessed an even higher degree of talent. Thus the good fortune Saint Sun had to grasp every chance he could to consolidate his influence and increase his strength. So, as the time of the final trial's opening approached, the good fortune Saint Sun found it hard to keep himself composed. He looked at the projection crystal in front of him, pacing back and forth in his opulent room with worry thick on his mind. At this time, the projection crystal began to tremble. The good fortune Saint Sun's heart shook. He knew just what this sort of aura was. The good fortune Saint Sovereign was initiating contact from his side. During the days of the final trial, the good fortune Saint Sovereign had only contacted him once. This was the second time. If the good fortune Saint Sovereign didn't have some important matter to discuss, then he wouldn't appear. Your Majesty's sovereign ancestor. The good fortune Saint Sun reverently fell to his knees as the image of a middle-aged man appeared through the projection crystal. The good fortune Saint Sovereign's complexion darkened as he looked at the good fortune Saint Sun. Out of the flesh and blood of famine that is in the disciples sent out, about a third has been lost. The good fortune Saint Sun's heart skipped a beat. A third was lost. This meant that out of the 20-some disciples sent by the good fortune Saint Palace, 7 or 8 had died. These losses were already considerable. For each one of those disciples, the good fortune Saint Palace had invested an enormous amount of resources, time, and energy, all in order to raise them, according to any reasoning. Their strength should far surpass the average amongst the other disciples in the final trial. So how could they have lost so many? When did they die? The good fortune Saint Sun worriedly asked. He didn't worry about several disciples dying, but whether or not those people could bring back the demon relic. According to the time, it should have been around when the 4th level's test was coming to an end. Then people continued to die, and the flesh and blood of famine was continually lost. In other words, every period of time, another person died. The good fortune Saint Sovereign could only feel the existence or destruction of famine's flesh and blood. What he was actually sensing was the flesh and blood of famine that was being continuously refined within the belly of the little black dragon. When the little black dragon refined the flesh and blood of famine, sometimes it was slow, and sometimes it was fast. But overall, about a third had been processed already. This left the good fortune Saint Sovereign perplexed. The demon relic is buried deep in the 4th level. According to the sensation of your Majesty's sovereign ancestor, the time that Famine's flesh and blood started to disappear should have been the time the disciples obtained the demon relic. As for why the others died, that should be because they entered the 5th level and died there. The good fortune saint's son frowned. Such speculations were the most reasonable explanation. No matter how wild the imaginations of the good fortune saint's son and good fortune saint's sovereign, they could never have extrapolated what truly happened within the final trial from this tiny piece of information. After listening to the good fortune saint's son's words, the good fortune saint's sovereign's complexion turned cold and dire. In the 5th trial, when facing the undying polar ice and undying inferno, there indeed was a chance that one could perish there. At the time, the orders passed down to the disciples of the good fortune St. Palace were to take the demon relic as the most important goal of all. If needed, the entire final trial could be abandoned. They shouldn't have entered the 5th level in order to avoid any possible accident from occurring and losing the demon relic. Could those disciples have ignored these orders? The good fortune saint's son fell to the floor once more. Your child has been incompetent in disciplining them. After several more hours, they will emerge from the final trial, and your child will surely punish them according to the rules of the St. Palace. For your sake, you should hope they can bring back the demon relic. Now go. The good fortune saint's sovereign's phantom disappeared. His final words left a chilling cold in the air. The good fortune saint's son's complexion turned ugly. Although the news that the good fortune saint's sovereign brought left him a bit angry, it at least proved something. This was that between the end of the 4th level and the beginning of the 5th level, most of the disciples from the good fortune St. Palace had remained alive. If so, then the chances of them obtaining the demon relic were at least 90% assured. After all, the good fortune saint's son had full confidence in the legion that he formed. He believed that in this situation, there were no other disciples of any influence that would be able to defeat this legion of famine. In fact, those 20-some disciples of the good fortune St. Palace could completely annihilate all the other trial challengers if necessary. Thinking of this, the good fortune saint's son finally relaxed a little. He placed his hands behind his back and flew upwards. In the next moment, Famine's flesh and blood twisted and wriggled, forming a tunnel of meat that allowed the good fortune saint's son to leave its body. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The azure sea tore open, and a massive amount of seawater flowed out like innumerable waterfalls. The giant body of Famine emerged from the azure sea. The good fortune saint's son stood atop it, his arms crossed behind his back, filled with a heroic and dashing mood. In the skies, an elegant woman with bare feet and wearing a long blue dress stood atop a blue lotus. She faintly glanced at the good fortune saint's son, ice and arrogance in her eyes. This woman was the #1 direct disciple of Soaring Feather God Mountain's Soaring Feather God King, Fairy Blue Lotus. Soaring Feather God Mountain's venture into the final trial was led by Fairy Blue Lotus. Although her looks weren't extraordinary, her temperament was as ethereal as dust, giving off an elusive and untouchable feeling. Soaring Feather God Mountain and the good fortune St. Palace stood on the same side, but the competition between the two influences wasn't small. The good fortune saint's son and Fairy Blue Lotus weren't on good terms either. The two of them were each the top heroic elite of their influence, and were also tied into the group known as the Four St. Marvels. Neither of them could accept being lower than the other. It looks like Fairy Blue Lotus is filled with confidence in the disciples of Soaring Feather God Mountain. The good fortune saint's son flew into the skies. The position he hovered at just happened to be 10 feet higher than Fairy Blue Lotus. This caused him to occupy a commanding position and look down at Fairy Blue Lotus with contempt. Nothing can compare to the 20-some disciples that your good fortune St. Palace sent out. You seem prepared to take all the advantages obtained in the final trial. Fairy Blue Lotus didn't back down. The good fortune Saint's son smirked. I don't dare to say that we took all the advantages, but I'm afraid the value of what we've obtained is likely greater than everyone else's combined. As the good fortune Saint's son's cryptic words fell into the ears of the others present, it only seemed like a contentious struggle of words between two elites, but only the good fortune Saint's son knew that he had already lowered the demon relic's true value by countless times. This was to prevent the demon relic from being coveted by others. Hiding the truth in plain sight would make it even harder for others to see just how great the harvests of the good fortune Saint Palace had been. Seeing Fairy Blue Lotus' clearly disbelieving expression, the good fortune Saint's son only sneered in disdain, not bothering to argue any longer. Not to mention anything else. Just the remaining 2/3 of disciples from the good fortune Saint Palace would bring back a considerable harvest from the final trial, according to the information from the good fortune Saint Sovereign. These people must have stepped into the 5th level, although this was a violation of his orders. If they did go to the 5th level, then their completion percentage would definitely be higher. This would earn the good fortune Saint's son even greater glory. These Saint Race fellows really think the Azure Road is their own realm. In the throngs of people, some people began to mutter with envy and anger as they saw the good fortune Saint's son contend with Fairy Blue Lotus. Brother Dragonsweep, I hear that your divine void, divine kingdom has already made sufficient preparations this time around. At the very least, there should be 3 or 4 disciples who surpass 70%, and there might even be someone who surpasses 75%. Chapter 1985, Deep Trouble. Chapter 1985, Deep Trouble. Yeah, I wonder how those boys of our clan have done. The final trials competition is too intense, and our background is too shallow. If they can at least complete the Gate of Laws test without any problems, then I will be happy. A sect elder spoke with a sound transmission. In truth, many of these sects didn't have the ability to obtain a qualification token for the final trial, but because of certain factors coinciding and with destiny on their side, they sometimes managed to occasionally obtain one. With the disciples they carefully raised, and such a precious final trial qualification token, the future hopes of their sect were pinned on their success. If these disciples perished within, then the losses would be too great. He came out, the disciple of my White Snow sect. Ha ha ha! An old man laughed. Everyone looked to the right and saw a youth slowly flying towards them. He had been transmitted several miles away from the sea viewing platform and had immediately discovered people from his sect. His sect quickly welcomed him and checked to see if he was injured or not. At this time, another sect found their disciple. These disciples didn't enter the 4th level, but they still passed the Gate of Laws and obtained satisfying rewards. Their rewards were some cultivation methods, laws, and even heavenly materials that were bred within the energy of the final trial. Lin Ming naturally held no desire for things like this, but to the martial artists of small sects, these treasures were enough to change their destiny. Haha, it looks like the Azure Road disciples obtained some good harvests. I wonder how the several largest influences of the Azure Road have done. Some people whispered. Many of them looked at the people from Divine Void, Divine Kingdom. Dragonsweep stroked his beard, his lips turned up in a confident smile. But his smile belied the worry in his heart, the worry that something had occurred. Look over there. Those are the disciples of Divine Void, Divine Kingdom. They came out. That's their leader, White Flower. Ha ha, they're safe. White Flower was one of the core disciples of Divine Void, Divine Kingdom, as well as the focus of cultivation for this generation of disciples. As long as he was safe, then everything was okay. Dragonsweep let out a long breath of relief. Elder Senior Apprentice Brother, how was it? A disciple from Divine Void, Divine Kingdom asked as he welcomed White Flower. But to his surprise, he discovered that the disciples of Divine Void, Divine Kingdom seemed to shrink away, looking distressed, as if they had encountered something terrifying. White flower, what is it? Seeing White Flower's appearance, Dragon Sweep was puzzled. They didn't have many disciples that died, so why was everyone looking so troubled? As White Flower and his troop was welcomed back, Dragon Sweep discovered that the disciples from other influences were glaring at their divine void, divine kingdom. Then, those disciples used sound transmissions to say something to their elders. After they finished speaking, everyone would turn to stare at the disciples of divine, void, divine kingdom, and even the look in their eyes would change. Elder, White Flower hesitated. The good fortune Saint's son watched all of this occur from the corners of his eyes. He contemptuously sneered. In his opinion, these people were mostly talking about some inane matters that weren't worthy of his attention at all. Compared to the demon relic, anything they did was a joke. What an idiotic divine void, divine kingdom. The good fortune Saint's son looked down at divine void, divine kingdom with disdain. Although divine void, divine kingdom was also a true divinity influence, in the eyes of their good fortune Saint Palace, the sole emperor divine void was one of the weaker true divinities and was far worse than soaring feather god mountain. But still, how come the disciples of the good fortune Saint Palace didn't completely kill off the disciples from divine void, divine kingdom? As these dark thoughts swirled in the good fortune Saint son's heart, he waited expectantly for the good fortune Saint Palace to come out. At least 2/3 of their disciples should still be alive. However, at this moment, the good fortune Saint son's smile froze on his face. He could hear some people speaking about divine void, divine kingdom. It's true, absolutely true. The disciples of divine void, divine kingdom obtained a black bone that shined like crystal. Its value cannot be estimated. Black bone, inestimable value. The good fortune Saint son's heart skipped a beat. Could it possibly be that? He immediately shot down this thought. There were many lucky chances in the final trial, and it wasn't surprising for there to be some similar object. But at this time, the disciples of soaring Feather God Mountain also came out. They only had 2 disciples remaining, and they had obvious wounds marring their bodies. Who injured you? Where is your elder senior sister? Fairy Blue Lotus reached out a hand to investigate the situation of these 2 soaring Feather God Mountain disciples. Her face immediately darkened, a wound left behind by a divine soul attack. In these past years, the saint race had sent many disciples to the Azura Road. Fairy Blue Lotus traveled to the Azura Road many times and had a good understanding of the cultivation methods of some large influences of the Azura Road. The injuries of their 2 soaring Feather God Mountain disciples seemed to have come from the cultivation methods of divine void, divine kingdom. Elder senior sister died. The 2 disciples muttered with hate thick in their voices. As Fairy Blue Lotus heard this, her face turned into a mask of frost. And at this time, the vortex leading to the final trial began to slowly shrink. This meant that the final trial was soon about to close. The disciples that should have come out would have come out by now. Otherwise, they had died inside. It was only now that many elders discovered that the number of disciples who died was far more than they had expected. And it was also at this time that in the middle of all these people, the originally confident good fortune Saint's son froze like a statue. Where are the disciples of my good fortune Saint Palace? How come they haven't come out? The good fortune Saint's son was utterly stunned. He stared helplessly as the vortex continued to shrink away until it fully vanished. Yet the 20-some disciples of the good fortune Saint Palace, the legion of famine that the good fortune Saint's son had raised so carefully, still hadn't emerged. Had they died inside? Was that even possible? The disciples of my good fortune Saint Palace, how come they haven't come out? Blue veins stuck out on the good fortune Saint's son's face. Gold light shot out from his entire body, even causing the skies to shake. Wild waves stirred up in the azure sea as the good fortune Saint Sun's anger reached the peak. The surging waves rolled up like giant tsunamis. Clearly, from what the good fortune Saint Sovereign had said to him before, 2/3 of the disciples were still alive. The good fortune Saint Sun was like a maddened lion. He stepped in front of a small influence and grabbed one of the disciples who had just come out of the final trial. "Tell me what happened in the final trial." The good fortune Saint Sun's eyes were blood red, like a rabid animal. This mission was far too critical to him. He could not accept failure. I. The disciple was frightened so badly that his face turned ash gray. Although the good fortune Saint Sun was only a peak great world king, in terms of strength, he was actually a master more powerful than an ordinary Empyrean. This disciple's great world king level influence wasn't able to stop him. Your good fortune Saint Palace disciples were cut down by the Azure Law's judgment, dead, killed them. This disciple stuttered as he spoke, his voice trembling all the while. The good fortune Saint Sun was so enraged that his eyes nearly popped out of his head. The Azure Laws had sentenced them to death. How could this be? For a time, the good fortune Saint Sun felt his mind go blurry, and a ringing sound echo in his ears. How was he going to explain this to the good fortune Saint Sovereign? And the demon relic? Where was the demon relic? That's right. Some people had just said that the disciples of Divine Void Divine Kingdom had obtained a black bone. Was that the demon relic? Just as this thought popped into the good fortune Saint Sun's mind, he discovered that the disciples of many other influences had started to move and surround the disciples of Divine Void Divine Kingdom. The disciples of Divine Void Divine Kingdom paled. The several elders from Divine Void Divine Kingdom also had extremely ugly complexions. As Dragon Sweep saw these people surround his Divine Void Divine Kingdom, he coldly said, "Everyone, what is the meaning of this?" "What do you mean, what is the meaning?" "Sage Dragon Sweep, there is no need to pretend to be clueless at this time. Didn't your disciples tell you what happened in the 4th level?" With such a precious treasure, no one could feel relaxed. In particular, the good fortune Saint Sun's face was completely distorted. The situation had developed in the worst direction possible. Originally, in the mission that the good fortune Saint Sun led, everyone was to remain as low-key as possible. After his disciples exited the final trial and before the other influences could respond, he would take the demon relic into the body of Famine and then directly leave the Azure Road. But now, with the existence of the demon relic exposed, all the influences of the Azure Road would force their way into the situation. After all, there were still 2 true divinities here, and this was not the stage of their saint race. If a battle were to start up here, they would surely suffer a loss. "Do you plan on attacking us?" "I've already sent a sound transmission to Soul Emperor Divine Void. In another 20 breaths of time or so, he should arrive here." Dragon Sweep's face was grim. This situation was far beyond what he could handle. He had no choice but to contact the guardian god of their Divine Void Divine Kingdom, Soul Emperor Divine Void. Chapter 1986, Refining the Demon Relic. Chapter 1986, Refining the Demon Relic. In a single universe, and especially a universe like the Azure Road that wasn't as large as others, a true divinity could travel back and forth in an extremely short period of time, arriving at any corner of this world that they wished. For a time, the atmosphere above the Azure Sea was strange and tense. Everyone had gathered around Divine Void Divine Kingdom, but no one attacked. Time slowly passed. The good fortune Saint Sun's complexion was impossibly ugly. He had no idea how he was going to explain this mess to the good fortune Saint Sovereign. I'll also say this, even if you want to look for the black bone, it isn't in the hands of my Divine Void, Divine Kingdom's disciples. During the 4th level, it already escaped underground and has long since disappeared. If you don't believe me, then Feel free to investigate any spatial ring of our disciples. If you discover anything you want, then you can take it away, and my divine void, divine kingdom won't even bat an eye." Dragon Sweep explained, bracing himself. His divine void, divine kingdom was a true divinity influence to begin with, so normally they wouldn't even bother giving such an explanation. But this matter was just far too important. According to what the disciples of divine void, divine kingdom told him, this should all be part of a plan that the Good Fortune St. Palace had carefully arranged. But an accident had occurred, and they had all failed. When it came to matters involving the Good Fortune St. Palace, divine void, divine kingdom couldn't help but be careful. They were a super influence that no one in the 33 heavens was willing to offend. Dragon Sweep glanced at the Good Fortune Saint's son. Hundreds of thoughts raced through his mind. For something so bizarre to occur in the final trial, this had completely surpassed his imagination. What use is there in searching your spatial rings? Small bone can be hidden using 100 different methods so that no one can find it. A Saint martial artist testily muttered. To a martial artist, hiding things was far too easy. For instance, they could hide something in an unknown space distortion at a certain location only known to them, and not carry that item on their body. If so, even a true divinity would be helpless to do anything. At this time, Dragon Sweep was really in a mess. Although he felt bitter about this whole situation, there was nothing he could do. The atmosphere above the Azure Sea became increasingly tense and cloudy. No one spoke. Only the sounds of the sea wind and great waves smashing into the columns of the viewing platforms rang through the air. Some people suspected that Soul Emperor Divine Void had already arrived, but simply hadn't made his presence known. With a true divinity here, they were helpless to do anything. It was even possible that the demon relic was already in the hands of Soul Emperor Divine Void. "We're leaving." Some Azura Road influences began to withdraw. As for the Good Fortune Saint's son, he didn't leave. He looked at Dragon Sweep and prepared himself for what was to come. He braced himself and transmitted news of what occurred to the Good Fortune Saint's sovereign. As winds and clouds were chaotically stirring above the Azure Sea, Lin Ming still remained in the final trial's 7th level. His trial would continue for a long time. Perceiving the Azure Sutra required an immense amount of time, and he also had to refine the demon relic. Lin Ming slowly paced around in the cold and endless starry sky, his form mixing in with the chaos surrounding him. The space and time laws seemed to lose all effect on his body. Planets, stars, all was easily crossed by him like a river or mountain. Although his steps seemed slow and measured, every movement crossed 10,000 miles. His goal was the centermost region of this starry space. Finally, after an incense stick of time, he arrived at this central point. Here, he sat down, wrapping himself in the inexhaustible darkness. At this time, stars that seemed dead and lonely on the verge of annihilation suddenly bloomed with the most dazzling light. Finally, this incomparably potent and vibrant starlight condensed into a transparent furnace as large as a mountain. Vast amounts of chaos energy swirled within the furnace, carrying with it laws of the heavens and earth that stabilized the furnace to an extreme degree. Like this, Lin Ming sat in the centralmost point of this starlight furnace. The figures of 2 old men slowly appeared before Lin Ming. These 2 old men were the guardians of this world, Clear and Ink. Absorbing the demon relic is incredibly dangerous. This is because when the Abyssal was slain by the High Lord, its strength was equal to that of an extreme true divinity. The Abyssal's body was refined by the High Lord, leaving behind only a portion of its body's essence. And even though this essence was sealed and suppressed in the final trial for 10 billion years, with a great deal of its demonic energy having weakened, your cultivation is simply far too low. If you want to absorb it, it will create an unfathomable burden upon your body. there will be the likelihood that your body explodes from the energy, bringing you death. Ink slowly cautioned, seeing Lin Ming sitting firm in the void. So, the two of us have prepared this galaxy void furnace for you. By borrowing the power of a galaxy, it can suppress the power of the demon relic. This time, the one who spoke was clear. Galaxy void furnace. Hearing the name of this furnace, Lin Ming was startled. Originally, he should know about this sort of ancient inheritance, but it just so happened that when he was perusing the ancient texts of the primal god race, he had seen records concerning the galaxy void furnace. The galaxy void furnace was not some magic tool, but a secret technique that consisted of combining a cultivation technique and a ray formation. Billions of years ago, or even 10 billion years ago, this inheritance was created by the lineage descendant of the Azura Road Master. That person had been an array, formation, and alchemy grandmaster of the primal god race. This array master was able to use the secret technique of the galaxy void furnace to refine pills without the need for a true pill furnace or fire. Rather, by utilizing the vast power of the starry skies, he was able to refine pills. He could even use the power of the stars and universe to suppress and refine his own body. The effects and uses of this technique were extraordinary. However, in order to lay down this array formation and begin burning the surrounding power of stars, one had to consume a great deal of blood vitality. In addition, one had to deduce the secrets of the changes of heaven. Because of this, arranging the galaxy void furnace was extremely difficult. In the current primal god race, this inheritance had long since disappeared. All that was recorded was superficial description of the galaxy void furnace. Lin Ming never thought he would be destined to see it with his own eyes today. Seniors are really helpful, Lin Ming sincerely said. Lin Ming didn't know what the Azura Road Master had been planning when he created the Azura Road, but just from the actions of these two guardians, it seemed that they truly considered him the Azura Road Master's successor. In order to help train him, they had put forth a painful amount of time and energy. Besides the galaxy void furnace, we also have some heavenly materials. First, place the demon relic in the furnace to boil it down. Once these heavenly materials have been mixed with the power of the demon relic, they can be used to make spirit juice that is useful in tempering your body. This will reduce the demonic nature brought about by the demon relic and will help you absorb it and refine it. As Clear spoke, he began tossing all sorts of mind-bogglingly precious materials into the galaxy void furnace. An abyssal was difficult to tame, whether it was alive or whether it was dead. In the past, Empyrean Primordius had seized the body of an abyssal and had assimilated its soul, turning himself into a demon. And the good fortune Saint Sovereign had to rely on the Grand Mist Spirit Bead in order to control the soulless famine. Thus, in order to help Lin Ming refine the demon relic, Ink and Clear had taken all possible precautions. They wanted everything to be perfect and to ensure that nothing could go wrong. Some seemingly yellow and withered grass that had been tossed in suddenly started to emit the roar of a true dragon. It exploded within the power of stars, turning into strands of clear holy energy. Some strange pile of dirt was tossed in, and it began to bloom with a blinding light as it was stimulated by the power of stars. It grew, becoming as heavy as a brown continent, wrapping around Lin Ming and forming a brown armor. In this instant, he felt as if he had an indestructible diamond body, immortal and undying. Broken pills were tossed in. As they mixed with the chaos, the sounds of the highest 9 heavens began to ring out. In the air, one could make out the phantom of a divine king sitting down, immortals chanting by his side, even as the thick scent of medicinal efficacy wafted in the air. One after another, innumerable precious heavenly materials were tossed into the furnace where Lin Ming was colliding with the black, jade-like demon relic. This demon relic was a massive vortex in the center of the furnace. With loud explosions, a pitch-black blood energy shot out. combining with the strange juice formed from all the heavenly materials. Then, this juice started to gurgle like boiling water, shimmering with a black sheen. Even the holy energy within was tainted by the demonic energy, turning as black as ink. As that juice that was tainted by the demonic relic touched Lin Ming, his entire body shook. He could feel an amazingly powerful strength within. It was filled with the destiny of the great Tao, and followed along his body as it desperately tried to drill into him. The feeling was like countless giants smashing his body with iron hammers. Some of his acupoints that were impacted became even more stable and functional, able to accompany a greater strength. His body was already like a diamond Vajra form, but beneath the continued impact of this strength, it became increasingly tough. This really is good, Lin Ming thought, overjoyed. After training his mortal body for such a long time, he had already reached an extreme peak and had arrived at a bottleneck. Even the tiniest bit of progress was filled with suffering and hardship at such a stage. If he could break through this bottleneck, then the intensity of his mortal body would dramatically rise to a whole new level. This was something that was as difficult as ascending to the heavens, but today he saw a thread of hope. Little Black, come and join me. At this time, Lin Ming hadn't forgotten about the little black dragon. The power within this demon relic was far too formidable. As a demon that was equal to an extreme true divinity, even after its death, the strength that it left behind was impossible for Lin Ming to absorb alone. Even if the little black dragon joined him in tempering their bodies, they still couldn't absorb it all. Ho, ho, ho. The little black dragon that had been refining the flesh and blood of famine suddenly emitted a happy howl. It plunged into the constantly growing medicinal juice and exuberantly drank up that inky black spirit water. As a god beast, it possessed an extremely wise spirituality, and its body was as tough as divine iron. Normal body transformation medicines wouldn't have any effects on the little black dragon, and it could eat them like rice without any response at all. But when it swallowed this black juice, even though it only drank a little, it felt as if it were full and couldn't drink much more. The little black dragon started burping, and its dark face turned red as if it had become drunk, and from its skin, acupoints, flesh, and blood, infinite light burst out, wrapping around the little black dragon. The galaxy void furnace and this spirit juice, with my current cultivation, I should be able to swallow around 20% of the demon relic strength. As Lin Ming was within the galaxy void furnace, he had been constantly deducing what consequences he would suffer by swallowing the demon relic. This was the conclusion he came to. However, he was well aware that in order to obtain a greater strength, he had to break past his limits. As to what would happen if he swallowed the entire demon relic, no one knew. Chapter 1987, Power of the Demon. Chapter 1987, Power of the Demon. Within the galaxy void furnace, Lin Ming closed his eyes in deep meditation. He entered the fused, martial, intense state, adjusting himself to his peak condition. This demon relic was created from the essence of an extremely strong abyssal demon that the Azura Road Master had cut down in the past. It was far more powerful than the abyssal that Empyrean Primordius had seized the body of, and Lin Ming had no choice but to be cautious. Lin Ming traced his spatial ring and took out many heavenly materials with soft and tempered properties. Over the years, Lin Ming had collected numerous precious materials. For instance, after killing top powerhouses or peak geniuses, all of the treasures in their spatial rings were naturally taken by him. Although these medicines and treasures were valuable, their effects weren't worth much to Lin Ming, who had already reached the bottleneck when it came to the intensity of his mortal body. Even if he were to swallow everything he had, it would still be abnormally difficult to temper his body any further. Thus, for a long time, besides occasionally giving out these spirit medicines, The rest had been saved up. But today these spirit medicines had found a use. Their medicinal juice could be used to extract power from the demon relic, drawing out the overbearing and tyrannical energy from within and making it gentler and easier to absorb. When all of these spirit medicines were thrown into the black ink, their medicinal energy slowly evaporated, condensing in the void and forming an incomparably marvelous sight. As for the medicines themselves, they melted beneath the baptism of starlight. This medicinal juice seemed to form its own world. Although there wasn't much of it, it gave off a feeling that it was as vast as a sea. The medicinal juices boiled. Wave after wave of medicinal efficacy smashed into the demon relic, as if all the celestial patrons of the heavens were bombarding it together. And at this time, from outside the galaxy void furnace, clear and ink also began moving to help refine the demon relic. The demon relic trembled. Roars howled out from within it, beneath the extraordinary medicinal efficacy, beneath the power of divinity that the two old men sent out, beneath the infinite starlight within the galaxy void furnace. The demon relic began to melt away, a little at a time. The demon relic condensed almost infinite essence. Just attempting to melt, it consumed a massive amount of effort and energy from the two old men. 2 hours passed. The demon relic had diminished just a little. Beneath the demonic power of the demon relic, the vast sea of medicinal juice had nearly dried up. At this time, the power of an abyssal was rich to the extreme. It's not enough. A little bit more. A fiery light burst out from Lin Ming's forehead. Beads of sweat dropped down. Currently, 20% of the demon power had been separated from the demon relic, and just swallowing this amount alone wouldn't be easy for Lin Ming. But from the very start, he had already planned to break past his own limits. If he did as the little black dragon did, and only ate up demon power until he was full, then although this would temper his body, it wouldn't allow him to break past his bottleneck. Boy, you still think this isn't enough? Seeing Lin Ming in such a frenzied state, Clear glanced at Ink. Worry clouded their eyes. Even if Lin Ming had completed the final trial with 100%, the two old men already had a deep understanding as to how great his talent was. And as they saw that Lin Ming wanted to swallow up 25% of the demon relic's power in a single attempt, even they believed this was a bit too dangerous. This was the essence energy left behind by an abyssal demon in the past, one equal to an extreme true divinity. Lin Ming didn't seem to hear Clear and Ink's warning. He stared quietly on at the boiling and tumbling black ink around him, until the demon power within it had condensed to 30%. Lin Ming suddenly opened his mouth. Like a great dragon drinking in a lake, he swallowed all of this black juice. Bang! As this medicinal juice, mixed with 30% of the demon relic's power, entered his body, Lin Ming felt as if 10 suns had risen within him, almost making him blow apart. A maniacal and bloodthirsty desire gushed out. Kill! A wild voice rang in the air, seeming to echo outwards from the infinitely distant expanse of time. It drilled into Lin Ming's body and soul. As Lin Ming sat within the galaxy void furnace, his closed eyes shot open and an ominous blood-red light leapt out from his pupils. Ah! The moment that Lin Ming was controlled by the backlash of the demon relic's power, the starlight within the galaxy void furnace suddenly stabbed into his body like innumerable needle points. Although this strength wasn't enough to contend with the demonic energy of the demon relic, it still gave Lin Ming a brief respite, restoring his eyes to pure brightness. He roared upwards into the heavens. High above his spiritual sea, 9 stars appeared, Tao palaces floating above them. The heretical god tree rose up, and thunder dragons howled through the air. Every law he had comprehended, every power he obtained, began stirring within him to suppress the roaring demon phantom in his divine soul. As these powers suppressed his soul, phantom images began to spread through Lin Ming's mind. This was an endless war. Waves of fresh blood dyed the skies red, and the ground was covered with red blood, so much that it soaked the earth wet. Countless demons slaughtered and fought. Amongst them, one seemed to be a king of these demons. Its body emitted bursts of boundless black light, each ray condensing into a dragon, invincible and unstoppable. The world tumbled over, and the scene changed. The void rumbled as large tracts of it came falling down. In a pitch-black abyssal world, an Azura warrior stood equal to the heavens, bathed in blood as he fought with the Demon King. The Demon King stomped its feet, causing planets to shatter. A single roar caused suns and moons to fall. But even though this Demon King possessed such power, it still fell back step after step beneath the onslaught of the Azura warrior's black spear. With each step it took back, its body was punctured with gaping holes that could not be regenerated. Finally, the Demon King's head was pierced through by the black spear. Azura Roadmaster? Is this the demon relic's fragmented memories? These memories were too chaotic, too rapid. Lin Ming had no time to experience them at all. Suddenly, he was caught in a tide of endlessly agonizing pain and forcefully dragged out from these memories. Demon power flooded every inch of Lin Ming's body. It tore apart his blood vessels and even burst apart his organs. Lin Ming's eyes turned blood red. He grit his teeth, persisting through the pain. This demon power had once collided with the terrifying strength of the Azura Roadmaster. Although it was only a tiny amount, it was still enough to crush a planet to pieces. At this time, Lin Ming had opened every ounce of strength he had. Behind him, 9 stars appeared. These 9 stars resonated with the starlight of the galaxy void furnace, propping up Lin Ming's body. Lin Ming released all 4 Dao palaces and simultaneously galvanized the power of the Azura blood within him. Ka. Lin Ming's flesh and blood wriggled. His meridians were reborn, and the wounds of his organs began regenerating. His body was simply too abnormal. Although it kept breaking apart beneath the impact of the demon power, it continued to regenerate. Meanwhile, the power of the Azura laws he grasped was like towering mountains that joined together with the galaxy void furnace all around him. Combined with the power of stars that washed over him, he strove to suppress the violent impact of the demon relic. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Lin Ming's body had turned into a great battlefield. His skin swelled up and down with waves, constantly bulging and shrinking. At this time, Lin Ming's flesh and blood, meridians, and organs were constantly reborn, and then destroyed again by the demon power. Even then, it was reborn again, as the cycle continued without end. Slowly, the demon power was refined by Lin Ming. Faint traces of black energy mixed into Lin Ming's bloodline, fusing into his inner world, melting into his spiritual sea. Suddenly, Lin Ming's eyes turned blood red, as if they weren't the eyes of a man, but the eyes of a rabid, vicious beast. Seeing this, Clear and Ink felt their hearts skip a beat. To swallow the demon relic, the risk wasn't just the potential that one's body would explode. There was even the chance that one's spiritual sea would be washed away by the remnant will of the demon. If so, then the martial artist would lose their mind and become a brain-dead idiot. Ka. Lin Ming clenched his fists. His teeth began to turn sharp and jagged. His body started to tear open. From his wounds, long bone spikes jutted out. These bone spikes were pure black. They were somewhat similar to Empyrean primordius bone spikes, but a faint and horrifying demonic energy lingered on them, making them even sharper and more terrifying. This boy, not only did he plan on refining the demon power, but while he did, so he planned on fusing with it, so that he could thoroughly control its power and obtain the strength of a demon in his body. The power of a demon has already fused into the boy's mortal body. It's beginning to change his body structure. Seeing this, Ink and Clear's pupils shrank. When a martial artist fused together the 33 heavens laws, the power they used was called the power of divinity, and corresponding to that was the demon power of the abyssal demons. This was a kind of power that stood beyond the laws of the 33 heavens. Lin Ming was actually trying to bring this demon power into his body and thoroughly control it. Chapter 1988, Natal Life Tao Palace. Chapter 1988, Natal Life Tao Palace. According to the information obtained by the primal god race, during the ancient times, many powerhouses held the belief that the abyssals didn't come from the 33 heavens. The dark abyss was where the abyssal demons lived, and this was a place that seemed to be independent of the 33 heavens. It was a mystical land. No one knew how large it was, how deep it was, or where it led to. In the dark abyss, the world laws were different from the laws of the 33 heavens. The power the abyssals used was different from that of the 33 heavens martial artists. This also caused the intelligent races of the 33 heavens to be inborn mortal enemies of the abyssals. When the intelligent races of the 33 heavens captured an abyssal, they weren't able to tame it nor seize its body without dire consequences. As for the abyssals, once they captured an intelligent life form, they simply ate them up. Now, the method Lin Ming used to refine this demon relic wasn't the same as seizing the body of an abyssal, but there were similarities. That was that he would have to defeat the abyssal demon's will. The advantage was that Lin Ming didn't need to fuse with the abyssal's soul, nor did he need to use its body. This was an incredibly dangerous process. If there was the slightest mistake in the way Lin Ming controlled the demon's power, he would turn into a half-man, half-demon monster. Time passed, a minute and a second at a time. The little black dragon also awoke from its deep sleep. It looked at Lin Ming, whose body was constantly shifting, and its large black eyes were filled with curiosity as well as worry. At this time, what Lin Ming was doing was equivalent to adding a demon body metamorphosis onto the foundation of his Azura body metamorphosis. Black bone armor wrapped around his body, and his spine stuck out, forming giant spikes from his back. From his neck down, the spikes became increasingly long and deadly. The muscles of his arms bulged, looking like black stone, and from his elbows bone blades jutted out just like on Empyrean Primordius. Roar! Lin Ming roared into the skies. His wild howl shook the void, and even the starlight within the galaxy void furnace was torn apart. Lin Ming's eyes had turned blood red. All that was reflected in them were the blood ponds of hell. And in this hell, there were demons slaughtering powerhouses, ripping them apart, and devouring their flesh. This scene continued for an hour. Lin Ming's hair was scattered about him. He looked as if he had already transformed into a demon. During this time, Clear and Ink were both wary and tense. Their eyes were focused on Lin Ming, noticing every tiny change that was occurring within him. They were shocked more and more. It's been so long, and yet clarity hasn't returned to his eyes. It seems that he is fighting with the abyssals will in his spiritual sea. The boy was too confident in himself. He didn't follow our suggestions to slowly refine the strength of the demon relic into pure source energy, and then gradually absorb it. Rather, he planned to directly tame this strength and make it his. Although this is the will of an abyssal that died 10 billion years ago, wanting to control it is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. According to any reasonable logic, it is impossible for a human to control the will of a demon. Even if the boy has temporarily suppressed its strength, that will which belongs to an abyssal will still survive in fragments within the boy's body. As long as his will weakens, then the will of that abyssal will erupt and attempt to invade and take over his spiritual sea. If that were to occur, then the consequences would be unimaginable. The two old men's eyebrows wrinkled more and more as time passed. They were extremely worried now. Lin Ming couldn't even temporarily tame the power of the demon. If too much time passed and Lin Ming's soul force was exhausted, then his spiritual sea might fall into the enemy's hands. The two old men waffled back and forth, deliberating on whether or not they should help Lin Ming with their own, well, no matter what the consequences would be. But at this time, in the skies that shined with 9 great stars, one turned red, this one shining with a brilliant red light. This star seemed to be dyed with blood, so red that one couldn't look at it. The two old men were startled. Before they could respond, this blinding red star shot out a straight red beam of light. The red beam of light was only a foot thick, but it instantly crossed 10,000 miles of the void and thrust straight downwards. From afar, it was like a divine god had thrust down a blood-red, holy sword from up high, shattering the starry skies. This light pierced into the left side of Lin Ming's chest, the position where his heart was. In that moment, the tyrannical fluctuations of energy suddenly calmed down. The explosive cracklings of Lin Ming's muscles also faded away, everything turning so silent that even the drop of a needle could be heard. Lin Ming's mortal body rose up from the galaxy void furnace and floated into the skies. The blood-red starlight revitalized Lin Ming's body. Pata, pata. In the quiet skies, the sound of a heartbeat echoed through the air. This heartbeat was powerful and steady, like the heartbeat of Empyrean Primordius that once rang in the goddess' ancient grave in the eternal demon abyss. If a world king were to approach and hear this heartbeat, even they would feel their blood vitality being summoned by it, every drop of blood in their body resonating with this sound as their blood desired to break free from their frame. This was Lin Ming's heartbeat. Although Lin Ming's mortal body had reached a peak during these past years, his heartbeat had never been so powerful. This meant that his blood vitality had reached an inconceivable boundary, no worse than Empyrean Primordius in the past. This boy, did he open the 9 stars of the Tao Palace again? Clear and Ink looked at each other, and then towards the blood-red star out of the 9 that were floating high in the skies. These two old men were well versed in the cultivation methods of the various races, and also had many understandings into the 33 heavenly Taos. They naturally understood just what the 9 stars of the Tao Palace were. That blood-red star in the skies was called the Titan Gate Star, and its corresponding natal life Tao Palace was located within a martial artist's heart. The natal life Tao Palace possessed the power of infinite blood vitality. By opening it, a martial artist's understanding into the power of life would deepen profoundly and allow the regenerative capabilities of their mortal body to reach the limits of the extreme. A manifestation of this was the regrowth of limbs and organs that had been cut off and destroyed. When a normal essence gathering system martial artist cultivated to a high boundary, if they cut off their arm, they could still regenerate a new one with enough rest and care. However, the newly regenerated arm would only be a mortal arm. The mortal body of a high-level essence-gathering martial artist had to undergo pulse condensation, and then the Sciention realm, where the impurities were eliminated. Next, they had to undergo the 9 stages of life destruction to transform into their spirit body. After that was the 9 divine shifts that allowed their mortal body to evolve further. In the end, every inch of their flesh and blood would be extraordinary. But if they were to use a mortal body that hadn't been tempered with origin energy, their abilities would be greatly compromised. In order to restore it, they would have to use up a massive amount of time and energy. This was also the reason why Tian Mingzi's progress into the Empyrean realm was halted after his arm was severed, and also the reason he had such a deep grudge against Lin Ming. Originally, Lin Ming was also the same, but after opening the Natal Life Tao Palace, this would change. The laws of the natal life Tao Palace would become a mark that deeply engraved itself into every part of Lin Ming's flesh and blood. His shattered organs, his severed limbs, all of it could return into pure life energy that would re-enter his body and be regenerated without any difference from the original. Even if his lost limbs were refined by others, his newly regenerated limbs would still have evenly distributed energy and would have little to no effect on his strength. Time passed. From Lin Ming's eyes that reflected a blood pond hell, streams of blood began to flow down. The crimson red Titan Gate star in the skies turned into waves of energy that fell down like a waterfall of blood, converging into Lin Ming's body. The demon transformed Lin Ming turned bright red, as if he had rolled out from a blood pond. This boy, he really used the demon power to open the natal life Tao Palace. The demon power has fused into his body. Does he really not fear the mutiny of the abyssals will in the future if his spiritual sea was to ever weaken? Clear and Ink were both concerned. But at this time, beneath the endless starlight of the galaxy void furnace, a completely different scene from their expectations was playing out in Lin Ming's spiritual sea. Lin Ming wore a suit of blood-red battle armor. He stood in the skies as he faced down a massive demon phantom. This demon phantom was extremely blurry, but it emitted an incredibly potent aura that shocked the mind. This was the abyssal will that resided in the demon relic. Even though it had been sealed and suppressed for 10 billion years, the remnants of the abyssals will surpass most Empyreans. It retained its instinct to swallow all. Your strength, give me all of it to use. Facing this pressure of this demonic will, Lin Ming's expression was calm and composed, as if he were facing nothing but a calm spring breeze. Jejejej. The demonic will cackled in the void. You are very strong. I cannot destroy your spiritual sea right now, so I will temporarily lend you my strength, but the cost of borrowing my strength is very high. I fear you will not be able to pay it, Jejejej. Oh, cost. Lin Ming's lips curled up in a mocking smile. I will lend you my strength, and you will let me use your mortal body as compensation. Your mortal body has been tempered quite nicely. The phantom raucously laughed. It couldn't do anything to Lin Ming, but it knew that Lin Ming couldn't do anything to it either. As long as it lurked in Lin Ming's spiritual sea, there would eventually come a day when his spiritual sea weakened. At that time, it would attempt to invade his body once more, and it also didn't care if it became a half-man, half-demon monster. More planets were bred and developed. Some of these planets had humanoid life forms, prosperous countries, and sects that grew stronger with each passing day. In lofty divine palaces, great rulers prowled, dragons and Kirans roared, and the beat of the great Tao cycled in rhythm. Lin Ming could feel this world become increasingly full and plentiful, nearly impossible to distinguish between illusion and reality. When the boundaries of this universe were expanded to their limit, he finally stopped. For a time, all the strength of this universe was poured into Lin Ming's body. He had become as one with this universe, becoming the ruler of a true world. In other words, a great world king. Bang! A terrifying energy gushed out from this universe, flushing out and shattering the galaxy void furnace. It was like a divine rainbow shooting straight into the horizon. Lin Ming's entire body was bathed in this divine rainbow. His black hair rose up, and his body was soaked in this terrifying sea of energy, as if he were wandering in a sea of laws. In that instant, Lin Ming had truly broken into the great world king realm. Lin Ming's eyes flashed open and brilliance blossomed within them. Light shot out from his left eye like colorful rainbow-hued clouds, filling the world with auspicious lights. But from his right eye, a gloomy darkness emitted, as if a blood pond hell was contained within, as if sandy azure plains stretched out in them. Just by looking at this, one would feel their soul being sucked into the bottom of an abyss and their spiritual sea falling into illusion. Natal Life Tao Palace, Great World King, with the demon power contained in this demon relic, my strength has risen to a new peak. There is no comparison to how I was before. Lin Ming gripped his fists together. He fervently hoped he could find a powerful opponent and fight them in a heaven-shaking battle so that he could test out the limits of his strength. From a holy lord to a world king, and finally to a great world king, Lin Ming had used several thousand years to accomplish this during his fourth reincarnation. Now he was like a phoenix that had undergone nirvana. His strength soared into the heavens. With a wave of his hand, heaven and earth origin energy condensed into a robe that wrapped around him. This robe was extremely strange. Lin Ming had casually made it, and he hadn't designated anything special about it, but had allowed the world laws to create it. The robe was half black and half white. It was covered with stars, and the way these stars were arranged revealed infinite mysteries, so deep that one could perceive them forever. If a world king level master were to summon all their mental strength to look at this robe, they would see phantoms of demons and god kings within it. These demons and god kings were all different, each one containing different principles of the great Tao. Just this robe alone, if it were refined and condensed into material essence, and then given to any random world king powerhouse, would be a treasure. They could perceive it for hundreds and thousands of years, obtaining great harvests. At Lin Ming's boundary, any things he casually discarded would be precious treasures. This was because he was amongst the top characters of the universe. Of course, to resist the saints and to resist the great calamity, his strength was still lacking. Thank you, seniors. Lin Ming bowed in the air. Dressed in this black and white robe, it gave Lin Ming an inexplicable feeling, as if where he stood was the center of the universe, the source of light and dark. Young Lord, there is no need to bow to us too. The ones bowing should be us. The High Lord showed deep graciousness to our race in the past, and the ancestors of my people have taught us to forever serve the lineage of the High Lord. 10 billion years have passed, and young Lord should be able to complete the long-cherished wish of the High Lord in the past. Clear and ink changed the way in which they referred to Lin Ming, and as they spoke, they even deeply bowed to him. This flustered Lin Ming and caused him to hurry forwards to help them up. Seniors, please don't do this. The reason this junior was able to absorb the demon relic was all thanks to two seniors helping me. As for Senior Azura, Junior has inherited a great graciousness from him. If Senior Azura has a wish that he hopes to fulfill, then this junior will try his best to accomplish it. Even if I have to pass through fire or water, I will do anything in my power. The High Lord's wish isn't something that young Lord needs to worry about at present. Now, young Lord should focus on improving your strength. One day when young Lord becomes a true divinity, perhaps you truly can change the flow of this world. The two old men still weren't willing to reveal secrets of the Azura Road. Lin Ming didn't press them further. Young Lord, we too had a conversation just now, and have some suggestions. The space of the final trial is the central point of the Azura Road's origin energy and laws. There are all sorts of pure energies and laws gathered here, and for the last 10 billion years, innumerous world treasures have been bred and nourished here. Some weren't taken away by trial challengers and have been collected by my race. Young Lord can use these resources to continue cultivating in the final trial's 7th level for the next several hundred years in order to consolidate your Great World King Foundation. What does young Master think about this? Then I will have to trouble two seniors. Lin Ming agreed after considering for a moment. His grand reincarnation art needed to be done in the outside world in order to bring his state of mind to perfection, but in terms of just consolidating his boundary, this final trial space would give him twice the results with half the effort. After cultivating for several hundred years here, he could go out to practice the grand reincarnation art to the 7th level. Then, Lin Ming believed he would have enough strength to stir up trouble for the saints. Chapter 1990. The Wrathful Saint Emperor. Chapter 1990. The Wrathful Saint Emperor. As Lin Ming was bitterly cultivating in the final trial's 7th level, a great storm was stirring in the Azura Road. This storm would involve many large influences, let alone Empyrean influences. In just true divinity influences, there were 4. They were the 2 true divinity influences of the Azure Road, Divine Void Divine Kingdom and Heaven Union Divine Kingdom, as well as 2 influences from the 33 Heaven Saint race, the Good Fortune Saint Palace and Soaring Feather God Mountain. At this time, the Good Fortune Saint Sun was kneeling on the ground deep within the Good Fortune Saint Palace, so low that his head was buried in his hands. He didn't even dare to take a deep breath. Before this, he had widely bragged that the Legion of Famine he trained would absolutely complete the mission perfectly and return safely. Otherwise, he would be willing to endure any punishment passed down to him. But in the turn of an eye, the Legion of Famine had been annihilated, and the Good Fortune Saint Sun had returned in disastrous failure. The Good Fortune Saint Sun had brought back a captive with him. He shivered as he remembered saying, "The demon relic is missing." And because the disciples of the Good Fortune Saint Palace were sanctioned by the Azure Road laws, they will not return. Even just thinking of saying these words left him feeling listless and sick. The once proud and arrogant Good Fortune Saint Sun now lay humbled on the ground, no different from a dog. This person is someone brought back by this child, F from the Azure Road. He is a wandering martial artist that entered the final trial and witnessed the battle. The captive that the Good Fortune Saint Sun brought back was a young trial challenger from the Azure Road. The captive's movements and cultivation had been sealed away, and all he could do was blink his eyes. He couldn't even speak. But at this time, the captive was glaring at the Good Fortune Saint Sun with anger and looking at the direction that the Good Fortune Saint Sun was groveling towards with fear. He knew that in the deep darkness there was a demon that would decide his life or death. This captive had no family or sect, and only relied on himself and his destiny to obtain the lucky chances he had to arrive at where he was. When he accidentally obtained a qualification token to enter the final trial, he thought that this was the chance he needed to soar into the heavens. But he never thought that he would be seized by the Good Fortune Saint Sun as soon as he left the final trial. What a laugh! He once thought he was a genius with a great destiny upon his body, but now in the grasp of this super influence, he was as weak and useless as an ant. Without sect or family, without any influence to support him, he would die here without anyone knowing about it. As he thought of this, his heart filled with despair. Your Majesty, Sovereign Ancestor, if you have anything you wish to confirm, you may question him. The Good Fortune Saint Sun pushed this unlucky wandering martial artist to the ground. He felt panic rising in his heart. However, the only response was a deep and profound silence. Within the pitch-black darkness, the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign didn't speak a single word. This caused the Good Fortune Saint Sun to feel even weaker at heart. His body began to shiver. Whoosh! Without warning, a terrifying eruption occurred. Dozens of blood-red tentacles shot straight out like pointed cones, piercing through the wandering martial artist, as well as through the Good Fortune Saint Sun. Ah! The Good Fortune Saint Sun cried out in pain. Over a dozen bloody holes had been left in his body. As for that wandering martial artist, he vomited blood as he verged on the precipice of death. At this time, a blood-red hand extended out from the darkness and directly grasped the wandering martial artist's head. The wandering martial artist wildly struggled, his eyes bulging. He felt thousands of worms digging into his brain, the pain so fierce that he wished he could dig it out with his hands. This sort of pain only lasted for several breaths of time, but to the wandering martial artist, it was an indescribably painful experience. Then, the blood-red tentacles slowly drew back, and the great hand also returned. The wandering martial artist fell onto the ground like a pile of rotten meat. Blood streamed from his corpse, not a single bit of life left remaining. All of the memories in that wandering martial artist's mind had been read by the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign. On the side, the Good Fortune Saint's son was deathly white, and his forehead was covered in sweat. This was because he was in pain, but also because he was afraid. Although there were numerous bloody holes punctured into his body, these holes were in places that weren't too vital. For instance, his heart, lungs, brain, and spine weren't affected. It was clear that the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign didn't want to kill him. This allowed him to relax a little, but also be more worried about the penalties he would soon face. He limped up, crawling to his knees as he continued to kneel to the ground. His entire body was covered in thick blood, leaving the ground around him drenched. Sanction of the Azura Heavenly Tao. Within the darkness, the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign's bass voice echoed outwards. With light pattering sounds, a towering middle-aged man slowly walked forwards. In the memories of the wandering martial artist, the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign was able to search for the scene of what had happened, the mystical change in the laws, as well as that vast and boundless aura. He would never have imagined that someone would deliberately forge memories around the Heavenly Tao's punishment. And in the memories of the wandering martial artist, there was no flaw that the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign could find. From start to finish, everything that occurred in the final trial seemed realistic. However, there was one point that left the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign puzzled. Because of the punishment of the Azura Heavenly Tao, the 20-some disciples that his Good Fortune Saint Palace sent out had all been killed. But why did the flesh and blood of famine within their bodies not instantly disappear? The Good Fortune Saint Sovereign was able to feel the existence of famine's flesh and blood. It had disappeared over a long and slow period of time. This feeling was as if someone had swallowed up famine's flesh and blood and was refining it over time. If the Azura Heavenly Tao laws didn't abide the existence of an abyssal entering the final trial, then by all reasoning, when that heavenly retribution descended to the earth, shouldn't it have immediately burned away all the flesh and blood of famine? Why would it be slowly erased over a long period of time? The Good Fortune Saint Sovereign lost himself in thought. The memories had no problem themselves and didn't seem like memories one had forged. As for the point that couldn't be explained, the truth was that there could be explanations found, just that they would seem a bit forced. As the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign thought of all this, his face darkened. It shouldn't be someone secretly moving behind the scenes. The Good Fortune Saint Sovereign shot down this idea. If there was someone capable of doing all of this in secret, and to the degree where he couldn't find a flaw, they would need to be someone at least on the level of an ordinary true divinity level character. For instance, someone like Soul Emperor Divine Void. However, with that person's skeletal age, it was impossible for them to enter the final trial. The Good Fortune Saint Sovereign closed his eyes. He sensed that there wasn't much of famine's flesh and blood remaining. As for where it was located, he had no idea. For such a situation to appear meant that famine's flesh and blood existed in a powerful space that surpassed his divine sense. Without a doubt, this space was the final trial. In other words, the flesh and blood of famine was still within the final trial, so it was even more impossible that someone was acting behind the scenes to do this. Otherwise, with the conclusion of the final trial, it would be impossible for that person to stay inside. Then could this really mean that the laws of the final trial had extinguished the disciples of the Good Fortune Saint Palace? And the demon relic, where did it go? Could it be in the hands of Soul Emperor Divine Void? Or could it be that the laws within the final trial, in order to prevent an existence related to the abyssals obtaining the demon relic, had sealed away the demon relic instead? As all these thoughts flashed through the good fortune Saint Sovereign's mind, it left him increasingly frustrated and confused. This demon relic was just far too important to him. However, there was nothing he could do about it. Even going to the Azura Road himself was meaningless. He looked at the good fortune Saint's son and impatiently waved his hand. Screw off. This time, the reason the disciples were destroyed was because of the sanction of the Azura Road, a power that cannot be stopped. Then, I will forgive your sins for now. I thank your Majesty's sovereign ancestor for such mercy. The good fortune Saint's son hurriedly bowed in gratitude and relief. Then he dragged away his wounded body, leaving behind a trail of bloody footprints. However, as he was leaving the holy temple, he saw someone, a junior that he didn't want to see at all, Imperial Prince Shishin. Within the good fortune Saint Palace, the title of Imperial Prince was only inferior to that of good fortune Saint's son. In the past, Naki had been the Imperial Prince, but after he was slain by Lin Ming, the position of Imperial Prince had been empty. It was only 1800 years ago that another talented character appeared in the good fortune Saint Palace, Shishin. He had used less than 1,000 years to break into the world king realm, and in terms of combat strength, there was no martial artist of his rank that was able to defeat him. Thus, the good fortune Saint Sovereign had granted him the title of Imperial Prince. Shishin won victory after victory and basked in the limelight. In addition, with many influential Saint race figures supporting him, this gave him the ambition of replacing the good fortune Saint's son. It was because of this that the hostilities between the good fortune Saint's son and Imperial Prince Shishin rose at a precipitous rate. Regarding this, the good fortune Saint Sovereign only watched it all occur from the corners of his eyes, as if he simply didn't care, or perhaps even enjoying this type of competition. During these years, Shishin had earned many merits in the war against humanity. He had stolen away a great deal of merit and glory from the good fortune Saint's son. The good fortune Saint's son didn't care about this. What he feared the most was that there would be a day when the good fortune Saint Sovereign lost confidence in him and would decide to set up a different Saint's son instead. If so, then all his ambitions would come toppling down, and Shishin could be the chaotic factor that led to this result. Oh, well, isn't it your highness, Saint Son? Why so troubled? Shishin's eyes locked onto the horrifying bloody holes that dotted the good fortune Saint Son's body. His lips curve up in a smile, as if he knew what had just happened. The good fortune Saint Son's eyes turned freezing cold. He didn't say a word, instead slowly walking away. As Shishin looked at the good fortune Saint Son's fading back, his smile felt a bit chilling. Time passed. Unknowingly, 3 years flew by. Lin Ming sat in the void, in the dark starry space. In front of him was a black-haired man that looked completely like him. This black-haired man wore a long black robe, and his eyes shined with the purest brightness. The man's body was covered with a blurry mist. This mist was condensed from the purest and densest origin energy. This black-haired man was Lin Ming's Essence Gathering System avatar, as well as the third avatar. In the past, the Azura Road Master had gathered 10,000 spiritual treasures of the heavens and earth and refined it with Genesis energy. Then, he took the condensed form of all these spiritual treasures and sealed it into the core of a great essence gathering array formation, nourishing it with the world's origin energy, slowly refining and tempering it through the endless river of time. This avatar was a pure energy essence body, whether it was absorbing heaven and earth origin energy or in terms of capabilities of utilizing heaven and earth origin energy. It had reached a boundary that ordinary martial artists would never be able to achieve. With Lin Ming possessing the Essence Gathering System avatar, he now possessed the 3 avatars required for the Azura Heavenly Tao. Chapter 1991, Little Fishy. Chapter 1991, Little Fishy. the three avatars sat around Lin Ming, and in front of him lay the third volume of the Ajura Sutra. Within the thick and ancient bronze book, every word was condensed with heaven and earth origin energy and the true strength of the absolute beginning. If an ordinary martial artist were to look at these words, even if they focused all their sight, they still wouldn't be able to make out anything from them. All they would see would be strange runes with unknown meanings. Lin Ming had completely entered the ethereal martial intent state. Page after page, he carefully read through. Within his eyes, the Ajura Sutra was similar to a universe. The writings of the Heavenly Sutra could manifest supreme demon gods, magnificent divine palaces, and boundless galaxies. After refining the three avatars, Lin Ming's understandings towards the Ajura Sutra could no longer be compared to the past. The mysteries within the writings deeply marked themselves in his mind. Time passed year after year. As Lin Ming finished reading the third volume of the Ajura Sutra, 10 years had flown by. Lin Ming discovered that the third volume of the Ajura Sutra was where the essence of the entire cultivation method was located. The intricate and diverse laws contained within this volume were nearly equal to the sum of the first 2 volumes combined. Lin Ming originally thought that the Ajura Sutra was equally skilled in essence, energy, and divine. But now, it seemed that the Ajura Road Master was not some omnipotent god. There were some fields in which he excelled, and some fields in which he didn't. What he was most proficient in was the essence gathering system. Thinking about it, this was also reasonable. The Ajura Road Master had once been the master of the purple card, and the purple card was the condensed essence of the energy within a universe. It was the highest divine tool of the essence gathering system. This was also the reason why the Ajura Road Master placed the third volume of the Ajura Sutra in the final trial's 7th level, because it was the most essential volume of his inheritance. When Lin Ming flipped to the last page of the Ajura Sutra's 3rd volume, he was stunned. This page didn't have any writings, nor were there any traces of laws. It was completely blank, and all that was left in this bronze page was a rectangular groove in the center. This groove emitted a strange and mysterious aura that left Lin Ming startled. This groove, a light lit up in Lin Ming's mind. He recalled the past when he underwent his 9 by 9 life destruction and reached 33 heavens, where he then saw the purple card phenomenon. As he compared it to the shape of this groove, he guessed that this was where the purple card was once kept. Purple card. Lin Ming gently traced this groove. He could feel the aura left behind by this ancient divine tool, and his mind trembled. I wonder how this mysterious purple card affected the Ajura Road Master's road of cultivation in the past. According to what Clear and Ink thought, the 3 supreme divine tools were likely the surviving condensed forms of essence, energy, and divine left over upon the destruction of a super-universe. Their main role was not to help a martial artist in cultivating. They were simply travelers passing by in this universe, and possibly even the starting point of the next universe's Big Bang. Regardless of who it was, anyone that obtained one of these supreme divine tools could only use an infinitesimally portion of their power. Even the Ajura Road Master was no exception. When the High Lord wrote the Ajura Sutra in the past, he used 100 million years to do so. Every time he learned something new, became aware of something new, he would add it to the Ajura Sutra. At that time, the purple card had been placed in the last page of the Ajura Sutra's 3rd volume, but later it disappeared without a trace. An old voice echoed from behind Lin Ming. Lin Ming didn't turn around, but instead traced the groove in the Ajura Sutra where the purple card had once been. He asked with some surprise. The 3 books of the Ajura Sutra took Senior Ajura 100 million years to write. Lin Ming was stunned upon hearing this time span. Yes, but the High Lord didn't spend every waking moment of this 100 million years writing the Ajura Sutra. This 100 million years was only the time period in which the High Lord wrote the Ajura Sutra. During this time, the High Lord also had many other matters he needed to handle. For instance, this was also when he chose to establish the Ajura Road. When the High Lord completed the Ajura Road, he placed the third volume of the Ajura Sutra in the final trial's 7th level. The first person to open it was a human, the human race's divine seal. In the past, when Divine Seal opened it, although the purple card was no longer there, he still took away a wisp of aura left behind by the purple card. The purple card's aura? Lin Ming repeated. What is that? The purple card followed the High Lord for far too long. The High Lord's aura, laws, and energy poured into the purple card and accumulated over time. Slowly, it bred an aura with a spiritual intelligence of its own. You might call it something like an artifact spirit. But this artifact spirit is different from the artifact spirit of an Empyrean spirit treasure or true divinity spirit treasure. A true divinity spirit treasure's artifact spirit can completely control that true divinity spirit treasure. They could even be called the true master of the spirit treasure. But the artifact spirits born from the 3 divine tools do not possess such an ability. Even so, they still have the ability to enhance and manipulate the 3 divine tools because they, in themselves, are evolved from the aura of the 3 divine tools. They can be called a bridge, a medium that connects the divine tool to the user. That spiritually aware aura that was similar to an artifact spirit was taken away by Empyrean divine seal. As Lin Ming heard this, his mind began to race. What was the appearance of that spiritually aware aura? Lin Ming suddenly asked. Too much time has passed. That spiritually aware aura will change forms, and it also has spiritual wisdom. When Divine Seal brought it away, it had the appearance of a little girl. Afterwards, this little girl also played a role in humanity's great Calamity 3, 6 billion years ago, when Famine Soul was sealed away. The 2 old men had a deep understanding of Empyrean Divine Seal and his struggle against the saints. After all, he was the first person to ever collect all 3 Emperor Jades. Thus, everything about him was recorded in the records of the Ajura Road's Guardian clan. However, this Guardian clan wasn't able to help Empyrean Divine Seal resist his enemies because their only mission was to bear witness and guard this land. Little girl, Lin Ming closed his eyes, many scenes flashing through his mind. This little girl, without any doubt at all, should be Fishy. She was the mysterious little girl that ate violet sun crystals and 9 sun jades. If so, then many matters could be explained. Violet sun crystals and 9 sun jades were crystallized forms of origin energy, and Fishy was a spiritually aware aura evolved from the purple card. It was natural for her to take energy as food. The place where Lin Ming found Fishy was the true martial great world's immemorial imperial city. Within the divine realm, this was not a special land, and could even be called common. But deep underground beneath immemorial imperial city was the divine seal array left behind by Empyrean divine seal, in which the soul of famine had been suppressed for 6 billion years. From all of this, Fishy likely no longer remembered anything. Perhaps too much time had passed and she lost many memories, or perhaps in the Great War 6 billion years ago she had lost too much strength, causing her to also lose her memories. However, even if she lost her memories, her instinct still told her to wander around the edges of the divine seal array. Such a mysterious divine seal array was blocked by layers upon layers of concealing array formations by Empyrean divine seal. Even if a true divinity were to come to immemorial imperial city, they still wouldn't be able to find anything. Yet, Fishy was able to locate its position. Thinking of this, Lin Ming's doubts were scattered. And there was another little girl that was similar to Fishy, Ruby from the Akashic Dream universe. When Lin Ming entered the Akashic Dream battlefield and picked up a Kirin fruit, he had been stopped by the mysterious red-clothed little girl. This little girl was similar to Fishy, and she had an introverted, cautious disposition, and she stuttered a little as she spoke. She didn't remember anything about her past, but she possessed special abilities. It was with her guidance that Lin Ming found the ancient galactic battlefield. Here, Lin Ming bore witness to the battle between the Azura Road Master and the creator of the Holy Scripture, Immortal Sovereign. Here, he felt the residual aura of the Azura heavenly Tao laws. Ruby seemed to have an extremely deep understanding into the Akashic dream universe. At the same time, she also had an incredible understanding toward soul forms. This ability was particularly obvious during his time in the fallen God Mountain range, when Lin Ming was on the shrine platforms grasping the principles and competing against Sheng Mei. At that time, there had been many things that Lin Ming wasn't able to see on the shrine platform, yet Ruby was able to see. If it weren't for her constant direction, then it would have been impossible for Lin Ming to surpass Sheng Mei in grasping the principles atop the shrine platform and winning the golden page. Moreover, even Sheng Mei and the Soul Emperor weren't able to sense Ruby's existence. But at the same time, Ruby was able to sense the magic cube. She had stared at Lin Ming's stomach and knew that the magic cube was located within his inner world. When joining all of these factors together, Lin Ming didn't doubt that Ruby was the spiritually aware aura that evolved from the magic cube. Thus, this was the reason Ruby once said that he had a nice smell and gave off a familiar feeling. This was the reason why the timid and stuttering Ruby insisted on following him. The two old men's words had Lin Ming understand many things. It seemed that in the distant past, the magic cube was once also possessed by a peerless powerhouse, and thus Ruby was formed. And the wielder of the magic cube was likely the creator of the Holy Scripture, Immortal Sovereign. Ruby and Fishy wouldn't necessarily live forever. There would come a day when they would die, turning into pure energies that returned to the three divine tools. But those three divine tools would continue existing forever until the universe itself came to an end. Thinking all of this, Lin Ming traced his stomach. He felt that he needed to go to the Akashic dream universe and find Ruby to seek out her help. With her help, he would be able to better control the magic cube. Lin Ming knew that the magic cube was a divine tool that superseded the samsara of the universe. All he could use of it was a tiny bit of its endless power. There was more potential waiting for him to explore it. One day, Lin Ming would be able to bring out the magic cube in front of all and use it as his weapon, fighting the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign and Soul Emperor. Chapter 1992, A New World. Chapter 1992, A New World. The river of time rolled onwards. A single small wave carried with it innumerable years. As the universe's most terrifying law, time moved forwards with unstoppable momentum. No one knew where it came from, and no one knew where it would end. Even if a universe was destroyed and the next universe was born, the wheel of time would continue revolving. In this long river of time, the war between the saints and humanity, the divine realm falling to its enemies, this was nothing but a tiny point in a small stream of 10 billion years, with that fixed point as a beginning. 5,000 years had passed. The outstanding elites of humanity had already given up on the divine realm and had long since fled to a wild world. They developed the borders of this world, fighting against vicious beasts to continue spreading the glory of the human race. Over 99% of humanity's inheritances had been saved, but even if these inheritances were successfully recorded into cultivation method jade slips, they were still difficult to learn. This was because one needed a master to slowly guide them through it. Of course, besides the guidance of a master, One's own tempering and experience was even more important. And this wild universe was the best smelting trial for doing so. However, this land was far too cruel and brutal. Ah, a miserable scream echoed out. In the skies above a wild forest, a man was thrown into the air as he wildly struggled. Then something tragic occurred. A massive spiked club smashed down on this man's body. Pung! A terrifying impact exploded this man into a mass of blood fog. Ashwan! A woman cried out in panic. Her eyes filled with tears. The one who just died in the air was her little brother. Run! A man grabbed the woman's arm and began to hurriedly pull her away. Although the woman was sad and heartbroken, she didn't do something stupid like betting her life against the monster. She quickly composed herself, biting her teeth and fleeing with the man. The one who killed her little brother was a desolate primal giant. This was a non-intelligent humanoid race, one of the many mysterious races within the wild universe. Their disposition was vicious, and they were extremely aggressive. Any life forms they could kill they would eat as food. This included humans. 5,000 years ago, when humanity fled to the wild universe, they had encountered incredible perils. This wild universe was flooded with terrifying vicious beasts and desolate primal giants. And even demon beasts evolved from the mystical heavenly Tao laws. These savage existences had existed for billions of years in this wild universe and had undergone endless slaughtering for all this time. They were incomparably formidable beings and would kill anything they saw. Humanity was naturally attacked. In order to create a habitat where they could live, the human race fought with these ancient vicious beasts for many years. In this war, even human Empyreans perished. But slowly, humanity managed to create several living zones, each one guarded by at least 10 Empyreans. At the same time, these areas were covered with concealing array formations in order to prevent them from being discovered by the enemy once war erupted again in the future. The descendants of humanity's elites lived in such areas. Their parents were either outstanding individuals or rulers of humanity. Once they were born, they should have had the support of rich resources, able to live a luxurious life. But because of the great calamity 5,000 years ago, all of that was erased. From the moment of their birth, they had to face a brutal struggle to survive. Now, all descendants of humanity, whether they were the children of Empyreans or any other genius, all of them to experience an equally savage and merciless competition. They had to expand their territory in this wild universe. Within the wild universe, there was an endless number of vicious beasts, ancient desolate alien races, and demon beasts that had evolved from the heavenly Tao. Empyreans wouldn't regularly act to clean up the dangers that crept into the territory of humanity. Rather, this task was passed down to the younger generation. This was their trial. Every year, countless heroic elites would die. But at the same time, more and more outstanding elites were able to grow. They inherited the mission of reviving their race from their parents and became true warriors. In the history of humanity, there had never been such dark and troubled times. This was a test of their entire race. If they were able to survive through this, then they would be a phoenix that had undergone nirvana, breaking out of their cocoon with new life. But if they failed, that meant utter annihilation. Bang, bang. As the man and woman ran away, the desolate primal giant behind them took its great spiked club and wildly smashed down at them again and again. Many towering trees were broken apart like dry straw beneath this onslaught. The man and woman began to despair. The desolate primal giant was faster than they were. At this pace, they would die in less than 10 breaths of time. "Don't panic," a blue-clothed scholar shouted out. He led 4 or 5 disciples behind him, his group rapidly approaching the young man and woman to rescue them. "Hi, Master." Seeing this blue-clothed scholar, the man and woman were overjoyed. But before they could rejoice, they caught a glimpse of the blue-clothed scholar's dark and grimacing face. Desolate primal giant, royalty. The blue-clothed scholar's heart chilled. The desolate primal giants were like bees in their structure and had a very strict hierarchy. This desolate primal giant in front of them was part of the royal family, and its combat strength was several times that of an ordinary desolate primal giant. Whoosh! The blue-clothed scholar flicked his finger. Beams of blue light shot out from the cuff of his sleeves, each blue light a flying sword. The blue-clothed scholar possessed 36 flying swords. He could form a sword array. With tremendous strength, ca. Sword light rained down like a storm. The desolate primal giant roared, and its spiked club pounded down on that hail of swords. However, the moment that spiked club smashed towards that sword rain, the sword rain parted like a school of fish, dispersing and avoiding the spiked club. They reformed in the skies, gathering into a massive sword light that came slicing down with unstoppable momentum. Kacha! The desolate primal giant's shoulder was sliced open by this sword light. The wound was 100 feet deep, and blood gushed out into the air. Is it over? The eyes of the disciples following the blue-clothed scholar brightened. However, before they could cheer, they saw that the desolate primal giant had directly grasped onto that sword light and crushed it in its hand. Pung! The giant blue sword exploded into endless motes of light. The desolate primal giant's eyes suddenly turned blood red, and the thick muscles that corded its body began to wriggle about. Its body started to rapidly inflate, and the giant alarming wound that marred its body started to regenerate. This is bad. The blue-clothed scholar's forehead began to drip with a cold sweat. Not only was this desolate primal giant from the royal family, but it was a top master amongst the royal giants. Its combat strength could not be compared to the others. Hurry and run. I will distract it, and the rest of you flee. The blue-clothed scholar sent out the most sensible order that he could in this dire situation. The disciples behind him felt their hearts drop into their stomachs. The dangers of recklessly fleeing into the wild forests could be imagined. In particular, the fate of the blue-clothed scholar that was staying behind to delay for time would likely be hopeless. High Master, the young female disciple that had been chased by the desolate primal giant couldn't help but cry out in sorrow. Hurry and run. Chapter 1992b, Lin Huang. Chapter 1992b, Lin Huang. Hurry and run. I will distract it, and the rest of you flee. The blue-clothed scholar sent out the most sensible order that he could in this dire situation. The disciples behind him felt their hearts drop into their stomachs. The dangers of recklessly fleeing into the wild forests could be imagined. In particular, the fate of the blue-clothed scholar that was staying behind to delay for time would likely be hopeless. High Master, the young female disciple that had been chased by the desolate primal giant couldn't help but cry out in sorrow. Hurry and run. The blue-clothed scholar bellowed from the depths of his lungs, his 36 flying swords spinning around him. But at this time, there was a thunderous peal of roars from the forest. The sound was so loud and bass that the earth shook. From the far-off forests, 7 or 8 hill-sized desolate primal giants leapt out. These desolate primal giants had thick muscles that gripped their bodies like a dragon's claws. Their skin was gray-blue. It would be impossible for ordinary weapons to even leave behind a scar on that terrifyingly hard skin. What? Seeing these new enemies appear, the blue-clothed scholar felt his heart sink. A chill crawled up his back, and his entire body turned cold. Amongst these 7 or 8 approaching desolate primal giants, there were 3 royals. 4 royal desolate primal giants had actually appeared from this forest. Fathomless abyss shrouded his mind and heart. With so many desolate primal giants, scattering and fleeing was no longer possible. Could it be that they were all destined to die here today? The blue-clothed scholar bit his lips, a decisive light flashing in his eyes. He was ready to burn his blood essence and go all out in a death match against these desolate primal giants and carve out a road of blood for his disciples. But at this time, he froze. He discovered that these 7 or 8 approaching desolate primal giants weren't coming here to attack them, but were instead fleeing, as if they were being hunted down by something else. One of the desolate primal giants was running away in panic and chose to rush towards the blue-clothed scholar. This desolate primal giant came from the royal family and was a top master of its rank. It was even stronger than the desolate primal giant that the blue-clothed scholar had just fought. Its speed was extremely fast, and wherever it ran, the earth would cave in and great trees would be broken apart like weeds. The several young disciples following the blue-clothed scholar hadn't noticed that these desolate primal giants were trying to escape. They thought that this giant was coming here to kill them. With opponents from the front and the back, they were sure to die here without a burial. As they had lost all hope of survival in their hearts, on the verge of waiting for death, the desolate primal giant's body shook and froze, and it lost all forwards momentum. In that moment, a gray light had pierced through its body. Compared to that titanic, desolate primal giant, this gray light seemed like a small gray needle, simply unworthy of mentioning. But as it sliced through the giant's body, it produced a black vortex. This black vortex grew within the desolate primal giant's body, becoming larger and larger as it recklessly sucked in the desolate primal giant's flesh and blood. It cried out in pain and misery. It used its 2 hands to cover its chest, but it couldn't stop its life force from passing away. Like this, it crashed into the ground, and the powerful inertia of its weight and size shattered innumerable trees. As this desolate primal giant toppled down, a young man's figure appeared like ghosts and gods in the air. His body burned with black flames, and he grasped a pale blue spear. His black hair scattered in the wind. The desolate primal giant beneath it had yet to completely die. It reached out a hand, wanting to crush this youth, but the youth simply waved his spear, and a divine red light fell down from the clouds, thrusting through the desolate primal giant's head. Pung! Horrifying black flames exploded within the desolate primal giant's brain. Its spiritual sea was instantly destroyed, and its life ended there. Impossible to die any further. That person is... Seeing this black-haired youth suddenly appear, the young disciples were shocked. Wasn't this too strong? He had instantly struck down a royal, desolate primal giant who was at the peak of his level. Even the blue-clothed scholar was bewildered. He looked at the blue spear in the youth's hand, a thoughtful look on his face. But at this time, a roar echoed out from behind him. The desolate primal giant that he had injured was enraged due to the death of its companion, and it angrily punched out at the blue-clothed scholar. The blue-clothed scholar's pupils shrank. Before he could even counterattack, all he saw was a blue light flash in front of him. The head of the desolate primal giant flew up into the air, and the terrifying blood pressure formed a fountain of blood that erupted hundreds of feet into the blue skies. A top royal desolate primal giant had its head instantly severed. This strong. The woman who was chased by the desolate primal giant was dumbfounded as she saw the flashing figure of the youth. This youth began hunting down the other desolate primal giants, and with his horrifying speed, he could easily chase after these desolate primal giants like a lion chasing sheep. As expected, in several breaths of time, another desolate primal giant had its heart pierced through, and it toppled to the ground. This desolate primal giant wasn't a royal, and its body wasn't too formidable. It directly blew apart beneath the power of the mysterious youth's attack, nearly split in half. The young disciples couldn't help but fly into the skies to watch this battle. They flew to the blue-clothed scholar's side and saw that the blue-clothed scholar was watching the youth with a thoughtful look in his eyes. "Hi, master, who is that man?" The blue-clothed scholar hesitated for a moment. Then he said, "If I'm not wrong, that youth is called Lin Huang. He comes from Divine Dream City." Divine Dream City was the first living zone that the human race had opened up in the wild universe. It was called a city, but this so-called city was merely a name. In truth, Divine Dream City included dozens of planets, including a massive supercontinent. It was the largest living zone of humans. And the city lord of Divine Dream City was the leader of all humanity, Empyrean Divine Dream. By now, Empyrean Divine Dream had broken into the realm of true divinity. Whether it was in status or strength, she was the pillar of humanity. Divine Dream City? He came from there? The young disciples looked at each other. Communicating and traveling between the various living zones of humanity wasn't easy at all. This was because in order to travel through the wild universe, one needed a powerful strength as a foundation. Otherwise, one wouldn't even have their bones left, let alone them. Even the blue-clothed scholar wasn't able to travel between the human living zones. Lin Huang, no wonder. Amongst the young disciples, some people had heard of Lin Huang, and some people hadn't. A young girl couldn't help but ask, "Who is he? Is he famous?" Of course, he's famous. In Divine Dream City, there is no junior that doesn't know about him. His talent is too terrifying. The disciple spoke with awe in his voice. "Well, perhaps you might not know of him, but you should know who his father is. His father is Lin Ming, the man once known as humanity's #1 genius." Lin Ming. Hearing this name, the other disciples sucked in a breath of cold air. This youth was actually Lin Ming's son. Although he was strong, his aura was restrained, and he didn't emit any oppressive feeling at all. At the same time, one could see a will and ambition in his pupils, one so profound that it seemed as if it could reverse the heavens and earth, leaving one sighing in praise. "You are truly exactly like your father. 5,000 years ago, when I followed the human elites to evacuate the divine realm, I saw your father once. He left a deep impression on me." Hearing the blue-clothed scholar suddenly mention his father, Lin Huang was startled. Everyone respected his father. He had never seen his father before, but he had continually affected his life. From birth, he had listened to innumerable tales about his father's deeds and legends. And every time there was a person that had met his father, they couldn't help but mention his father in passing. Regarding this, Lin Huang always politely listened. As a child, these moments had brought him pride countless times. Even the name Huang within his name was related to his father. Huang was an ancient word that held many meanings. Huang meant the wilderness. When humanity arrived in the wild universe, they had to face the inexhaustible wilderness and constantly develop their own land and territories. They fought without end, fighting for their future. Huang meant the beginning of a new era. Huang also meant famine. Famine, that was the name of the abyssal demon. Lin Huang didn't fear this abyssal. Instead, this name reminded him that if he wanted to lead humanity to overcome this great calamity, he needed to mercilessly slaughter and brutally struggle, just like the abyssals. Finally, Huang also meant desolate. This was the last and most important meaning behind his name. Lin Huang's mother and father had met in the Azura Road's Great Desolate, where they had fallen in love with each other. They journeyed together and were later pushed into a dead end by Tian Mingzi, forced to enter the Great Desolate's tragic death valley. This pressure made them join together and gave Lin Ming the pressure he needed to break through the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. Huang, a name that also represented his mother's feelings and thoughts for his father. Master is currently in seclusion. If young hero Lin wishes to see him, then the disciples of Skyrend God Palace will need to send a message. Thank you. Lin Huang held his fists together once again, bidding the blue-clothed scholar farewell. His figure turned into a beam of light as he vanished into the skies, leaving behind the group of young disciples to stare at his fading back, dazed and lost in thought. He is Senior Lin Ming and Senior Xiao Maxian's son. Senior Xian Maxian possesses a half-phoenix body, and her talent is extremely high. As for Senior Lin Ming, there is no need to mention him. If such a combination has a child, just how talented would they be? I wonder what boundary his current strength is at. A young disciple sighed as he spoke. Facing Lin Huang, he felt that he simply couldn't compare at all. The blue-clothed scholar said, Lin Huang was born with a royal god-beast bloodline, and he also seems to have inherited a bloodline from his father that is even more powerful and special than that of a god-beast. As for what it actually is, I have no idea. In addition, Lin Huang dual cultivates body and energy, and is being carefully directed by Empyrean Divine Dream and the other Empyreans. The rate at which his strength increases cannot be imagined, but because he has a half-royal Dark Phoenix bloodline, he has to experience 9 Phoenix Nirvanas, so the rate at which his cultivation rises isn't too heaven-defying. Even so, in terms of combat efficiency, he is already able to rise above many of the older generation's Empyreans. As for how strong he actually is, I cannot begin to speculate. The blue-clothed scholar judged. The other young disciples felt their hearts skip a beat as they all gulped together. Although the blue-clothed scholar's words seemed reasonable, as they recalled that young and polite youth, they felt it a bit unbelievable that such a nice young man could contend with an Empyrean. The feeling the young man gave off was as if he was no different from how they were. At this time, Lin Huang had already entered Skyrend God Palace. He was resting in a room, lost in thought. Then he rose up to deliver Divine Dream's letter. Although Lin Huang now possessed the strength to travel through the wild universe, Xiao Maxian was still always worried about him. It could be said that Lin Huang was Xiao Maxian's everything. In truth, even though the saints had long since confirmed Lin Ming's demise, even though she knew that Lin Ming had departed from her because he was being chased down by soaring Feather God King, even though she knew he had chosen a path of certain death, she continued to stubbornly believe that Lin Ming was still living. This might be an obsession or perhaps a kind of reluctance. It might even be because of her blind trust in Lin Ming, her faith that he would survive and once again create miracles. However, even though she ardently waited for Lin Ming, for 5,000 years he still hadn't returned. She touched her chest, pulling out a strange necklace. This necklace was simple and crude. The chain was thick, and the design was primitive. As Xiao Maxian wore it, it contrasted sharply against her pale neck, seeming completely incompatible. But for so many years, Xiao Maxian had always had this necklace with her. This was the first gift that Lin Ming had given her. Its name was the 1,000-Mile Heart Link. It could remember a person's soul, aura. As long as that person existed in the same world, then regardless of how far they were, this necklace's master could use its ability to communicate with this other person. This necklace held a special significance to Xiao Maxian. In the past, when Xiao Maxian returned to Demon Dawn Heavenly Palace from the Azure Road, she had been placed under house arrest by Empyrean Demon Dawn because she had been with child. Empyrean Demon Dawn coerced Xiao Maxian to agree to marrying the Good Fortune Saint's son, using the life of her child as a threat. And as Xiao Maxian was in her most desperate time without any way out, she suddenly remembered the 1,000-Mile Heart Link. Using it, she was able to contact Lin Ming and discuss countermeasures. Afterwards, Lin Ming fought the good fortune Saint Sun at the Monster Emperor's grand longevity feast. Now, over 5,000 years had passed, and Xiao Moxian always kept the 1,000-mile heart link in good condition, besides recalling her most beloved memories. She also had a wild hope that one day, when she touched the 1,000-mile heart link, she would feel a familiar pull on her soul, a soul that haunted her dreams. As she held the simple necklace in her hands, she hesitated. Then she closed her eyes, sinking her thoughts into it. Within her sea of consciousness, the boundaries were without limit. However, after Xiao Moxian wandered this sea for a long time, she still wasn't able to find a wisp of that incomparably familiar aura. Finally, she opened her eyes without having gained anything at all. She discovered that the array formation runes on the 1,000-mile heart link were becoming increasingly weak. The 1,000-mile heart link came from the Azura Road, and the core of the array formation was in truth a divine runic symbol. There was a limit to the number of times it could be used, and now, after so many years, with Xiao Moxian constantly using it to sense Lin Ming's existence, the array formation had slowly decayed over time and was now nearing collapse. Once the array formation collapsed, the memory of Lin Ming's soul mark would disappear with it. Then it would no longer be able to communicate with Lin Ming. Gently tracing the 1,000-mile heart link and feeling the increasingly weak soul mark, Xiao Moxian dismally sighed. Then she carefully put away the necklace. Little sister Xianer, as Xiao Moxian put away the necklace, two women entered the garden. Of these two women, one wore a long red dress. She was elegant and mature, her stature tall and proud. The other woman wore a light yellow dress. She was beautiful and charming to the eyes, like the young treasured princess of a family. These two women were Mu Qinyu and Qin Xingxuan. Now, their cultivations had reached the peak divine lord realm. A divine lord powerhouse could live for over 100,000 years. If one didn't factor in foundation and actual combat strength, then, with the support of many resources, it wouldn't be hard for these two women to break into the Holy Lord realm. In the past, when the human race hastily evacuated the divine realm and fled to the wild universe, Mu Qinyu and Qin Xingxuan had been considered non-combatants. Under the arrangements of Empyrean Divine Dream, they had left with the first batch of people. Mu Qinyu noticed the 1,000-mile heart link that Xiao Moxian had just put away. She also knew what use this necklace had, and also knew that Xiao Moxian hadn't found anything just now. My two big sisters have arrived. Xiao Moxian put away her wistful thoughts and revealed a charming smile. In truth, before Lin Ming had been chased down by soaring Feather God King and then disappeared without even a message, Xiao Moxian hadn't actually had much contact with Qin Xingxuan and Mu Qinyu. They didn't know each other to begin with, and there was a large disparity between them in multiple aspects. This made it so that they didn't have many chances to socialize, and their relationship was somewhat estranged. It was only when Lin Ming had disappeared for many years that the three women became much more familiar with each other, as they all were in the same situation. If one ignored the years that Xiao Moxian passed within tragic Death Valley, then she would be considered the youngest of the three women. Thus, she called Mu Qinyu and Qin Xingxuan her big sisters. Huang Er just sent a message. He has arrived at Skyren World and entered Skyren God Palace, Qin Xingxuan said. Lin Huang was the only bloodline left in the world by Lin Ming. In the past, Lin Ming lived the life of a wanderer and often adventured alone in dangerous realms and situations to temper himself. He had gained many enemies and was often being hunted down by others. Thus, due to all these worries, Lin Ming had made the choice to not leave behind his bloodline with Qin Xingxuan and Mu Qinyu. At the time, the two women hadn't thought much about it. But now that Lin Ming had been gone for so many years and none of them knew whether or not he was still alive, the two women felt a great deal of regret. Thus, Xiao Moxian's son Lin Huang had become their common child. At this time, at Skyren World, Lin Huang was standing in a grand hall. He politely bowed, saying, "Junior Lin Huang greets Senior Skyrend." In front of Lin Huang, a tall old man strode down from a divine altar. He had fiery red hair, and his hands were as large as fans. A kind and gentle smile hung on his face. "Lin Huang, it's been over 4,000 years. You've grown up." The breeding of a god beast was an extremely slow process, and this was even more so for Lin Huang, who possessed a heaven-defying bloodline. Chapter 1995, Approaching Crisis. Chapter 1995, Approaching Crisis. The God-lamenting wall was a great enchantment formed from the heavenly Tao laws. It divided the 33 heavens and was incomparably firm. Beneath the mysterious control of the heavenly Tao laws, parts of the God-lamenting wall would periodically weaken like the rise and fall of a tide. But there were also some parts of the God-lamenting wall that were always firm. And for these firm parts of the God-lamenting wall, even a peak Empyrean wouldn't be able to leave behind a trace. Only a true divinity would be able to open up a connection by damaging their cultivation. But this so-called connection was only temporary and couldn't be maintained. For instance, 105,000 years ago, the good fortune Saint Sovereign had targeted Empyrean Primordius, and in order to chase him down, he had formed a connection in the God-lamenting wall. But this connection wasn't able to last too long, and afterwards, the God-lamenting wall had slowly regenerated itself. Yet this time was completely different. The good fortune Saint Sovereign was using famine to carve open a path in the God-lamenting wall. And the method to carve open this path was famine's most formidable ability, swallowing. At its peak, famine was able to swallow the rules of the heavenly Tao, and the God-lamenting wall itself was in truth one of the heavenly Tao's rules. When the good fortune Saint Sovereign tamed famine and constantly fed it the resources of the divine realm, it had slowly recovered towards its past peak level, and now it had gained the ability to swallow the God-lamenting wall. From the images of Divine Dream's letter, the sphere-like famine had turned into a giant red worm that was slowly gnawing away at the God-lamenting wall, like a termite chewing away at wood. This scene left Skyrend Godlord horrified. At this speed, it wouldn't be long before a hole in the God-lamenting wall was eaten away by famine. Lin Huang said, "Senior Skyrend, Senior Divine Dream said that if famine wants to swallow the God-lamenting wall and open a connection, it won't take long. But if it wishes to carve open a giant hole that can be maintained for 1,000 years, this will require a long period of time. A giant hole through the God-lamenting wall that the saints could use to launch their attack had to last for several hundred years, or at least 1,000 years, so that they could transfer oversupplies and information. How long did Divine Dream predict it would take? Skyrend Godlord slowly fell back into his divine throne, his heart flustered as he held onto this letter. Senior Divine Dream is unable to predict that. Lin Huang shook his head. Senior Divine Dream has 2 suggestions. The first is to strengthen the concealing array formations that surround the human living zones so that it will be harder for the saints to find us. The second is to use the Ark of Hope and the Azura Decree to continue exploring into new wild universes and dispatch the elites of humanity to develop these lands. They can form survival regions throughout the 33 heavens to delay the advance of the saints. After all, even famine during his peak would still take an extremely long time boring through a complete God-lamenting wall. I understand, Skyrend Godlord sighed. To go to a new universe and develop a frontier, those were simply superficial words for others to hear. What it truly meant was inevitable bloodshed and sacrifice. This was an extremely difficult and thorny path. Had humanity really reached the ends of the rivers and hills? Had they been hunted down by an enemy race to such a degree? This tribulation, would the human race really survive? Thinking of that intangible and unknowable future, Skyrend Godlord felt a heavy weight on his shoulders. He had already lived for 80 million years and didn't have much longer left. He didn't know if he would be able to witness the future rise of humanity in the years he had left. With humanity in such a perilous position, tumbling on the edge of destruction, if they wanted to reform their glorious martial arts civilization, then they needed a dominating leader. And the current leader was Empyrean Divine Dream. She was also the only true divinity-level powerhouse of the human race. However, in Skyrend Godlord's opinion, although Divine Dream had amazing talent, she was still far from being able to threaten the good fortune Saint Sovereign. When one reached the boundaries of true divinity, each step became incomparably difficult. Moreover, the good fortune Saint Sovereign also possessed an avatar in famine. But besides Divine Dream, there was still Emperor Sakya, who was diligently working towards breaking into the realm of true divinity. His natural talent was amazing, but in the eyes of Skyrend Godlord, the most he'd be able to achieve was to reach heights similar to Divine Dream. This was far from enough. Finally, the only one remaining was Lin Huang. Skyrend Godlord looked towards Lin Huang and slowly stood up. He walked in front of Lin Huang and set a heavy hand on his shoulder. "Senior Skyrend," Lin Huang said, a bit overwhelmed. "I am old now. If another great war erupts between the saints and humanity, I will be part of the main force of that war. Whether or not I will be able to survive, I don't know. I've lived for so long, and I know that it is no longer possible for me to try and step into true divinity. I do not fear death, but what I fear is that I won't see a glimmer of hope for our people before I die. If possible, I hope that you will be able to grow enough to reach the heights that your father did in the past. I know this is a heavy burden to place on you, but thinking of your father, the point at which he started was far lower than where you began. You were born a chosen pride of heaven, but your father was born a commoner in the lower realms. In terms of talent, resources, masters, and so forth, the disparity cannot even be compared with clouds and mud. The road he once walked is also one that you can walk." As Skyrend Godlord spoke, he pressed both his hands down on Lin Huang's shoulders, earnestly looking him in the face. Lin Huang was humanity's hope, but this hope wasn't enough. Lin Huang was indeed one of the chosen prides of heaven. After he was born, he was able to study all sorts of transcendent divine mights, and in resources or teachers, he was able to freely choose whoever he wished. If he continued at this pace, becoming a true divinity wouldn't be too difficult for him. But becoming a true divinity was far from enough for being able to resist this great calamity. The saints also had people in the ranks of their younger generations capable of becoming true divinities. For instance, the good fortune Saint's son, or for instance, the recently emerged Imperial Prince Shishan, who was basking in the current limelight. In just the younger generation of the saints alone, there were 3 people capable of becoming true divinities. And beyond that, the saints also had 3 actual true divinities. If Lin Huang were to lead the forces of humanity in the future to battle with the saints, surpassing those 3 juniors wasn't what was difficult. What was truly difficult was surpassing the boundary of the good fortune Saint Sovereign. In just this alone, the chance of Lin Huang succeeding with his speed of growth was 0. It had to be known that even an upper true divinity wasn't able to defeat the good fortune Saint Sovereign. Lin Huang also once secretly traveled to the Azure Road and completed the final trial. His completion percentage had been 88%, a single percent lower than Sheng Mei's second time in the final trial. The truth was that this was already a result he could be proud of. Sheng Mei cultivated the grand reincarnation art, but Lin Huang didn't. The phoenix nirvanas that he underwent through the virtue of his bloodline ultimately weren't able to compare with the grand reincarnation arc. But Lin Huang wasn't satisfied with this. His goal was to achieve a score above 90%, perhaps even reaching the heights his father once reached. I understand. I will try harder. Lin Huang grit his teeth. In the eyes of the juniors in the wild universe, the name of Lin Huang was blinding. To them, he was an existence that none of them could compare with. But in Lin Huang's eyes, he was far too weak. His goal was his father, the legendary man, whose presence continued to drive him forwards, who continued to bring glory to him, but yet also continued to place a tremendous pressure on him. In the past, his father had only been 100-some years old, but he was able to stir fear in the hearts of the saint race's good fortune saint sovereign. This fear was so great that even soaring feather god king was sent out to hunt him down. But currently Lin Huang was far from being such a deterring strength. Child, I can feel that your inner world seems as if it's in a hurry to break into the half-step Empyrean realm. But don't be too impatient. If you want to have great achievements in the future, you will need to form a solid foundation. Your father's myth was not brought about by his cultivation speed, but by the depths of the laws he perceived, the lucky chances he accumulated, the experiences he underwent, and all the other things in his life that made him who he was. Your road is still long. Even if you break into the half-step Empyrean realm and increase your battle strength, you still won't be any help in the next war between humanity and the saints. But if you were to perish, then that would be an immeasurable loss for the human race. Skyrend Godlord earnestly said from the depths of his heart. Lin Huang nodded. Cultivation speed wasn't everything. On the road of martial arts, one needed patience. A bean sprout could grow in a single day, and a field of rice could be harvested in several months. But a true divinity-level spirit medicine required hundreds of millions of years to breed. Bean sprouts and rice were only the food of mortals. They ate this to survive, to appease their hunger. But true divinity-level spirit medicines were treasures that countless large influences would fight over. If one was planted in a sect, it would become the supreme treasure of that sect, a single fruit able to change the destiny of a powerhouse. What Lin Huang was now was such a heavenly material. He lacked tempering, but what he had that his father didn't was time. He would have time to grow until he could one day shoulder humanity's burden. This was a difficult and thorny road. Chapter 1996, The Sixth Reincarnation. Chapter 1996, The Sixth Reincarnation. Kia, in the divine realm, in a small world adjacent to the Crimson Light world, there was a planet called the East Blue Planet. This planet was 250 million miles in diameter, several times larger than the Sky Spill Planet. However, this planet was simply too far away from the Crimson Light world's main continent. It was a part of a small world near the Crimson Light world and also had no masters, thus no one paid attention to East Blue Planet. 6,500 years ago, when the divine realm fell to its enemies, the many holy lands of the Crimson Light world were destroyed by the saints, and a massive number of human masters perished in battle. As for the extremely distant East Blue Planet, it was also looted in the calamity. At that time, the number one sect of the East Blue Planet, the East Blue sect, was targeted by a squad of saints. This squad ordered the Blue East sect to hand over all their spirit medicines, resources, and cultivation methods. Otherwise, they would completely annihilate the entire East Blue Planet and all their families. The leader of this saint squad was only a Saint Lord realm powerhouse, but the East Blue sect was a mere 7th grade sect, and the sect's strongest, highest elder was also at the Divine Lord realm. The other sovereigns and elders were at the Divine Transformation realm, and when they heard these demands, they were incensed and wished to fight them. But they also knew that facing the invasion of the saints, They were nothing but a bunch of ants, simply unworthy of mentioning. They had no choice but to accept their fate. However, they didn't think that after they had meekly handed over all their resources, the Saint Ray Squad would also demand to take away 100 young girls from the East Blue sect to use as living furnaces. And amongst these girls was the daughter of the East Blue sect's sovereign. This enraged the disciples of the East Blue sect. They fought with the Saint Ray Squad and killed off many of their martial artists, but there were even more Saint martial artists that managed to flee. What came after that was the brutal retaliation of the Saints. A peak Saint Lord powerhouse arrived and slew the highest ancestor of the East Blue sect before killing all the masters within the sect. Some of the young girls within the sect dreaded the horrible fates they would have to suffer and committed suicide. These actions touched upon the nerves of the Saints. They began a massacre on the East Blue planet, killing billions and billions of humans. At that time, everyone ran away in panic. Some descendants of the East Blue sect were lucky enough to escape the destruction. With their sect near collapse, the remnants of some other sects that were slaughtered by the Saints arrived at the small world where the East Blue planet was. They joined together with the East Blue sect. Within these remnants, there were some disciples that were once part of the ancient Phoenix clan and ancient Dragon clan. If one were to trace the ancient Phoenix clan and ancient Dragon clan to their origins, it would be that some powerhouses had ventured into the god-beast mystic realm where they found the corpses of 4 god-beasts. Afterwards, the 4 god-beast clans were established, and they slowly developed into Holy Lord and World King level influences. In the calamity of the divine realm, an influence like the 4 god-beast clans naturally weren't able to escape the cleansing. The ancient Phoenix clan was in a much luckier position. Because of their relationship with Lin Ming, they were especially looked after during the evacuation. Some masters of their clan, and some people who were related to Lin Ming went to the wild universe. But the ancient Phoenix clan had 72 palaces, and a massive number of their disciples were either killed in the great calamity or sent scattering in all directions. Some of these exiled disciples gathered at the East Blue planet where they formed a new joint organization with the survivors of the other great influences called the Heaven and Earth Alliance. The Heaven and Earth Alliance had gathered the inheritances of many sects. The cultivation's methods were disorderly and confusingly diverse. After the divine realm was captured by the Saints, they simply didn't allow humans to possess inheritances at the Holy Lord level or above. As soon as they discovered any hints of this, it would be completely eliminated. In addition to the previous looting, the inheritances of the Heaven and Earth Alliance now looked like a complete mess to any high-level martial artist. Thus, a strange scene occurred on the East Blue planet. Formed on this planet was a large influence with over 1 billion disciples and extremely complex internal relationships, the Heaven and Earth Alliance. At the same time, the Heaven and Earth Alliance had no singular master. Its structure was loose, and it possessed all sorts of inheritances. Even so, within East Blue planet, and even the small world that the East Blue planet was located in, the Heaven and Earth Alliance was the martial arts holy land that all young human martial artists yearned to join. The Heaven and Earth Alliance recruited disciples every 10 years, and the scene of these disciples being tested was extremely glorious. These young martial artists came from planets far and wide. They exhausted all of their strength and cunning to pass the inspection and enter the Heaven and Earth Alliance. This was because besides the Heaven and Earth Alliance, there was no other place they could find such a level of inheritances. In this age, this was just how pitiful human martial artists had become. Even if someone was gifted, even if someone was talented, if they couldn't find a cultivation method jade slip, if they couldn't find a master, if they didn't have resources, then any talent they had was wasted. If Lin Ming were to live during this time, even he wouldn't be able to grow. When Lin Ming was in the lower realms, he had managed to make do with the scarce resources there. But once he ascended to the divine realm, he entered the ancient Phoenix clan and was even cared for by Empyrean Divine Dream and Empyrean Vast Universe afterwards. All of this was outside help, not to mention anything else. Without Empyrean Divine Dreams help, Lin Ming wouldn't even have been able to enter the Azura Road, and it would have been impossible for him to study the Azura Heavenly Tao. The inheritance location of the Heaven and Earth Alliance was called the Heavenly Sutra Pavilion. Every time a new disciple was recruited into the Heaven and Earth Alliance, they would be allowed to enter Heavenly Sutra Pavilion to choose cultivation method jade slips dependent on the results of their trial. This was the most exciting time for the new disciples. They would never have imagined that such a huge amount of inheritances would be at their hands. However, there were far too many scattered inheritances in Heavenly Sutra Pavilion. When disciples entered, they had a limited amount of time. Oftentimes, they weren't able to maximize their harvests. As a group of young disciples rushed into Heavenly Sutra Pavilion in high spirits, what greeted them was a middle-aged man in tattered robes, reclining in a chair. This middle-aged man seemed to be around 30 to 40 years of age. He had a long beard and a face that was weathered from the winds and cold. There was a pot of wine in his hands, and he was sloppily dressed. But what was strange was that his eyes didn't seem listless and blurry as expected, but were bright and lively, just like the eyes of a youth. You may enter. Each of you has 6 hours to choose a cultivation method. The middle-aged man indifferently said as he drank some wine. His indifference seemed to give off a feeling that he was someone who had seen through life and death. Seeing this middle-aged man, the young disciples were inexplicably shocked. "Who is this uncle?" Someone secretly asked with a sound transmission. "He is the caretaker of Heavenly Sutra Pavilion. Don't look down on him. It is said that he knows of every cultivation method within Heavenly Sutra Pavilion. If he is willing, he can help any disciple who enters Heavenly Sutra Pavilion find the most suitable cultivation method for them in a short period of time." A senior apprentice brother of the Heaven and Earth Alliance explained with a sound transmission. "Oh, then should we ask him and see if he can help us look for a cultivation method? Don't expect anything from him. Normally, he won't respond to any questions at all, but sometimes he will give some pointers even if you don't speak to him. This senior has an eccentric personality." As the disciples were rapidly speaking to each other, the middle-aged man had leaned back in his chair and had started to sleep. This middle-aged man was the 6th reincarnation of Lin Ming. At this time, 3,500 years had passed since Lin Ming's last trip into the final trial. Lin Ming had re-entered the Azura Road during his 4th reincarnation and cultivated in the final trial's 7th level for 500 years, consolidating his great world king realm cultivation in a single period. He also fully opened the natal life Tao Palace there and underwent his 5th reincarnation. Then he left the Azura Road and swam through the divine realm. Lin Ming's 5th reincarnation was spent wandering the divine realm's starry skies. He absorbed the vast world power of the divine realm, using it to nourish his world seed. This tempering continued for 2,000 years. During these 2,000 years, Lin Ming cultivated to the peak of the great world king realm, just a step away from the half-step Empyrean realm. This was only a step away, and the current Lin Ming could break through at any moment if he wanted to. But Lin Ming didn't choose to make this breakthrough. When there was nothing but a fragile layer as thin as a soap bubble separating him from the half-step Empyrean realm, he chose this time to undergo his 6th reincarnation. His cultivation fell once more. Then he arrived at the East Blue planet, manifesting himself as a young disciple where he entered the Heaven and Earth Alliance. The reason he chose this place was because the Heaven and Earth Alliance had a complex relationship with the ancient Phoenix clan. Lin Ming was someone who remembered his old friendships and relations. He came here because it was his nature and also to finish this circle of karma. 200 years after Lin Ming entered the Heaven and Earth Alliance, he became a caretaker of Heavenly Sutra Pavilion. He quietly perceived this tranquility, as opposed to the fighting and slaughtering of his fourth reincarnation, as opposed to the lonely cultivation of his fifth reincarnation. Lin Ming spent his sixth reincarnation here, living a free-willed and easy life, as if he were a crane in the skies. But in these tranquil days, Lin Ming saw the cruel reality that many youths had to face. They lived at the twilight of the human race. From birth, they faced the fate of becoming slaves. They were forgotten slaves. After some of these people were born to the day they died, they never encountered the oppression of the saints. Sometimes they never even saw a single member of the saints. But this wasn't because the saints showed them mercy, but because they didn't have any value that the saints could squeeze out from them. Once they showed value, the saints would wildly plunder from them. Humanity was like crops planted by the saints. Every now and then they would come to harvest them and take away all their valuables. However, many human youths were resigned to live such fates. They dreamed of being able to grasp hold of their own destiny. They dreamed of the day when humanity would slaughter their way back into the divine realm and retake their homeland. Then they could also help with the revival of humanity. Even if they were to die a heroic death in battle, it would be far better than living out their lives in this hopeless world. However, in this world, those that could control their own destinies were a minority. There were slightly more of these people in the saints, and nearly none amongst the human race. And even with nearly zero chance of success, many human martial artists still desperately struggled forwards. Perhaps this was the bravery of martial artists, or perhaps this was because of the hot-blooded spirit of the young. But in short, no matter the reason, they did. Entering the Heaven and Earth Alliance was their first step, but even after passing through layers upon layers of eliminations, grasping that less than 10,000th chance to enter this place of learning, they came to discover that they had only touched upon the beginning of their road. They stood at the base of a mountain peak, having not even taken a single step upwards, and that mountain peak was actually as large as a planet. Chapter 1997, Struggle Against Fate. Chapter 1997, Struggle Against Fate. Young disciples ventured out to search for lucky chances. They hoped to find ruins at the Holy Lord level or above, or perhaps even find some incomplete cultivation methods that would allow them to break into a higher realm. Of course, the chances of this occurring were far too slim. The famous mystic realms of the divine realm were long since controlled by the saints, and wanting to find a land of inheritance in the open wilderness was as difficult as looking for a needle in a haystack. Thus, with this great mountain in front of them, even in their entire lives, they wouldn't be able to ascend the base of the mountain. This was what all humans within the divine realm faced, even if they desperately fought in the wild, recklessly journeying out to search for lucky chances. Even if they used every waking moment of their lives to meditate, they still wouldn't be able to escape the shackles of their fate. These shackles were like a great cage, and they were animals raised in this cage. These fearless juniors were filled with hopes as they entered the Heaven and Earth Alliance. They paid with their youth and sweat as they attempted to use their blood to write their own glorious chapter in life. However, within the slowly passing river of time, their sweat and blood flowed in and faded away. In the end, all they obtained was an unchangeable truth and a body that gradually died from old age. These were the lucky ones. The unlucky ones died in the wilderness. Their bodies eventually turned to dust until no sign of them was left remaining in this world. This Heaven and Earth Alliance had a grand name and was the dream of many human youths. But in the 3,000 great worlds of the divine realm, there were innumerable organizations like this. This was the greatest influence that humanity could form under their present situation, an influence that could fuel their hopes and dreams. Without having experienced suffering and oppression, it was impossible to imagine how people who lived such hopeless lives could still fervently thirst for the revival and glory of their race. This obsession had carved itself into their very beings, flowing with their life and sharing a destiny with them. Humans were creatures that were easily affected by those who surrounded them. As everyone was desperately risking everything in these troubled times, even those listless people would be dragged along, eventually becoming strong and brave. Like a country on the brink of extinction, there would be those people with high and lofty ideals who threw up their heads and showered the people with their hot-blooded courage. In this situation, Lin Ming saw some old people within the Heaven and Earth Alliance that left a deep impression on him. Some of these old people diligently struggled all their lives, and yet weren't able to accomplish anything. Sometimes they didn't even manage to break into the divine transformation realm, their hearts filled with sorrow and unwillingness as they left the mortal coil alone. But there were some old people that before their death would call a junior to their side and give voice to all their grief and indignation. They would pass on their hopes and wishes, saying words such as, "When our people in the wild universe return to the divine realm in glory, do not forget the sacrifices of your ancestors." However, these two types of old men weren't the ones that left the deepest impression upon Lin Ming. The ones Lin Ming couldn't forget the most were a third kind. These people had entered the Heaven and Earth Alliance during their youth. They ventured out again and again, searching for lucky chances, and then secluding themselves to bitterly cultivate. Even when old age arrived, and they still didn't have any achievements, they never gave up on the hope that burned in their hearts. They took out some fragmented map pieces from ancient books and carefully compared them. Then, betting everything on this faint hope, they spent the last years of their lives exploring the universe. They earnestly prepared for this journey, but in truth, all they had were some ordinary weapons, pots of wine, and some inferior medicines. They called on several of their companions and then strode forwards. But in truth, they had already passed the age where they could soar into the skies. Even if they really did find some ancient ruins, it wouldn't be too beneficial to them. Still, they continued moving forwards, welcoming the winds and rain, welcoming the slowly falling sun, firmly climbing up that planet-sized mountain peak. This was a journey that they didn't regret. Perhaps outsiders wouldn't be able to understand their reason for doing so. The end was already decided for them, and all their futile efforts only served to stand in stark contrast to the work and energy they put into it. It was hard to imagine just what meaning there was in continuing to explore the world when they were at the twilight of their years. However, Lin Ming knew that when they reached this step, what they chased was not a chance to become a stronger powerhouse. What they chased was a belief when they died. This belief would allow them to confidently say, in order to resist destiny, I struggled with everything I had. When 6 hours passed, Lin Ming watched as those youths who had just become disciples of the Heaven and Earth Alliance finished their trip into the Heavenly Sutra Pavilion. He continued to quietly drink his wine. He had a premonition that he wouldn't be able to stay here much longer. He wouldn't be able to watch these youths continue to age. Although Lin Ming had stayed in this quiet corner of the universe for these past years and hadn't heard of anything important occurring between humanity and the saints, he had a feeling that surged within him telling him that something would happen soon, something that would change the world. The reasoning behind this feeling was impossible to explain. It was a feeling that those with a great destiny felt when they were so immersed in karmic ties that they unconsciously deduced cause and effect and were able to sense upcoming disasters. Lin Ming sat in meditation, tranquilly waiting for the eve of this storm to arrive. Soon, he planned to break into the half-step Empyrean realm that he had suppressed for far too long already. At the same time, he would open up another Tao palace and also have the little black dragon grow to 1,000 miles in length, having it become a half-grown adult. He could not avoid the surging waves of the world, even if he didn't yet possess the ability to resist the good fortune Saint's sovereign. He wouldn't sit idly by and do nothing again. In this next wave, humanity truly might be completely destroyed. Lin Ming slowly opened his eyes. The first sight that greeted him was a young girl. This young girl was an excellent talent in Lin Ming's eyes. If the world was returned to the peaceful era of 6,000 years ago, she possessed the ability to become a peak holy lord. And if she had resources, she would even have a chance of becoming a world king. This was an Empyrean descendant level of talent. But what a pity! The reality was that the saints would not allow her to grow. Lin Ming had paid attention to this young girl. It wasn't just because of her talent, but because her last name was Yen. This young girl came from the ancient Phoenix clan and was acquainted with Lin Ming. 6,000 years ago, a girl called Yen Little Moon appeared within the Yen family. When Lin Ming traveled to Fire Spirit Star and the God-Beast mystic realm in the past, he had worked with Yen Little Moon for some time. There was karma that tied them together. This young girl was called Yen Kur. When the ancient Phoenix clan collapsed, the remnant lineages of the ancient Phoenix clan still retained a small amount of ancient Phoenix blood. After Yen Kur was born, the Yen family sensed her great talent and poured into her body the limited ancient Phoenix blood they had left. The truth was that if this was several thousand years ago, this ancient Phoenix blood would have only been the lowest grade of Phoenix blood in the ancient Phoenix clan. But in the current era, this was the most precious treasure that the ancient Phoenix clan's remnant lineages could bring out. This child was their hope, even if everyone knew that this hope was extremely uncertain. High Master, the nameless jade slick that you chose for me before was indeed extremely suitable for me. I studied it for several months and obtained great harvest from it. I am now confident that I will be able to perfectly break into life destruction, and in the future, I might even be able to complete the full 9 stages of life destruction, forming a 6-mile or even 9-mile origin energy cloud. Yen Kur said with longing and hope in her voice. But as Lin Ming heard this, he sighed. The geniuses of humanity had been reduced to a point where just a 9-mile origin energy cloud, 9th stage life destruction, was considered amazing. He looked at Yen Kur. He could see from her shy and timid expression that the reason she came here today was to thank him and also ask him to help her choose a cultivation method, as well as discuss some problems she had with her training. High Master, Yen Kur lightly called out. When she was just a dozen some years old, she had met Lin Ming. This High Master had given her a great deal of advice, many times. The seemingly insignificant pieces of advice left her perceiving them for many days, whereupon she would end up greatly benefiting from them. As she grew stronger, she felt more and more that this High Master was someone with a long story behind him, and his strength was also a mystery. She had once quietly asked the elder of the Yen family about him. However, the elder couldn't detect anything unusual about Lin Ming. According to his inner world, he was only at the early divine transformation realm. In addition, he had been able to look up the time at which Lin Ming had entered the Heaven and Earth Alliance. They were able to track his growth from the time he was a youth until present. It was hard for anyone to think he was actually some peak master. But even so, Yen Kur still stubbornly believed that Lin Ming was hiding his depths. From the outside, he looked like a lazy and melancholic individual, and the people of the Heaven and Earth Alliance also thought this. But Yen Kur could faintly feel that the reasoning behind his attitude had to do with his hidden story. Perhaps this High Master was a holy lord. Yen Kur had once come up with this bold guess, but this guess even shocked her. She shook her head, unable to believe it. It would have been far too strange. However, No matter what Lin Ming was, the truth was that he was the person she respected the most. The advice he gave her was far more useful than any teachings of the Yen family elders. This pavilion, you should no longer come here. As Lin Ming saw that Yen Kur was just about to ask him what jade slips to choose, he suddenly said this to her. Yen Kur was stunned. Hi, master. What did you say? There is no meaning for you to train any longer. Lin Ming continued to drink his wine as he slowly shook his head. Women, in particular beautiful women who have reached the Divine Lord realm, will experience disaster if they are discovered by the saints. With the saints ruling the divine realm, there was no punishment for a saint killing a human. The saints could freely plunder anything they wished from humanity, including even the virginity of young human girls. For beautiful human girls with extremely high degrees of talent, perhaps it was better if they weren't born in this world. In a situation where they didn't have the ability to protect themselves, it was easy for the saints to capture them and use them as living furnaces. But if they grew strong enough that they could kill some minor juniors of the saint race, then this would draw the attention of even stronger saint martial artists. This was because the stronger a woman was, the greater the advantages that could be obtained from them. Thus, their situations only became worse. Moreover, it was impossible for low-level human girls to conceal their cultivations in front of saint race powerhouses. Once they were discovered, their fates would be miserable. Yen Kuder blushed as Lin Ming first started speaking, but by the time he finished, she had turned pale white. She naturally knew what this disaster really was. Let me ask you a question. Even if you know the fate that possibly awaits you in the future, will you still choose to become a powerhouse? Lin Ming clearly and unhurriedly asked as his eyes turned towards Yen Kur. Chapter 1998, Setting Off on a Journey. Chapter 1998, Setting Off on a Journey. Facing Lin Ming's question, Yen Kur was stunned. If she were to be captured by the saints because of her breakthroughs in strength and then made into a living furnace, that would be a life worse than death. But as she thought of living a life of mediocrity, never being able to display her talent and wasting her days until her end game, Yen Kur felt a heaviness on her heart that she couldn't explain. She could not accept such a destiny. Sometimes, the most painful thing in life wasn't being defeated in struggling against destiny, but never being given a meaningful chance to struggle against destiny to begin with. This was what left others wallowing in despair. Thinking of this, Yen Kur clenched her teeth and said, Even if I know that such a fate might await me, I will still continue to cultivate and grow stronger. I understand. Lin Ming sighed. Since that is the choice you have made, I have nothing left to say. At midnight, come to the 9th room of Ancient Phoenix Hall. Lin Ming spoke these words and left. A stunned Yen Kur was left behind. Ancient Phoenix Hall. This was a training chamber established by the remnant bloodlines of the Ancient Phoenix clan. Only martial artists of the Ancient Phoenix clan were allowed to use it. And as a genius of the Ancient Phoenix clan, she was naturally granted a chamber to use. This was room number 9. But Lin Ming shouldn't have the qualifications to enter this training chamber, and he should know that hers was the 9th room. Although she was puzzled, she still went to the 9th room in Ancient Phoenix Hall at midnight. However, she didn't see Lin Ming. All she saw was a farewell letter, and in addition to that was a spatial ring. Seeing this spatial ring, Yen Kur was startled. This seemed to be an extremely high-quality spatial ring, far surpassing the ones she normally saw. If she was only startled when seeing the spatial ring, then after probing its contents with her divine sense, she was thoroughly shaken. Within the spatial ring were jade slips of all shapes and colors, over 100 in total. Just from looking at their luster, one could feel the heart shaking. This was the aura left behind by the vast river of time, or from the fluctuations of powerhouses' energy. One could instantly see that these were extraordinary treasures. These were inheritances. Yen Kutter sucked in a deep breath and continued investigating. Although she only had a life destruction realm cultivation, she could still distinguish the approximate rank of these inheritances. In particular, some of these inheritances still had messages carved into them, indicating the realm and life experiences of their maker. They shouldn't be wrong. In a time when the saints strictly controlled or eliminated most of humanity's inheritances, she had suddenly obtained over 100 sets. A small number of these inheritances could even be cultivated from the life destruction realm to almost the Empyrean realm. It was as if they were custom-made for her. Such a massive and rich wealth of inheritances was something that not even the grand library of the ancient Phoenix clan headquarters in the past would have. But now, all of this had fallen into her hands, left behind by that mysterious High Master. Yen Kutter felt this all unbelievable. After these inheritance jade slips, there was even a massive number of pills and also some spirit artifacts. These pills alone had such a potent medicinal fragrance that Yen Kutter was left speechless. When Lin Ming was in the final trial's 7th level where he had to swallow the demon relic's power, he had consumed almost all the high-quality pills he had. As for these low-level pills, he kept them, occasionally giving away a portion of them. Even so, to the martial artists of the Heaven and Earth Alliance, these were priceless treasures. High Master, just who is he? Yen Kutter was flustered. Then, she suddenly recalled the letter that Lin Ming left behind for her. She dazedly opened it and saw that the letter was completely blank, without a single letter. But as she touched this letter with her hand, a vast soul force broke into her spiritual sea, transmitting information through her spirit mark. It was only at this time that she realized Lin Ming had left, and he hadn't said whether or not he would return. But Yen Kutter felt that the High Master had permanently left this small world and wouldn't return. Yen Kutter was a little disappointed. Before he left, he had left behind these jade slips and told Yen Kutter that she could do with these cultivation method jade slips as she pleased. She could quietly hoard the treasure and cultivate on her own, or she could share them with others. But with every additional person that she shared them with, the potential dangers in her future would be that much greater. If news of the jade slips were to be revealed, the entire Heaven and Earth Alliance would face the threat of imminent destruction. Before this, Lin Ming hadn't truly supported the Heaven and Earth Alliance. This was because he knew that too much support would only draw the attention of the saints. If so, the consequences could be imagined. And in the divine realm, it was impossible for Lin Ming to personally defend the Heaven and Earth Alliance. Otherwise, he would be in danger if the saints were to discover his continued existence. Before he truly left, he had left behind a rich and varied number of cultivation method jade slips with Yen Kutter. She could keep them to herself, share with the entire Heaven and Earth Alliance, or only share with a select number of people. But no matter what her choice was once made, they would have to bear the consequences of their decision. Every person was responsible for their own choices, regardless of whether that meant glory or destruction. This was the price of struggling against destiny. Looking at these jade slips, Yen Kutter couldn't find the words to say for a long time. That mysterious High Master had left just like this. In the end, who was he and what was his identity? And these jade slips, what should she do with them? Yen Kutter grit her teeth. She turned around and walked away, going to the room where the patriarch of the ancient Phoenix clan, remnant bloodlines, was. At this time, Lin Ming had already left the small world where the East Blue planet was located. He entered Crimson Light World, and with incredible speed he flew towards the border zone of the Divine Realm and the Saint Convocation Heavens. Lin Ming planned on entering the Saint Race's Saint Convocation Heaven. Ever since the Divine Realm was annexed by the Saints, the saints opened many channels between the divine realm and the saint convocation heavens. Each channel was wide enough to fit several planets. This was in order to facilitate easier transportation of plundered goods. These channels were tightly controlled by saint race martial artists. They forbade any human from passing through. However, no matter how strict the saint race was in defending these channels, they couldn't send a true divinity to guard them. With Lin Ming having undergone his multiple rebirths, and in addition to his horrifying soul force and bodily rebirth technique, even if a true divinity personally came, here they still might not be able to find anything. Looking at the boundless saint race armies that continued to pass in and out, it would be incredibly difficult to find Lin Ming. Moreover, the ones currently responsible for guarding the channels were only saint race world kings. Thus, the innumerable checkpoints within these channels existed only in name to Lin Ming. He easily took on the appearance of a saint martial artist and passed through. In the saint race's territory, Lin Ming was even more relaxed. He used the Great Void Shift and rapidly passed through saint convocation heaven. His goal was the soul world, Akashic dream battlefield, ancient galactic battlefield. This was a place where Lin Ming had to go. His goal was to find Ruby and convince her to help him. In the past, Empyrean Divine Seal had the help of Fishy. If Lin Ming could obtain Ruby's help, his ability to control the magic cube would rise to a whole new level. Moreover, Ruby's comprehensions of the laws left Lin Ming dumbfounded. When he was grasping the principles atop the shrine platforms at Fallen God Mountain, Ruby didn't need to use any energy or effort to see the law markings left behind by Immortal Sovereign. To her, it was all as easy as a fish swimming through water. This wasn't something that Lin Ming could compare with. In the end, Lin Ming cultivated and perceived the laws, but Ruby herself was condensed from the laws. She was a manifestation of the laws. Before returning to the wild universe, Lin Ming had to do something. That was to go to Immemorial Imperial City and undo the bindings of the ancient Elysium seal and deal with Famine's soul. However, 6 billion years ago, Famine had been an extreme true divinity. It was even possible that before it was injured and forced to cooperate with the saints, it might have been in existence approaching the Azura Road Master and Immortal Sovereign. Even if Famine was defeated and its soul sealed and suppressed for 6 billion years, it was still an extremely terrifying existence. Lin Ming didn't have full confidence he could deal with Famine's soul, but if he had Ruby's help, his chance of success would be much higher. The junction point between the saints and spiritas was even more tightly controlled, but they still couldn't stop Lin Ming's steps. He used his same trick and easily passed through. Then Lin Ming changed his appearance into that of a spiritus genius. He infiltrated his way into a small sect and obtained a token to enter the Akashic Dream battlefield, staying with the sect until the Akashic Dream battlefield opened. The slaughter within the Akashic Dream battlefield would continue for 3 years. When Lin Ming arrived at this spiritual universe and saw the Emperor God Wall, his heart was filled with emotion. He swept his eyes over the Emperor God Wall and saw the name he had once left behind, Polar Ice Lin. He also saw Xing Mei's name that was beside his own. For over 6,000 years, no one had been able to surpass them. Chapter 1999, Seeing Ruby Once More. Chapter 1999, Seeing Ruby Once More. Within the Akashic Dream universe, many places were under the suppression of the laws. The Akashic Dream battlefield was such a place. Every martial artist that entered the Akashic Dream battlefield would have their cultivation suppressed to the Divine Lord Realm, a realm equivalent to the Soul Lord Realm amongst the spiritas. As for those who had yet to reach that level, their cultivation would be forcefully increased. Although everyone was suppressed to the same cultivation realm, one's comprehension of laws and one's cultivation methods were still maintained. In other words, Empyrean powerhouses in the Akashic Dream battlefield could still instantly wipe out the lives of several hundred Soul Lord Juniors in a single attack. In the past, when Lin Ming entered the Akashic Dream battlefield, he was one of those protected by the laws. He utilized these laws to strike down Empyrean myriad ghosts whose cultivation had been limited. But now, Lin Ming was the one who was being limited by the laws. Although his cultivation had been lowered, when one considered his comprehension of laws, his cultivation methods, and his bloodlines, he was likely the most terrifying divine Lord powerhouse to ever appear in the history of trial challengers that entered the Akashic Dream battlefield. The Akashic Dream battlefield was extremely broad. In such a vast land, it was hard to find a single little girl. However, Lin Ming actually knew just where Ruby frequently liked to go. He launched his movement technique, had started flying towards a place from his memories. Soon, he saw a great canyon before him. Many martial artists had gathered in this canyon. Seeing this, Lin Ming smiled. Lin Ming was familiar with this canyon. The first time Lin Ming entered the Akashic Dream battlefield, this was where he found Ruby. This place was called the Soul Cave, and it was Ruby's home. This was an incredibly deep cave. Within were countless soul beasts formed from the spiritual energy of the Akashic Dream universe. There were also many other dangers like gates of gods and ghosts or even wild soul storms. At this time, more and more martial artists were gathering at the entrance of the Soul Cave. These were disciples who came from large influences all over the soul world. Generally speaking, disciples of small influences didn't dare to enter the Soul Cave. These people were waiting until they gathered enough manpower to forcefully open the soul force field that blocked the entrance of the Soul Cave. Entering the Soul Cave carried with it a considerable risk, but they had to do this in order to seek out precious medicines that were bred within the Soul Cave by the source soul force within. To the Spiritas, these spirit medicines were supreme treasures. But outside the Soul Cave's entrance, a mass of purple fog shrouded the area. This purple fog was a sort of force field, and if one wished to enter, they had to break past this purple fog force field. This required an extremely formidable strength. In less than an hour, the trial challengers managed to gather enough strength. They arranged a battle array, preparing to puncture through the force field with everything they had. But suddenly, the purple fog outside the Soul Cave gently trembled. This feeling was like a plume of smoke being pierced through by a swallow, and a part of that smoke being carried away. The trial challengers were startled for some time. What was going on? They weren't sure whether or not someone had entered, but thinking about it, just who was able to instantly pass through this force field, so fast that they couldn't even see their shadow. Thus, the trial challengers continued to revolve and gather their energy, intending to open a path through the force field. By now, Lin Ming had already entered the Soul Cave. He instantly crossed several miles in a single step, passing through the Soul Cave's gate of ghosts and gods, bypassing the soul storms, and avoiding the dreadful soul beasts. In truth, these horrifying soul beasts didn't pose any threat to Lin Ming, or it could be more accurate to say that they never felt Lin Ming pass by them to begin with. As Lin Ming arrived in the deepest parts of the Soul Cave, he suddenly slowed down. By this time, his figure began to slowly condense into reality, like a bunch of remnant shadows that were being gathered up. In the deepest depths of the Soul Cave, there were beautiful underground mountains and rivers. Because of the rich soul force here, it had condensed into soul springs that flowed down these mountains. Fascinating to the extreme. In front of these beautiful mountains and rivers was a gorilla-like soul beast. This soul beast was golden color, and its body was towering and large, its physique thickly corded with vigorous muscles. It was the master of this land. In normal times, It would be the absolute nightmare of any trial challengers who entered the Soul Cave. Even a peak Great World King was extremely likely to be torn to shreds if they faced this terrifying soul beast while being suppressed by the laws. After Lin Ming appeared, the golden gorilla was shocked. Then shock turned to anger. It tried to attack Lin Ming, but Lin Ming only kept his back to the soul beast, not even sparing it a glance. Lin Ming's eyes were focused on a place high above the mountains, as if he were looking at something. He had a focused look in his eyes. This disregard was undoubtedly a great challenge and provocation against the authority of the golden gorilla, but for some unknown reason, this originally eager-to-battle golden gorilla could feel a soul aura from this tiny human that made its heart quake. This aura caused it to slowly retreat. Then, it turned and ran. Lin Ming didn't care about this. He continued to look up 60 degrees into the air. The end of his vision was a section of rock that bulged out from the mountain. On this rock was a spirit medicine. A small amount of soul force-condensed spring water was gently falling down over this spirit medicine and sprinkling it, causing it to emit a faint medicinal fragrance. After an incense stick of time, a light red glow of energy slowly gathered behind this spirit medicine. Then, like a thick fog being blown away to reveal red flowers, a red-clothed little girl appeared. She sat on that rock outcropping. Her bare feet and her small calves rocked back and forth in rhythm. Her toes dipped into a spirit spring, causing small circles to ripple outwards. This little girl was Ruby. She was exactly the same as when Lin Ming first saw her. Even though over 6,000 years had passed, she still hadn't grown up, not even in the least. She still seemed like a porcelain doll with a cute and baby-like face. A timid look hung on her face, mixed with some vigilance and confusion as she looked at Lin Ming. Why you FF found me? This little girl was confused for a moment before she suddenly asked Lin Ming a question. Because she was shy with strangers, she stuttered a little as she spoke. However, just as she spoke, her tiny nose twitched. Her large black eyes blinked as she stared at Lin Ming's stomach. Lin Ming knew she had sensed the magic cube. Ruby was the condensed soul energy of a supreme elder, likely immortal sovereign, which had been condensed through the laws of the magic cube. She was a mystical law life form who had been evolved through innumerable years. Her rank was far lower than the magic cubes, but she had countless inexplicable links to the magic cube, as if she were a part of it. In fact, as Lin Ming approached the depths of the soul cave, he had to rely on his soul force that had been greatly enhanced in his 6th reincarnation, as well as his increasing control of the magic cube to catch scent of Ruby's aura. Thus, he was able to sense something about that rock outcropping. Otherwise, if Ruby intentionally wanted to hide away, even Sheng Mei or the Soul Emperor would be unable to find a trace of her. You are. As Ruby saw Lin Ming, she felt a strangely binding familiarity with him. Thus, there was a hint of confusion in her eyes. And the more she looked, the more intense this familiar feeling became. Within Lin Ming's nice smell that emanated from his body, she suddenly started to remember who this middle-aged-looking man was. This was the big brother she had met a long time ago in the Akashic Dream battlefield. The truth was that there were no appearance-changing techniques that could fool Ruby, but after Lin Ming underwent 6 reincarnations, his own soul aura had slightly changed. This made it so that Ruby didn't immediately recognize him. Ruby's response left Lin Ming satisfied in his appearance-changing technique. The reason he didn't purposefully announce his own identity was to allow Ruby to find out on herself just who he was. As a result, even Ruby hesitated. If so, then even a true divinity like Soaring Feather God King wouldn't be able to recognize him at all. Big Brother Lin, it's you. You came back. Ruby giddily shouted. She leapt down from the rock outcropping. Lin Ming and Ruby hadn't spent too much time together, nor did they undergo any life or death trials at each other's side. By any reasoning, their relationship shouldn't be deep, but the truth was that Lin Ming had left a profound impression on Ruby, and this was because of the magic cube's existence. Ruby had an innate attachment to Lin Ming. This was a type of instinct. When Lin Ming left the Akashic Dream universe and parted ways with Ruby, Ruby had been listless for several days. This sort of feeling was like a cat being left behind by its master. I've returned. Lin Ming could see the sincere happiness in Ruby's eyes, a true excitement that could never be faked. He was also touched by her. For so many years, he had been concealing his identity. Today was the first time that someone he knew had recognized him. This sort of feeling left him warm. Big Brother Lin, are you leaving soon? I am. This isn't my world, and there are many things I have to do. As Lin Ming said this, Ruby was suddenly sad. Her small head fell down as she muttered, "Oh." Although she was shy, she didn't know how to conceal her feelings. Everything she felt was written across her expression. Lin Ming smiled. He patted Ruby's head and said, "Ruby, would you be willing to leave with me? To see the outside world?" Huh? Ruby was stunned. Leave with Big Brother Lin? Ever since she gained consciousness, she seemed to have always existed in this strange world. She had never left to take a look at what was outside. And in fact, she never thought that there was another world outside, as if this too was part of her instinct. It was only today that Lin Ming's words caused an inexplicable stirring in her heart. The world outside is larger and even more interesting, but it is also much more dangerous. As Lin Ming spoke these words, he was bewildered by what he said. In a way, he felt he sounded like an uncle trying to abduct a little girl. But since he came to look for Ruby, he already had the confidence that he could protect her and resist the great calamity. At the same time, he also believed that if Ruby followed him, he could help her grow even more in the magic cube. Ruby was silent for a long time. She tilted her head and looked at Lin Ming, seeming to read all sorts of things from his expression and eyes. She bit her lips and forcefully nodded. Then she softly and firmly said, "I will." Chapter 2000A, Half-Step Empyrean. Chapter 2000A, Half-Step Empyrean. Hearing Ruby's answer, Lin Ming smiled. This smile contained warmth and affection, as well as hope and desire for the future. "If you come with me, there may be terrifying things you will have to face. Ruby, are you not afraid?" "I'm not." Ruby gripped her small fists and firmly shook her head. "Good. Then let's go." As Lin Ming spoke, he raised his right hand. In his palm, a gray cube slowly condensed from his flesh and blood, revolving in the air. And as soon as Ruby saw this gray cube, her eyes could no longer move from it. She could feel that this cube was the same as her life. "I call this the magic cube. There are some things that you will slowly know of. This thing is originally the same body as you." As Lin Ming spoke, Ruby indeed felt that this thing called the magic cube shared her bloodline. It seemed to call to her with some strength she couldn't explain. She turned into a flow of energy and submerged into the magic cube. In that moment, Lin Ming could feel that his spiritual connection with the magic cube had deepened. The originally blurry laws became increasingly clear. He knew that if he were to use the magic cube again, he would be able to display an even greater strength from it. Lin Ming clenched his fist, and the magic cube returned to his body. He stamped his feet and flew upwards, sinking into the void and directly vanishing. After leaving the Soul Cave, Lin Ming's destination was the ancient galactic battlefield within the Akashic Dream universe. He had to stay in the Akashic Dream battlefield for the full 3 years before the exit would open. This was something that Lin Ming couldn't change, no matter how strong he was right now, It was one of the laws of the Akashic Dream universe. So during this period of time, he would break into the half-step Empyrean realm. He returned to the ancient galactic battlefield once more. As he looked at this lonely and desolate galaxy, he closed his eyes. The last time he was here, his boundary had been insufficient. He had only been able to vaguely feel the aura of the Azura Road Master and the Holy Scripture Creator. But now, from this ravaged galaxy, from the innumerable eternal space cracks that littered the starry space, he was able to make out more details of the battle between the Azura Road Master and the Holy Scripture Creator. All of this was thanks to Lin Ming's higher understanding of the two great laws. Lin Ming wandered about in the void. The great echo of the ancient era seemed to flow into his ears across the vast river of time. His deep understanding of the world's great Tao had never been so clear before. Behind him, Ruby followed closely. After arriving at a planet that had yet to be fully destroyed, Lin Ming sat down in the void. Ruby, in a moment, I will use a supernatural technique to refine a great treasure. You'll be fine if you watch from afar. Ruby nodded. Her form faded as she flew off to a distant end of the galaxy. The heavens and earth fell silent. Lin Ming sat in this silence. The strength within his body began to swiftly and wildly rise. He became a furnace, rapidly arousing the potential within his body. Every pore and hole on his body began to emit a blinding light. At this moment, Lin Ming had become a great burning star. He shone through eternity, burning away the dark, searing away the night, brimming full of vitality. Suddenly, he formed tens of thousands of seals with his hand. Countless runes swelled out in all directions of the galaxy like ripples, instantly spreading for tens of millions of miles. The originally dying and ebbing stars seemed to come back alive, shining with overwhelmingly bright starlight. Starlight shined down from the core of these stars, turning into silver pythons in the air. They wove together in the air, slowly wrapping Lin Ming within and forming the galaxy void furnace. Not just that, but behind the galaxy void furnace, the giant phantom of an Azura appeared. It grasped a long spear, its bloody killing intent soaring into the stars. It stood behind Lin Ming like a guardian god. Lin Ming's mind was as steady as a rock, disallowing any outside interference. Within his palm, the demon relic appeared, shining like pitch-black jade and exuding a bloodthirsty and ominous aura. This relic only had 70% of its strength remaining. He had to take this remaining strength and refine and swallow it in one attempt. This was a crazy decision. He chose to borrow the power of stars within this ancient galactic battlefield. By arranging the galaxy void furnace and then drawing support from the remnant marks of the fierce battle that occurred between the Azura Road Master and Holy Scripture Creator, he would use this power to suppress the demonic power of the demon relic. The potential in his body erupted without end. Within Lin Ming's pupils, stars were born and destroyed, suns and moons rising and falling. His aura rose to an extreme, and the roar of a true dragon echoed out from his body. At this time, Lin Ming took the demon relic in his hands and tossed it into the galaxy void furnace, refining it with starlight. Then he leapt in with it. Within the final trial's 7th level, Lin Ming had already mastered the secret skill behind the galaxy void furnace. The demon relic tumbled about in the phantasmal starlight. It became hungry and wild, filled with eager desire to devour Lin Ming's body. After all, this demon relic was refined from the essence of an abyssal. Although the demon's soul had been erased, the demon relic itself still retained its swallowing instinct. It longed for a powerful body, longed for a strong blood vitality. Thus, Lin Ming's body possessed an infinite temptation for it. As soon as the demon relic's power entered Lin Ming's body, The strength within him erupted like a volcano. Streams of blood threaded with endless power of laws stubbornly tied up the demon relic like shackles. Lin Ming's blood vitality was monstrous. It soared to the heavens, directly rushing over the demon relic. Every time his blood vitality washed over the demon relic, it would take away a portion of that cruel and evil power. This power turned into fiery demons that floated up and down in the sea of blood. The demons roared out at the top of their lungs, but soon a mystical power of thunder crashed down from up high, killing off these demons. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Divine thunder crashed down without end. The demon relic's tyrannical aura was cleansed away, turned into the purest form of strength that then fused with Lin Ming. Compared to the last time he refined the demon relic, Lin Ming was much more calm and composed. He had already swallowed a massive amount of demon power and had formed a seed of demon power in his body. This time what he needed was pure strength. Chapter 2000b, Half-Step Empyrean. Chapter 2000b, Half-Step Empyrean. The marks of these two highest laws worked to suppress the abyssal together. Although this abyssal was powerful, it had already been slain by the Azura Road Master and had an inherent fear of him. As it felt the aura of the Azura Road Master, its cruel and barbaric killing intent suddenly faded away by a great deal. In these circumstances, the two laws continuously barraged the abyssal phantom, causing it to cry out in pain and misery again and again. Then, with a loud explosion, the abyssal completely exploded beneath the onslaught of laws. Lin Ming knew that at this moment, he had already completely refined the final wisp of demonic will within the demon relic, and was now in full control of this strength. Within the galaxy void furnace, the endless starlight pierced into Lin Ming's body. Endless star runes emitted an ancient intent as they wrapped around Lin Ming. At this time, the final dregs of the demon relic's core exploded, turning into the purest essence of power and spreading into Lin Ming's body. His appearance-changing technique had already vanished. His appearance had reverted to that of a formidable and handsome youth. "Little Black, come out." At this time, Lin Ming called for the little black dragon to emerge. The little black dragon happily cheered as it dived into the sea of energy. A god-beast body possessed an incredible carrying capacity. At this time, Little Black was like a withered sponge thrown in water, greedily absorbing all the surrounding strength. Energy flowed into its open jaws, flowing into its organs, and starting to transform its body. Over 1,000 years had passed since Little Black had gone to the final trial. Its body was already as large as a young dragon of the dragon race, and its ability to absorb this pure demonic energy was even greater. Ka. Little Black's horn became longer and thicker, and fierce spikes like those on an abyssal demon appeared on its tail. If this tail were to swipe across someone, the damage it would cause could be imagined. Slowly, Little Black's spine, wings, claws, everything was affected by this demon power and became increasingly fierce. After absorbing this demon power, its body had become different from ordinary royal black dragons. But at this time, Lin Ming couldn't bother with these things. Great noises rang out from within his body like the beatings of a great drum. Bits of demon relic essence burned like stars as they blazed through Lin Ming's body. As Lin Ming and Little Black swallowed the remaining 70% of the demon relic strength, over 50% of that had been swallowed by Lin Ming. Even though he was strong, the pain was so intense that veins stuck out on his forehead. It felt like his flesh and blood, and even his divine soul was being burned cleanly away by the demon relic's essence. But Lin Ming's body had been tempered to an abnormal state. He forcefully withstood this immense demonic strength and even drew it to attach to different places all over his body. Bang! When the energy was condensed to the peak, a great door seemed to be pushed open within Lin Ming. Endless and boundless essence energy became a giant hammer that crashed into Lin Ming's inner world. Within Lin Ming's inner world, a vast and limitless strength started to crazily gather, condensing in the center of his universe. It slowly evolved into the giant phantom of a person. This human phantom was terrifyingly large. By stretching out a palm, it could grasp a planet. The phantom's face was majestic and dignified, as if it stood above all living beings, so high and lofty that nothing could face it. It was like a god-king who rose up, its aura frightening the vastness of space, its divine light illuminating the galaxy. And looking at this giant's appearance, it was actually somewhat similar to Lin Ming. This was an Empyrean that belonged to Lin Ming. The so-called Empyrean was the supreme of the heavens and earth. Once a martial artist reached this realm, they could form a true supreme within their inner world. A half-step Empyrean was only a virtual phantom. As for a true Empyrean, they would produce a true material supreme, able to shock and awe their own world. From a great world king to a half-step Empyrean, this was an incredibly difficult step. Many powerhouses were stuck at this checkpoint for their entire lives. But once one became a half-step Empyrean and formed their own supreme phantom, then transitioning to their own true material supreme wasn't difficult at all. In other words, for most half-step Empyreans, as long as they didn't perish, they would eventually be able to become Empyreans. Even between a half-step Empyrean and great world king, there was an essential difference. Once a half-step Empyrean condensed their own supreme phantom, killing a similarly talented great world king became simple. As the supreme phantom formed, Lin Ming's self-created inner world began to experience heaven-shaking changes as it was nourished by the essence of the demon relic. Although he had formed his inner world, that inner world had been filled with endless fog and blurriness. It was vast, but the strength within was disorderly and too varied. But with so much demon relic essence pouring in, carrying with it an aura of cold and death, it actually began a chain of miraculous changes. From Lin Ming's strength, whether it was the power of divinity from the laws of the 33 heavens or the power of life from the Holy Scripture, it was inevitably biased towards the power of light. But the power of the demon relic that Lin Ming absorbed was actually the power of pure darkness. These two strengths represented extreme polar opposites, and yin and yang were the greatest source foundation of the world, where all of existence derived from. As the two strengths mixed together and collided, thunderous sounds echoed out. The disorderly strength turned chaotic, and soon traces of vitality appeared. This part of the world was also sliced open by the yin and yang energies. A dim brown strength vaguely evolved from between them. It became like a mystical turtle carrying the earth on its back. A sacred and holy energy wafted out, roaming through the deep blue skies. The world continued to expand. Beneath the aura of the yin and yang, the chaotic world laws began to be brought to order. The truth was that when Lin Ming became a world king, his inner world had already been completely different from the inner world of a normal martial artist. And now this difference increased even further. The power of divinity, the power of demons. These two strengths tangled within his inner world, causing more things to appear within it. In addition to the two highest laws of the Holy Scripture and Heavenly Sutra, Lin Ming's inner world had become a miracle that no one had been able to accomplish in the vast and endless river of the years. Even heroes like the Azure Road Master, even talented geniuses like the Holy Scripture Creator, although the two of them had traveled to the extremes of their roads, one had traveled to the extremes of the world universe, and one had traveled to the extreme of the body universe. And Lin Ming evolved a world in his body. This was the same as combining the world of the universe and the world of the body together. Then, by gathering the power of divinity and the power of demons, he had slowly stepped onto a path that no one had ventured on before. If he could truly refine his inner world to completion, then Lin Ming would undoubtedly become someone who surpassed any genius who existed, or who had existed. As the supreme phantom within Lin Ming's inner world stabilized itself, he tossed his head back and roared into the heavens, his body hurtling up and impacting in his face. Bang! The galaxy void furnace was blasted open. Lin Ming's blood vitality surged like wild waves, like a peerless god king. At this time, his entire body blazed with blinding brilliance, dazzling like a sun. He could feel that his body had never been as powerful as it was today, as if he could reverse rivers of stars and slaughter gods and Buddhas. Whoa! The black dragon spear leapt into Lin Ming's hand. It violently wobbled, and a resounding echo spread through the world. Then, with a dragon's horrifying roar, a massive black dragon rushed out from the shattered starlight, its two wings shaking the void behind Lin Ming. Lin Ming stood atop the black dragon's head. He grasped the black dragon spear, his eyes as sharp as electricity. He gazed at the endless starry skies above him. His goal had never been the saints, but had been this vast and endless galaxy, the cosmos of the 33 heavens, the eternal world. As for humanity's great calamity, perhaps it was his smelting trial. Chapter 2001. Once again to immemorial imperial city. Chapter 2001. Once again to immemorial imperial city. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. The Akashic Dream battlefield smelting trial came to an end. From start to finish, Lin Ming was only a passerby in this smelting trial. No one found him, and he didn't kill anyone either. He left the ancient galactic battlefield and slowly walked to the exit of the Akashic Dream battlefield. For these 3 years, Lin Ming had consolidated his half-step Empyrean cultivation. Originally, he speculated that because the laws he perceived were too broad and profound, he would need to use up a long time, perhaps even tens of thousands of years, to break into the Empyrean realm. But now, it seems that he didn't need to wait so long. As Lin Ming was in the ancient galactic battlefield absorbing the world power there, the supreme phantom within his inner world soaked up this strength. Then something marvelous occurred. It also underwent a baptism of this world power. Following that, something even more bewildering occurred. The world seed he obtained in the final trial began to slowly fuse with the supreme phantom within his inner world. These were the two cores of Lin Ming's inner world. In 1 year, they were able to meld together as one. The world seed finally appeared in the point between the giant supreme phantom's eyebrows, just like an eye. This was equal to saying that there was a world mounted between the supreme phantom's eyes. This was a strange event. Lin Ming didn't know why things evolved in this direction or what would occur as this continued onwards. But the direct result was that it increased the speed at which his inner world absorbed world power by a great deal. When fusing the two world cores together, the result wasn't as simple as adding one with one. They each complemented the other, and their effects doubled and doubled again. With such a speed, Lin Ming's transition from a half-step Empyrean to a true Empyrean would be incredibly fast. To Lin Ming, this was something to celebrate. Otherwise, within the great waves that would soon rock the world, he wouldn't be able to play too great a role if he wasn't able to break into the Empyrean realm. As these thoughts echoed in Lin Ming's mind, he stepped on the wind, preparing to leave. But at this time, he stopped his steps. Before him, there was a jade blue lake. This lake was beautiful to the eyes, but the truth was that it was a dead lake without any life at all. Big Brother Lin, what is it? Ruby had turned into a mass of soul energy and followed Lin Ming all around. As she saw the change in his countenance, she couldn't help but ask him this question. Nothing. I'm just thinking about the past. Lin Ming gently shook his head. Then Ruby also remembered. In the past, when Lin Ming and Ruby first emerged from the ancient galactic battlefield, he had arrived at this lake. Here he ran into an old youth. That old youth was the leader of the 33 Heaven Spiritas, the Soul Emperor. Lin Ming only had a brief conversation with him. At that time, he had felt that the boundaries of this old youth were like an unreachable mountain. In fact, for a long time afterwards, Lin Ming wasn't able to tell whether this old youth was an enemy or friend. It was only afterwards that Sheng Mei came and took away his eternal soul. The Soul Emperor of the 33 Heavens. Perhaps he was the most terrifying person in the world. Lin Ming shook his head, no longer thinking about the past. He only swept over this lake with his divine sense. This was truly an ordinary lake. Besides lacking all vitality, there wasn't anything uncommon about it. Sometimes ordinary things contained unordinary truths. The Soul Emperor, is he now still refining the eternal soul to complete his art of eternal life? Lin Ming didn't know just what the Soul Emperor was plotting. He only guessed that the current inactivity of the Spiritas was related to the quiet of the Soul Emperor. Let's go. The Akashic Dream battlefield smelting trial is ending soon. As Lin Ming spoke, he left this world with Ruby. Divine Realm, true martial great world, immemorial imperial city. Over 6,000 years ago, immemorial imperial city had been a bustling city atop the true martial great world's main continent. Afterwards, when humanity's great calamity occurred, immemorial imperial city was looted and most of it was destroyed. Later it was rebuilt. However, what ruled the city that had existed for over 100 million years were not humans, but the saints. The true martial holy lands that controlled the true martial great world had long since been destroyed, their associated industries, and the wealth they had accumulated for almost 1 billion years was completely taken by a saint race influence called Golden Dragon Hall. The current immemorial imperial city was flooded with hundreds of saint race influences, both large and small. Here, the saints controlled all resources and all wealth. As for humans, they were mostly common citizens, miners, servants, cart drivers, and so forth. Lin Ming didn't enter the city. He simply swept over it with his sense, and then sighed deeply in his heart. The once lively business districts were still lively, but those shops all belonged to the saints, and for the humans that were born in immemorial imperial city, they were often waiters, doormen, and other menial roles. If they were slightly more prestigious, they might also be store managers or accountants. The humans of the divine realm could only continue living through such means. The path of martial arts cultivation had long since been strangled to death. Lin Ming shook his head and didn't pay any more attention to this. He didn't stop at immemorial imperial city either. He quietly headed towards the place Fishy had pointed out to him in the past. No one knew that when Lin Ming came to this place, he had already sunk into the ground, and all that remained walking up above was an illusion he created. Even if an Empyrean came, they still wouldn't be able to see through this illusion. And in fact, immemorial imperial city had no Empyreans. The one with the highest cultivation in Golden Dragon Hall, their highest elder, only had a peak great world king cultivation. Lin Ming's illusion arrived deep in the mountains. Then it vanished. At this time, Lin Ming was already 1,000 miles underground. Lin Ming traveled underground at a steady and constant pace. A black force field covered his body. This was the laws annihilating grand mist space. The earth itself belonged to earth attribute laws, and when these laws met Lin Ming's upper-level grand mist space, it naturally decomposed. Like this, Lin Ming easily drilled deep underground. The temperature gradually rose. Underneath the great pressure, the stone became harder. But to the current Lin Ming, none of this was worthy of mentioning at all. After 1,000 miles, there was sense-isolating vast sky stone. In the mortal world, this kind of stone was even more valuable than gold. But to a martial artist, it wasn't uncommon at all. Still, vast sky stone possessed a special effect, and that was that it was able to isolate out one's divine sense. When a layer of vast sky stone thousands of miles thick accumulated over time, it would be difficult for any martial artist to sink their sense into it. Moreover, at the true core of the large array, there were numerous concealing array formations laid down by Empyrean divine seal. After reaching 5,000 miles underground, Lin Ming was already completely submerged in a boiling magma sea of melted vast sky stone. This sort of stone was pure white to begin with, and the magma it formed was also the color of creamy milk. Its heat was terrifying, and it was far denser than mercury. With so much, it created a dreadful pressure. As one was soaked within, and in addition to its divine sense-shielding properties, normal martial artists wouldn't even be able to blink. Even Lin Ming felt his divine sense being somewhat limited. Deeper in, the space laws started to twist. What Lin Ming was searching for was a spatial node that Fishy found in the past. Lin Ming carefully searched. Finally, by relying on his terrifying soul force, he was able to sift through that vast sky stone magma and find the spatial node. When Lin Ming came here in the past, he had relied completely on Fishy's guidance to blunder his way into this spatial node. And Lin Ming could no longer be compared to his past self. As he saw this spatial node, once more, he was able to faintly perceive its mysteries. Without a doubt, this was an array formation arranged by Empyrean divine seal in the past. It was only because 6 billion years had passed that the array formation had started to gradually weaken. Otherwise, it would have been impossibly difficult for Lin Ming to find it, let alone enter it. He stood before the spatial node for some time. Lin Ming could feel a spinning spatial vortex appear in front of him. Then he moved into it. In the next moment, Lin Ming passed through that terrifying layer of magma and had arrived at an incomparably vast underground space. This place was a mind-bogglingly large mountain range of giant violet sun crystals. When Lin Ming journeyed through the sky-spill continent, there was no mountain peak he saw that could compare with this violet sun crystal mountain range in sheer size or grandeur. This massive accumulation of violet sun crystals formed a massive seal character. This was the Great Sealing Array Formation. Even with Lin Ming's current standards, the value of these giant mountains of violet sun crystals was terrifying. This was because within the mountain range of violet sun crystals, a world had already evolved. Sealed within were lakes, forests, grasslands, and numerous other scenes. There were trees that towered to the heavens, galloping spirit deer, white apes, flying fish, dangling plants. These things weren't created by Empyrean divine seal in the past. Rather, they evolved through that terrifying time period of 6 billion years. They were violet sunstone embryos bred from violet sun crystals. It was just like the essence spirit embryo stone that Lin Ming obtained in the past, spiritual awarenesses that had evolved from within divine stone. Although these violet sunstone embryos couldn't compare to Lin Ming's essence spirit embryo stone in value, with so much together and having evolved a world together, their value was simply impossible to estimate. Lin Ming traced the shining walls of a violet sun crystal mountain. He peered at the world within, waiting. And after 2 hours passed, Lin Ming finally heard an ancient and distant voice. You are that junior from 6,000 years ago? Ooh. The ancient Elysium Seal's artifact spirit had regained consciousness. The ancient Elysium Seal had existed for at least 6 billion years. to it. 6,500 years was only a brief instant, but for some unknown reason, Lin Ming felt that in these 6,000 some years, the voice of the ancient Elysium seal seemed to have become weaker, a voice filled with the erosion of time. Compared to the horrifying existence of the past, the energy that the ancient Elysium seal possessed had clearly weakened. How could this be? An artifact spirit also had a lifespan. After too much time passed, even it would die, leaving behind nothing but the main body of the spirit treasure to exist in the world. But just what sort of spirit treasure was this? A mere 6,500 years shouldn't have caused the ancient Elysium seal to weaken by so much. Senior, what happened to you? Lin Ming worriedly asked. Chapter 2002, One Last Pure Land. Chapter 2002, One Last Pure Land. Yeah, it's really you. After confirming Lin Ming's status, the ancient Elysium seal seemed filled with emotion. You've returned. Yes, Senior. Junior has returned. Lin Ming respectfully bowed. In the past, he didn't know just what was sealed beneath the ancient Elysium seal. He only knew that the artifact spirit of the ancient Elysium seal had guarded this land for 6 billion years, and that was far too shocking a time. But now he knew that the soul of famine was being sealed and suppressed beneath the ancient Elysium seal, the soul of an extreme true divinity-level demon. Now, besides shock, Lin Ming also felt a reverent respect. In the past, Empyrean divine seal, as well as the ancient Elysium seal artifact spirit, had paid far too great a price in order to obtain victory in the great calamity. You are already. The ancient Elysium seal artifact spirit looked at Lin Ming with some surprise. It had just noticed Lin Ming's cultivation boundary. A half-step Empyrean. To become a half-step Empyrean after 6,500 to 6,600 years. Although this was an extremely fast cultivation rate, it didn't shock the artifact spirit too much. After all, it knew that Lin Ming had the magic cube. But when it tried to probe Lin Ming's inner world just now, it discovered something amazing. The artifact spirit was completely unable to understand his inner world, as if everything was encompassed within, possessing a complete set of advanced laws, and an extremely terrifying and mysterious power. This youth was not just any ordinary half-step Empyrean. As for his true strength, it was hard for the ancient Elysium seal artifact spirit to estimate. It was like a divine dragon was slumbering deep within his body, and as long as he wanted to, he could erupt with a strength that would destroy the heavens and sunder the earth. Junior has already learned about many things, and as for the great calamity that Senior mentions, it has already erupted, Lin Ming explained. Deep from the void, a quiet sigh reverberated outwards. Everything is fated. What will come will eventually come, the ancient Elysium seal artifact, spirit said. Then the void in front of Lin Ming twisted, and pure black runes appeared, slowly gathering into the appearance of an old man's face. This face seemed carved from metal, and it was filled with the ice-cold sobriety of reality. The eyes were deep and profound, as if this face had no pupils but black holes instead. Lin Ming knew that this metallic face was the true form of the ancient Elysium seal artifact spirit. At this time, Lin Ming could feel constant waves of weakness emanating from the ancient Elysium seal artifact spirit. Compared to 6,000 some years ago, it didn't seem to possess even half of its previous strength. This left Lin Ming puzzled. What has Senior experienced in these years that has used up so much energy? This is all because of famine. The dark eyes of the artifact spirit flashed with a mystical light. Famine has come. I felt it, but it also did. The faint connection that exists between its soul and body, as well as its natural instinct, caused it to begin stirring once more, almost approaching consciousness. I did everything in my power to suppress it once more, but I ended up using far too much origin energy. Of course, it didn't get off any better. The ancient Elysium Seal's artifact spirit sounded exhausted. That it referred to was naturally Famine's soul. When the good fortune Saint Sovereign came to the divine realm, Famine's soul desired to break out of the seal. The deeply slumbering ancient Elysium Seal artifact spirit had awakened, and they had engaged in a great battle where both parties had been grievously wounded. But if this were to continue, the ancient Elysium Seal artifact spirit felt that the first one to be unable to last any longer would be itself. I cannot seal it for much longer, at least 4,000 years, or at most 10,000 years. The day it breaks the seal is also the day that I perish in dust. At that time, Famine's soul will return to its mortal body, and the consequences of that will be inconceivable. Although the artifact spirit was what it was, it had still lived for 6 billion years. The ancient Elysium seal was far too old and didn't have much strength remaining. I fear that Famine's soul will not return, Lin Ming suddenly said. The ancient Elysium seal artifact spirit was startled. Senior likely doesn't know, but Famine's flesh and blood has already been subdued by the good fortune Saint Sovereign and made into an avatar. And humanity's great calamity was also all planned by the good fortune Saint Sovereign. Subdued. The ancient Elysium seal artifact spirit was stunned. It hadn't thought that the ever-powerful Famine would manage to be subdued by someone. That's right. This is likely related to a divine tool that the good fortune Saint Sovereign obtained. The reason Junior came to look for Senior is because of Famine's soul. The ancient Elysium seal artifact spirit was dumbfounded. What do you want to do? Junior wants to undo the seal, and from Famine's soul, find a method to turn the battle against the good fortune Saint Sovereign. Lin Ming's words were stunning. For a time, the ancient Elysium seal artifact spirit was left speechless. It looked at Lin Ming with amazement in its eyes. Undo the seal and find a method to turn the battle against the good fortune Saint Sovereign through Famine's soul. Do you understand what you are saying? I know, but I still want to attempt it. Lin Ming firmly said. For this day, he had made far too many preparations. And you understand the consequences of this. The ancient Elysium seal artifact spirit's voice turned grim and serious. If I am defeated, then my soul will be swallowed by Famine. Then Famine's soul will also escape. It may choose to return to its body and fight with the good fortune Saint Sovereign. Although I would like to see both of them harm each other, I have a feeling that the good fortune Saint Sovereign has already expected this might happen and is even prepared for it. At that time, Famine's soul, which has been weakened over 6 billion years, will lose and be made into nothing but a gift for the good fortune Saint Sovereign. Listening to Lin Ming's words, the ancient Elysium seal artifact spirit's complexion turned solemn. It stared deep into Lin Ming's eyes. It was clear that Lin Ming had already considered every aspect of this decision. If one could cultivate to a half-step Empyrean in 6,600 to 6,700 years while possessing strength that far outstripped other half-step Empyreans, the artifact spirit knew that it was impossible for this youth to randomly make such rash decisions. Otherwise, he would have long since died. Very well. Since that's the case, I'll join with you on this one final bet. The artifact spirit slowly said after an incense stick of time. This seal contained far too much meaning. It was a seal that its master had laid down at the cost of his life, and protecting the seal was the reason for which the ancient Elysium seal artifact spirit existed. Now, it would personally undo the seal. Of course, if it didn't do so, then once another expanse of years passed, the seal would eventually be shattered from within If so, then the artifact spirit might as well take this bet. The ancient Elysium seal artifact spirit's face vanished. At the same time, the massive violet sun crystal mountain in front of Lin Ming began to melt away. Within the crystal mountain, a cave opening appeared, allowing Lin Ming to walk in. Lin Ming didn't immediately enter. He composed his breathing and entered an optimal fused martial intent state. Then he stepped into the tunnel leading inside the crystal mountain. Step after step, Lin Ming's pace was slow and measured. As he walked into the depths of the violet sun crystal mountain, he suddenly saw shimmering writings appear all around him on the crystal walls. Each character was written with strokes as heavy as a mountain range. They emitted an ancient and boundless aura. These were writings from Empyrean Divine Seal. They contained the mysteries of the Divine Seal art, as well as concepts of the Azura Heavenly Tao. Just this tunnel alone had tens of thousands of seal characters. If so, then in the massive violet sun crystal mountain, there would be trillions upon trillions of seal characters. Lin Ming could feel that each seal character contained the condensed bravery and heroic spirit of Empyrean Divine Seal. He couldn't help but gently trace his fingers along these seal characters. People were like their words, and from these curved characters, Lin Ming could feel the gallant and epic bearing of Empyrean Divine Seal in the past. After several hours, Lin Ming finally arrived at the center of the Divine Seal array. This place was like a temple. The temple was lit up with brilliant lights, and at the central point of this temple was a great floating bronze seal. This great bronze seal was engraved with numerous images, and on the top of the seal was a great yellow dragon that served as the handle of the seal. This was the ancient Elysium seal's true form. However, what caught Lin Ming's attention was not the ancient Elysium seal, but everything else in the temple. There were skeletons here. These skeletons were arranged around the great array, and there were dozens in total. Their arrangement was like petals of a sunflower, and each skeleton glowed with rainbow-hued lights, opalescent and shining. Although billions of years had passed, they still emitted a dignified and holy aura. Without a doubt, these were skeletons left behind by peerless powerhouses. These remains are. Lin Ming could faintly guess what had occurred. His heart began to fill with awe. The ancient Elysium seal artifact spirit's face suddenly appeared in the air. Its icy cold metallic face revealed sorrow and a trace of disappointment. These are the remains of blood sacrifices that were used to stabilize the Divine Seal array. Each one was a famed elder of the human race. Lin Ming's mind shook. He was left speechless. The Divine Seal array, used to suppress Famine's soul, had to be arranged ahead of time. This array formation itself took 10 years to create, and at the time, Famine was at least an extreme true divinity. With Empyrean Divine Seal's strength, it was impossible for him to create an array formation powerful enough to completely seal away an extreme true divinity. He could only draw support from the blood sacrifices of human powerhouses. The runes at the core of the array formation were all written in the blood of these famed elders. And as for the array heart of the array formation, that is a sealing black hole created from the collapsed inner worlds of numerous powerhouses. This is a great sealing array formation that was laid down using the blood and pain of innumerable peerless human powerhouses. The ancient Elysium seal's voice was slow, but the words it spoke left Lin Ming bewildered. He looked at the runes around this great array, and indeed, these runes were a mottled dark red, written using the blood of these human masters that weren't willing to resign themselves to destruction. Lin Ming silently walked to a skeleton. This skeleton was a bit bent. It was clearly left behind by an old man. Lin Ming didn't know who this skeleton had been before either. Neither his name nor history had been recorded. No one knew that this was a heroic soul who had sacrificed himself to resist the Great Calamity 6 billion years ago, and here he died in obscurity. Lin Ming straightened his clothes and deeply bowed. Then he moved, walking to each skeleton and bowing to them, feeling the auras that these seniors of humanity left behind. His eyes began to turn wet, and he remained silent throughout. It could be imagined that in the past, humanity had run into a similar dead end, and they didn't have the wild universe as an escape route. They could only risk their lives on a final bet. In order to create this sealing array formation, these human powerhouses sacrificed themselves, all in order to capture a result that they would never see. This kind of tragedy left Lin Ming's heart shaking. Lin Ming continued until he bowed to the last skeleton. Then he saw some words carved into the ground near that skeleton. I am willing to have my 100 million years of life be reincarnated into an enchantment, to suffer 10,000 lives of loneliness, to suffer 10,000 lives of tribulations, to suffer 10,000 lives of hardships. All I wish is to shelter my race and create this last pure land for them. Chapter 2003, Opening the Seal. Chapter 2003, Opening the Seal. Seeing these final words left behind by a powerhouse who had sacrificed himself for this sealing array, Lin Ming felt a deep sadness well up in his heart. This was a feeling that was hard to describe. If Lin Ming were to be returned to 6 billion years ago and forced to face humanity's great calamity, then under these stirring feelings he would also make his final stand here, eyes unblinking as he offered to sacrifice his life. When the survival of a race was on the line in order to shelter one's family, to shelter one's lover, children, friends, as well as the countless lives of the people, even though one had never had much contact with them except the same blood that flowed through their veins, to exchange one's life just so that everyone could continue on as they did in the past, just what was that price considered? All I wish is to shelter my race and create this last pure land for them. Lin Ming murmured these words. He felt a great heaviness upon his shoulders. The enchantment in front of him had been forged with the blood and tears of dozens of senior human supreme elders. The reason they did so was in order to suppress the abyssal demon famine. But now Lin Ming was about to open the seal and release that demon. If he couldn't overcome it, then that was the same as destroying all the efforts of his human predecessors. If that occurred, Lin Ming wouldn't have any face left. How would he be able to face the countless heroic human souls who sacrificed themselves in the past? Junior, have you thought about this? The ancient Elysium seal artifact spirit said from behind Lin Ming, sighing once more. I have. Lin Ming responded, his back to the artifact spirit. He clenched his fists so hard that the void nearly cracked apart. This would be a battle to the end. He took a deep breath and sat down in the center of the temple. The Davik Idao Palace opened between Lin Ming's eyebrows. At the same time, his eyes sharpened to pinpoints and strange, flowery patterns appeared around his pupils. This was the state of the 3 lives pupils, all existence to void. Under this state, Lin Ming was able to see the black hole hidden in the void within the temple. This black hole swirled, swallowing in all energy, matter, and laws of the world. This was the array heart of the divine seal array. The soul of famine was sealed within this black hole. Lin Ming had once studied the divine seal art before. In addition, Empyrean Divine Seal had studied the Azura Heavenly Tao and had added many things into the Divine Seal art. Now that Lin Ming saw the Divine Seal Array's array heart, he was able to deduce many things from it. The Davik Idao Palace and 3 lives pupils mutually complemented each other. The structure of the array formation was branded in Lin Ming's mind, where it was slowly understood by him. If he wanted to contend with Famin's soul that had been suppressed using the divine seal art, he would need to use the divine seal array itself. Several days passed. Then Lin Ming suddenly stood up from his meditation and started walking towards that revolving array heart. His pupils were bright and vibrant, with tens of thousands of runes shining within as deductions continued to take place. The origin energy within his inner world scattered out from his body, weaving together in the void. In this moment, the essence of the Ajura Sutra's array techniques had been deduced to an extreme. In an instant, 33 figures flashed into existence around him. Each figure stepped upon a rune of the great Tao, rich and strong array lines connecting them. These array lines overlapped and combined, forming a new array formation. The moment that this array formation appeared, a primal and chaotic energy shot into the highest heavens, forming a massive yin-yang diagram vortex in the skies. This vortex possessed the powers of yin and yang. Yet this yin and yang wasn't as simple as the yin-yang laws, but consisted of the power of divinity and the power of demons. The moment this array formation vortex appeared, the ancient Elysium seal artifact spirit was stunned. This strength was... The artifact spirit had constantly struggled against Famin's soul for 6 billion years. Thus it understood the power of demons. Half of the strength Lin Ming used now was the power of demons. This caused the ancient Elysium seal to feel this entire scene unbelievable. The power of demons wasn't something that a human could control. But it didn't think that Lin Ming had been taken over by an abyssal demon. This was because the power of divinity that Lin Ming exuded was equally extremely pure. If he really was an abyssal in human disguise, then he would have been unable to use this strength. As the two strengths were thrust out by Lin Ming, they coexisted in peace. This was something the artifact spirit couldn't understand at all. In its opinion, this was an absolute impossibility. However, even though the artifact spirit had all these questions rising in its heart, it didn't disturb Lin Ming and only quietly watched on. That profound vortex seemed like an infinite black hole that could obliterate all of existence. It carried with it an all-destroying aura. At the same time, the array formation was faintly similar to the Blue Stone Road within the Ajura Road's final trial, continuous and without end, each step containing the suppression of the powerful Ajura heavenly Tao laws. Lin Ming's body floated within the center of this array formation. He soared into the skies like a divine king that ruled over all. This junior, just what has he been perceiving these past years? The artifact spirit murmured, its mind quaking. Just 6,500 years ago, Lin Ming had been a minor figure it could kill at will, but now he had mastered a strength that shocked even the artifact spirit. At this time, Lin Ming suddenly looked up at the artifact spirit. "Senior, let's begin." The artifact spirit grit its teeth and hardened its resolve. Rays of black divine light shot out from its body, slamming into the main form of the ancient Elysium seal. Whoosh! The ancient Elysium seal flew upwards. This was the same as removing the barrier of the divine seal array's array heart. The power behind the array formation burst out like a broken dam. The divine seal array that had been continuously sealing for 6 billion years had finally been released. Roar! A horrifying roar spread out from the black hole, and a dreadful demonic aura shrouded down over the world. It was like hell had descended unto the earth. Endless seas of blood soared up and down, and countless massive demonic phantoms howled as they rode the waves of blood. The soul of Famin had emerged. Famin's body was that of an ugly red ball of meat, but its soul was not. This soul had 12 cruel red wings and 1,000 arms. As it fused into the array formation, it pushed the Azura heavenly Tao laws within the chains to an extreme. The chains began to boil like roiling magma. They turned red hot, emitting bright flames 100 times hotter than a sun. Ah, caught off guard, the blood dragons that famine released were burned to ashes, and its soul was burned again and again, where it was tied up with chains. Massive chunks began to disappear, as if someone had carved out portions of its body. Famine's visage violently twisted. It swiveled its head and looked at Lin Ming, its eyes burning with shock and brutality. A half-step emperor in cultivation, yet you thoroughly understand the Azura heavenly Tao laws. How could your cultivation be so formidable? Famine's face was grim, but then it cruelly grinned. What I like most is the flesh and blood of human geniuses. Although I don't know what secrets and lucky chances you have on you, none of that is important. Once I kill you, everything you have will be mine. Chapter 2004, Fighting Famine. Chapter 2004, Fighting Famine. Lin Ming's strength had aroused immense interest in famine. With a roar, it began to burn its own source soul force. Hoo! Flames blazed. After famine burned its source soul force, it erupted with dreadful black flames. They burnt through the void, their heat so devastating that the ancient Elysium seal artifact spirit couldn't help but retreat. This crazy beast, the artifact spirit, grimaced. Famine had been suppressed for 6 billion years, and in the last several thousand years, it had engaged the artifact spirit in unending battle. It had already consumed an incalculable amount of its soul force, but now it actually continued to crazily burn away its source soul force. This was undoubtedly creating a giant wound. Crazy? I believe that as long as I can swallow you, everything I've lost can be restored. Famine diabolically leered at Lin Ming. Its 1,000 eyes emitted a fierce demonic light. This sort of feeling was like a starving wolf staring at delicious prey. Famine was an evil and cruel demon. It was merciless to other creatures and also merciless to itself. With the chance of escape so close, it was willing to risk everything. At this time, Famine attacked. Its 1,000 hands turned into 1,000 pythons that surged towards Lin Ming. "Be careful!" The artifact spirit shouted out. The giant ancient bronze seal came crashing down like a mountain, smashing into Famine. Bang! With a horrifying strike, Famine shook. 300 pythons changed directions to collide with the ancient Elysium seal. It had split off a third of its strength to forcefully resist this strike. When Famine was suppressed by the divine seal array, it was restricted by the array formation, and thus it couldn't compete with the ancient Elysium seal. But now, with the seal broken, it was able to reverse the situation after burning its source soul force. "I'll kill you all!" Famine roared into the air. Its demonic eyes blazed with a horrendous killing intent. The demon domain expanded once more, covering both Lin Ming and the ancient Elysium seal. 700 pythons recklessly hurtled towards Lin Ming, surrounding his protective Grand Mist space. Pikipaka, Grand Mist energy was wildly swallowed up by the pythons. Lin Ming was besieged on all sides. Famine cruelly smiled, as it was already sure that Lin Ming would be swallowed up by these 700 pythons and have his spiritual seed torn to pieces. A sudden change occurred. In that moment, a mystical and terrifying black light, one that seemed to carry with it the will of the heavenly Tao, came slashing out like the sword of a divine god. It cut out, splitting apart the heavens and earth. The pythons formed from demon energy became like snow that had molten metal poured onto them, instantly melting away. Puff, puff. Hundreds of pythons were sheared off by this divine light. Black blood gushed out. This black blood was Famine's soul force. Lin Ming's attack caused Famine to cry out in pain again and again. Ah! Famine screeched like a cat that had boiling water poured on it. Its sharp and ear-splitting cries shook the air. It dragged its half-remaining body away and tumbled through the air, surging with demonic energy as it protected itself. Its pitch-black eyes stared hatefully at Lin Ming. Or, it was more accurate to say, at Lin Ming's hand. At this time, endless black starlight had gathered within Lin Ming's right hand. The space here had twisted, and within this space distortion, a dark gray cube slowly revolved. The cube was simple and plain, covered with strange patterns, and wrapped in a shroud of riddles. As Famine saw this cube, it instantly froze. Its pupils flashed with pure disbelief. Suddenly, in its heart that feared neither the heavens nor earth, a chill crept in. The stone of eternal life. That is the stone of eternal life. Why is it in your hands? Ooh. He could clearly feel the terrifying soul force emitting from the magic cube. The magic cube was the ultimate nemesis of all souls and spiritual strengths, and at this time, Famine was nothing but an amalgamation of soul force. Thus, it naturally feared the magic cube. What a pity! I thought I could twist you to pieces with that strike. Lin Ming held the magic cube and slowly approached Famine. The magic cube was Lin Ming's final trump card. From the start, he didn't use it all in order, so that Famine would approach him without raising its guard. Then he would land a fatal strike on Famine. But Lin Ming never thought that Famine would be so powerful. It had actually managed to survive the attack and only suffer heavy wounds. A normal soul would have been instantly sliced to nothing by the magic cube's divine light the moment Lin Ming revealed it. It really was at least an extreme true divinity in the past, or perhaps even an existence approaching the Azura Roadmaster. Even though it was suppressed for 6 billion years, it can remain so powerful. If I can control it, then what would it be like when I face the good fortune Saint Sovereign? As Lin Ming thought this, his eyes turned cold and resolute. At this time, Famine's body began to surge and billow outwards. Traces of pain etched themselves on its face. The wounds that the magic cube cut on its body began to emit a dense demonic fog, and the arms that were severed started to regrow. But at the same time, Famine also became paler in color. It was regenerating its body. Seeing this, Lin Ming didn't delay any further. Without speaking, he used the strength he obtained after burning his blood essence, and throughout the magic cube, he couldn't give Famine any respite to restore itself. The magic cube shared a connection with Lin Ming. Now, with his current strength, he was able to command it as he pleased. In that moment, a horrifying soul storm of death swept up around the magic cube. The power of this attack was countless times greater than the ancient Elysium Seal's attack. The attack left Famine crazily grasping for breath. It hadn't yet repaired its body, but now it had to face a life or death crisis. However, billions of years ago, Famine had traveled through the universe and ravaged wherever it went. Countless supreme powerhouses had died to its hands, and their supreme blood had cast an indefatigable faith in its soul, one that would never concede. Oh! Famine lit up with black flames once more. It was burning all of its source soul force. Normal martial artists, even Spirita's martial artists that were renowned for their potent soul force, would instantly die as soon as they burned their complete source soul force. But Famine was actually able to resist it. This was simply unbelievable. Even Lin Ming was shocked. Did it want to commit suicide? Be careful. Famine has swallowed the souls of countless powerhouses and refined them into soul essence that was sealed in its body. Now, what it is burning isn't its own source soul force, but all the soul essence that it has saved. It wants to go all out against you. The ancient Elysium seal artifact spirit rapidly explained. Lin Ming suddenly realized what was occurring. No wonder it was so difficult for famine to die, and it still had such strength after being suppressed for 6 billion years. So it had actually swallowed the souls of countless Empyreans and even true divinities, and had slowly consumed their soul force over the years. In this case, of course it was able to survive. Even within the divine seal array, it was able to endure the passing of time until the ancient Elysium seal artifact died of old age, whereupon it could break out of the seal. Suddenly, an eye split open on Famine's head. This eye was formed from flesh and blood, and was similar to the eyes on its palms. But this eye was completely blood red. This was Famine's 1001 demon eye. The surface of the eye, the billions of black lines that covered it. Everything flashed nonstop with a mystical black light. The black light contained runes that seethed up and down like grains of sand in a storm. Although this eye didn't reveal any abnormality, Lin Ming only looked at it once to feel a strong power. Something strange began to emerge in his heart. Beams of black light shot out from that strange eye, containing the condensed rhythm of a mystical Tao. Shua. The black light was faster than lightning, as the demonic attack tore through the void. Although it seemed simple, this actually contained the condensed power of a true divinity's soul that famine had swallowed billions of years ago. With a rumbling explosion, the black light collided with the magic cube and caused a massive energy shockwave to sweep outwards. The spiritual strength released by the magic cube was reversed backwards, and it was sent flying away by the soul force condensed from a true divinity. But famine was no better off. Its body shook, and it paled even further. And at this time, famine simply didn't care about its wounds. Its 1001st demon eye had turned completely blood red. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Hundreds and thousands of beams of black light blazed out from Famine's body. These were the soul forces of the Empyreans that famine had swallowed billions of years ago. Compared to the soul force of a true divinity, the soul force of an Empyrean wasn't much at all. But with hundreds and thousands of these Empyrean soul forces rushing out, it was still an incomparably terrifying force. These soul forces wrapped the magic cube in layers. Famine had desperately used every card in its hands, even taking heavy wounds, all in order to wrest away the magic cube. Although it was impossible for famine to refine the magic cube, it could actually use the force field created from the souls of Empyreans to surround it, making it so that Lin Ming wouldn't be able to control the magic cube for some time. With this, it would win. You're over. You can die, and this stone of eternal life is also mine. Famine roared. The strange eye on its forehead projected a giant shield that blocked out the skies and covered its body. In this final moment, it wouldn't give Lin Ming the chance to use any sneak attacks to turn the tide. Famine's body violently shivered. Fierce dragon tentacles rose up around it, whistling in the air. Hundreds and thousands of crimson spears shot out. Burning hot flames blazed, freezing cold ice crackled, yin and yang distorted the air. The supreme Tao arts of the 33 heavens began to appear in droves. This is the power of the great Tao that it swallowed. The pupils of the ancient Elysium seals artifact spirit shrank as it warned Lin Ming once more. Famine's most powerful ability was to swallow, and the Tao arts it used now came from the supreme powerhouses it defeated in the past. When it swallowed the blood essence and divine souls of those powerhouses, it also swallowed the laws they grasped. Now, it used everything at its disposal in an attempt to kill off Lin Ming. This was a terrifying ability, the ability to swallow the strength of others and use it for oneself. Without hesitation, Lin Ming flew backwards. The ancient Elysium seal came crashing down once more. As for the desperate famine, it only used a fifth of its Tao arts to send the ancient Elysium seal flying away. The ancient Elysium seal violently shook. It had clearly reached its limits. But at this time, famine no longer cared about the ancient Elysium seal. Its target was Lin Ming. Lin Ming was the one controlling the magic cube. It would absolutely not kill the ancient Elysium seal and give Lin Ming the chance to recapture the magic cube during that time. Chapter 2005, Defeating Famine. Chapter 2005, Defeating Famine. Ka. The great Tao of the 33 heavens controlled by famine shattered the void into pieces. Lin Ming drew back again and again. Facing the onslaught of the 33 heavens' great Tao, he had been forced back to the edge of the array formation. However, as famine planned on killing Lin Ming in a single breath, it suddenly heard a ringing sound from behind. The magic cube's spiritual connection with Lin Ming had been temporarily severed after being surrounded by the souls of Empyreans. But now, it suddenly erupted with a vast and boundless soul storm. The power of this soul storm even surpassed the soul storm released by the magic cube when Lin Ming controlled it. Piki-paka, all around the magic cube. The force field created by the Empyrean souls began to be twisted apart by the soul storm. It was like countless knives chopping down on a painting, slicing it to pieces. What? Famine didn't turn around to look, but still had absolute clarity of what was occurring behind it. The magic cube that should have been temporarily cut off from Lin Ming had suddenly started to go berserk and was actually attacking Famine. How was this possible? Before Famine could figure out what was occurring, a red fluctuation of energy appeared around the magic cube. This energy fluctuation condensed into the phantom of a cute, red-clothed little girl. Her cheeks were ruddy and her eyes were bright, the definition of childish innocence. This little girl was Ruby. In terms of strength, she couldn't compare with Lin Ming at all, but it was more accurate to say that she was a condensed form of the laws. It was simply impossible for her to manipulate the energy that existed in the universe. But in the magic cube, Ruby had become a fish in water. This was because she was a being evolved from the magic cube. Although she was not a true artifact spirit, she could be considered a quasi-artifact spirit. She could manipulate the magic cube to a great extent. In terms of control, she was far more skilled than Lin Ming. As Ruby looked towards the fierce and dreadful famine, her large black eyes shined with decisiveness. Without hesitation, Ruby struck out. A vast sea of source soul force burst out from her. Bright red light shined and wrapped around the magic cube. The magic cube shot out like a bolt of lightning. As it flew, divine light rose, becoming brighter. The originally gray light fused with a blood red, becoming blindingly dazzling like a star shining in the skies. Damn it! Famine was incensed. If it continued to attack Lin Ming, then it would be struck from behind by the magic cube. In a situation where it had already shot out all the true divinity and Empyrean soul force within its body, if it were to take such an attack, it would definitely die. Famine didn't want to die. All it could do was reverse its strength just before it struck Lin Ming and transfer 60% of the 33 Heavens Tao arts towards Ruby instead. But at the same time, the rest of the 33 Heavens Tao arts continued to attack Lin Ming. It didn't give up on attacking Lin Ming. This was because it was well aware that if it freely allowed Lin Ming to do what he wanted, then he would join together with that mysterious little girl, and it would die even more miserably. It instantly made a decision to split its attacks. In a situation with both parties wounded, this was the best method it could think of to obtain victory. However, At this time, a corner of Lin Ming's lips pulled in a taunting sneer. A sound transmission immediately passed to Famine's mind. A smart decision, but it's only you who thinks it is smart. Whirl, whirl, whirl. Lin Ming swirled his hands. Behind him, a primal chaos diagram appeared. But this primal chaos diagram wasn't composed of the power of yin and yang, but of the power of divinity and the power of demons. As the diagram appeared, the will of a horrifying heavenly Tao recklessly blazed out, welcoming the attacks of Famine's 33 Heavens Tao arts. Bang! A fierce explosion rang out. Lin Ming was sent flying backwards. As for Famine, it was also affected by this energy explosion. Its body violently trembled and blurred. The power of demons? How was this possible? Panic and horror began to dawn in Famine's eyes. It simply couldn't imagine how a human like Lin Ming was able to control the power of demons. Moreover, Lin Ming's strength was far too terrifying. A mere half-step Empyrean was able to withstand its attacks with nothing more than minor wounds. But at this time, an even more horrifying attack arrived. This attack came from behind Famine. It was Ruby's strike. Ruby sat cross-legged behind the magic cube. Her two small hands were pressed together, and an endless black hole appeared between her palms. Within this black hole, the magic cube revolved, as if it were capable of swallowing all strengths in the world. Hum, hum, hum. Waves of condensed soul storm essence blasted out in circles, colliding with Famine's demon force field. The demon force field was only able to resist for a blink of an eye before it shattered to pieces. The soul storm swept out. Wherever it went, blood spears would break, glaciers would melt, flames would extinguish, shields would erode. Everything that Famine displayed, all the supreme arts of the 33 heavens, all of it was crushed like bugs beneath the suppression of the magic cube. Ah! Famine cried out in pain. It had underestimated Lin Ming's strength. Lin Ming's resistance had caused it to suffer a backlash, and now it was unable to face the magic cube's attack. The result had been decided. Kacha! The magic cube's soul storm started to grind away the final force field defense summoned by Famine, the blood dragons behind Famine, as well as its 1,000 arms were all annihilated in the terrifying storm, and even the force field started to disintegrate. Famine emitted another heart-wrenching scream. It had already used up all the true divinity and Empyrean soul force it had held in its body. Now, it had to rely on its soul force alone to resist this attack. The magic cube controlled by Ruby was like a butcher's knife, cutting down on its body. Each time the soul storm revolved, it recklessly swallowed up Famine's life. If this continued, then it would be utterly obliterated in just several breaths of time. Ruby slowed down. Within that dreadful soul storm, Lin Ming suddenly shouted out. Ruby had always listened to Lin Ming. She immediately reduced the strength she used. In that moment, Famine gained a brief moment of respite to avoid the fate of being turned to ashes. It didn't know why Lin Ming had told Ruby to stay her hand at this moment, but to it, this was undoubtedly a glorious celebration. It could seize this chance to survive. Don't kill me. I am willing to surrender to you. Famine shouted out loud. It had decided that Lin Ming had some plan to use it. If it could make use of Lin Ming's greed, then there would be a chance to swallow Lin Ming and obtain the magic cube. Famine's heart was filled with hope, but Lin Ming didn't answer it at all. He flew up and caught the magic cube. Ruby, help me. Ruby nodded. She placed her two hands atop the magic cube and combined as one with Lin Ming's soul force. Famine looked at Lin Ming with a hint of trepidation, but at the same time, its words were filled with beguiling temptation. Young man, of any race in the 33 heavens. You are the most terrifying genius I have ever seen. In the future, you will absolutely become the ruler of the universe. You have already proven your strength. As long as you let me live, then, I am willing to help you. I can be your servant. And if you don't believe me, then you can leave a slave seal within me. I can even sign a contract with you. My strength and experience will bring you unimaginable benefits. With me by your side, no one will be your match. I can even gather a massive number of abyssals to support you. The entire 33 heavens can be yours. Famine passionately spoke. It was confident in its ability to mislead and tempt the hearts of men. It knew how these intelligent life forms were greedy, and it also knew that anyone with ambition would be lured by its words. As for peerless geniuses, which one didn't have ambitions, otherwise they would have never reached this step. Famine believed it had found the turning point it needed to survive. But it never thought that Lin Ming would completely ignore its words as if he never heard them. In fact, Lin Ming never even glanced towards its passionate and fervent performance. Lin Ming only helped Ruby position her hands. Then he placed his own hands atop hers, wrapping the magic cube with 2 layers. Then he casually said, "Ruby, you and I will join forces to erase Famine's spirit mark, but don't injure the main form of its soul. I still have a use for it." These words were a blow to the head. They immediately cracked open Famine's courage. Ruby nodded. Above her red and round cheeks, her large and watery eyes closely stared at Famine as she aimed the magic cube. She was already ready to strike Famine. As for what Lin Ming wanted to do, she didn't ask, nor did she care. In short, as long as Lin Ming wanted to erase this ugly monster's spirit mark, she would be more than glad to help. You want to erase my spirit mark?" Famine crazily roared. The only remaining demon eye on its forehead nearly cracked open and bled. It finally realized why Lin Ming had released its seal and why he didn't turn it to ash in the final moment. This was because from the very start, this cruel and abnormal human had planned to erase his spirit mark and swallow its soul for his own use. To die only meant turning to ash and fading away, but to have its spirit mark erased meant that it would lose itself. This was a fate worse than death. And after its spirit mark was erased, it would then be swallowed and used as a gift to its enemies to enhance their strength. This was definitely 10 times worse than simply being killed off. Then, Famine suddenly thought of the Stone of Eternal Life. If Lin Ming used the Stone of Eternal Life, there really was a chance he could accomplish all this. "You will die like a dog." Famine cursed, but then Lin Ming finally looked at Famine. His eyes were filled with disgust and disdain. "What a pity! If you really did your best and attacked me with all of your 33 Heavens Tao arts, then even if I didn't die, you would still have been able to heavily wound me and even injure my source soul force, making it so that I wouldn't be able to recover for at least several hundred years. As for you, although you wouldn't have been able to escape, you would have exploded into nothingness and have saved yourself from a destiny of being enslaved forever, so that I would never have obtained any advantages. But instead, you are now paying a deep price for your actions. You are far too greedy. In a severely wounded state, you still wished to kill me and obtain the magic cube. Your natural character is to swallow, so you are doomed to be greedy. But your greed has doomed you to be made a gift to me." As Lin Ming spoke, the magic cube emitted rays of black light that wrapped around all of Famine's severed arms. And after that, with a thought, Lin Ming caused a beam of black light to puncture Famine's central eye, causing it to lose all sight. By this time, Famine no longer had any ability to resist. Chapter 2006. Imprison. Chapter 2006. Imprison. Ruby was focused. With her two small hands together, she held the magic cube floating in the void. Lin Ming's hands covered hers as he poured his soul force into the magic cube. Before having Ruby's help, he had never felt his own spiritual sea so closely connected to the magic cube. This sort of feeling was like the magic cube was a part of his body, and he could control it as he wished. Whoosh! A ray of black light thrust into Famine, drilling through its forehead and hitting its spiritual sea. Ah! Famine cried out in pain and sorrow. The sound was like a person screaming with a throat full of glass, harsh to the extreme. Its body started to rattle and pop, as if something were cracking apart. Lin Ming was cold and resolute. In the final moments, he absolutely could not allow Famine any chance to self-implode. Otherwise, he would lose everything. With a thought, the array lines that wrapped around Famine like burning magma suddenly drilled into its soul form, burning it away, eroding its will. Famine wildly struggled, but all of its strength was in utter chaos, and it was unable to gather any. At the same time, its spirit mark was being grinded away, and its consciousness became increasingly blurry. It was a being that had existed for billions upon billions of years. It never imagined that it would experience such a scene one day. Even when Empyrean Divine Seal locked away its soul, it had never been so afraid. This was surely the most terrifying way to die. It was no longer able to move its body, nor could it speak any words with its mouth. Even its ability to think was frozen. These short several breaths of time seemed as long as 100 million years, and the pain it experienced during this time seemed far greater than the sum total of pain it had gone through in the last 6 billion years. It's over. Lin Ming's tone held no emotion. The magic cube emitted another black ray of light that penetrated into Famine's spiritual sea like an earth-breaking drill. Pung! Famine's spirit mark blew apart at this moment, dissipating to nothingness. In the next moment, the magic cube whipped up a black soul vortex that swallowed Famine's now masterless soul. Done. Lin Ming let out a long breath of air. He had used up a considerable amount of energy in this battle, and it wasn't just from using his source soul force or burning the Azura blood essence, but because the pressure he shouldered from starting this battle. At this time behind Lin Ming, the ancient Elysium seal artifact spirit that had watched the battle unfold was already left at a loss for words. The artifact spirit had basically played little to no role in the battle. Lin Ming, along with the magic cube and the mysterious little girl, the three of them had joined together to subdue Famine's soul. Moreover, Lin Ming's crazy plan had left the artifact spirit gasping in awe and shock. This junior actually planned on erasing Famine's spirit mark and then absorbing its soul. Junior, you want to absorb Famine's soul? You should know that even if Famine's spirit mark is erased, it will still be immeasurably dangerous for you to swallow it. This is because even if that soul no longer has a master, it still retains its instinct to resist and swallow. What the artifact spirit said was correct. When Lin Ming obtained the magic cube in the past, just absorbing a soul fragment the size of a grain of rice had nearly caused his spiritual sea to fall to illusion. The dangers of swallowing a masterless soul was similarly high. What lay before Lin Ming was the soul of an existence that had once been an extreme true divinity. Although it was severely weakened, it was still the complete soul of Famine. Wanting to swallow, it wouldn't be easy at all. Lin Ming said, Junior has no plan to do so for now. Famine has likely lived for around 5 billion years or even longer. The memories within its soul are too great. And for someone like me with only several thousand years of life to absorb, it is the same as an ant wanting to swallow an elephant. For an ant to swallow an elephant, that isn't realistic at all. With the capacity of my spiritual sea, it is impossible for me to absorb so many memories. I only need to imprison Famine's soul and use it as I need. With a masterless soul that had its spirit mark erased, and in addition to the suppression of the magic cube, there shouldn't be any problems with doing this. That is also good. The ancient Elysium seal artifact spirit let out a sigh of relief. There was a bit more insurance with this. At this time, Lin Ming had already sat down in meditation. He ate some soul recovery pills and used 2 hours to adjust himself back to his peak state. Then he took out the magic cube and drew out Famine's soul. At this time, Famine's soul had already condensed into a pitch-black sphere of light. Without thinking, Lin Ming plunged this sphere of light between his eyebrows, submerging it in his spiritual sea. Bang! Within Lin Ming's spiritual sea, roiling waves immediately rose up. Famine's soul was too strong. It was far more formidable than Lin Ming's soul. At this time, the scene of Lin Ming's spiritual sea trying to accommodate Famine's soul was like a small sea suddenly having a giant planet fall into it. Tsunamis rose up, the entire sea began to tumble. Lin Ming paled. He grabbed the magic cube and also pressed it in between his eyebrows. Ka, 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 ka. In that instant, the massive magic cube came pressing down in the skies above Lin Ming's spiritual sea. Black energy shot out. And as this black energy shrouded down, the raging soul suddenly became a mouse that saw a cat. It immediately calmed down. Famine's soul was just far too formidable. Wanting to refine, it would be an arduously difficult process. Lin Ming used his will to form spiritual ropes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. These spiritual ropes shot out from Lin Ming's spiritual sea like water snakes. They flowed across the sea, wrapping the massive sphere of light in numerous layers. The spiritual ropes crawled over Famine. Sharp steel needles dug into Famine's soul like knives, penetrating deeper into it. Rope after rope of spiritual strength appeared. More and more chains rose up in Lin Ming's spiritual sea, imprisoning Famine's soul in innumerable layers. As these iron chains tightened and pulled down, Famine's soul finally sank into Lin Ming's spiritual sea until it was fully submerged. For a time, an indescribably powerful soul force surged up along the spiritual ropes and into Lin Ming's spiritual sea. This feeling numbed Lin Ming's entire body, paralyzing him like he had been struck by lightning. Lin Ming's spiritual sea was absorbing Famine's soul force through these ropes. From afar, they looked like leeches sucking blood. If this continued, then slowly, Famine's soul would be completely absorbed into Lin Ming's spiritual sea. The capacity and intensity of Lin Ming's spiritual sea would also be enhanced by a terrifying degree. This was just like a sea that suddenly had a planet-sized amount of water thrust into it. The depth and width of this sea would be incomparable to the past. Moreover, doing things this way had another benefit. This was that Lin Ming could preserve Famine's soul to the highest degree. With this, he would have an even greater advantage when he fought with Famine's mortal body later. After completely imprisoning Famine's soul, Lin Ming's eyes opened. At this time, Ruby was also standing behind Lin Ming. Her 2 hands were placed along Lin Ming's temples, helping him control the magic cube in his spiritual sea. The reason Lin Ming was able to smoothly absorb Famine's soul was all thanks to the suppression of the magic cube, and Ruby had played a great role in accomplishing this. Lin Ming saw that Ruby's forehead was already wet with sweat, and her bangs had also pasted themselves onto her face. A warm feeling surged in his heart. "Thank you, Ruby." Lin Ming patted Ruby's head. Ruby shyly smiled. She was happy that she could help Lin Ming in some manner. When Lin Ming just absorbed Famine's soul, not too much time had passed in his spiritual sea, but in reality, 2 days and 2 nights had passed. During this time, the ancient Elysium seal artifact spirit had been closely watching over Lin Ming. As the old artifact spirit looked at Lin Ming, it finally understood what others meant when they said the young will surpass the old. Famine's soul had truly been subdued. Who would have imagined that when this youth returned to visit, not only would he help solve a great problem that had been weighing down on the artifact spirit's mind for all this time, but he would also imprison and refine the soul of Famine to use for himself. Lin Ming had used 6,000 some years to grow to such a degree. If he were given another 6,000 years, what would he be like then? The artifact spirit sighed with emotion. Then it seemed to recall something. Its eyes passed over Lin Ming and looked at Ruby. Feeling the gaze of the ancient Elysium seal artifact spirit, the somewhat shy and timid Ruby couldn't help but grab onto the hem of Lin Ming's robe. Such a timid Ruby. It made it hard for others to imagine that she had calmly and coldly controlled the magic cube to severely wound Famine. Is she the Stone of Eternal Life's artifact spirit? The ancient Elysium seal asked with incredulity. Existences on the level of the three divine tools already surpassed the universe, and it was difficult for them to form artifact spirits. If they did produce an artifact spirit, then those artifact spirits would be destined to be incredibly powerful existences capable of destroying the heavens and earth. But this little girl was clearly not such an example. Lin Ming held onto Ruby's cold and small hand, hinting for her not to be nervous. He smiled and said, "Senior might believe that, but to be more accurate, Ruby is a special life form condensed from the laws of the magic cube and combined with the will, energy, and blood vitality of a peerless powerhouse, as well as mixed in with all sorts of other information. When Junior first came here, I brought a little girl called Fishy with me, and she was also a similar existence. She could have been a life form condensed from the purple card and related to the Azura Road Master." Fishy, purple card, Azura Road Master. The ancient Elysium seal artifact spirit lost itself in thought. So it was that little girl. I remember her. When Empyrean Divine Seal laid down the Divine Seal array, he seemed to have collected a set of something. So he left the Divine Realm to go to the Azura Road in order to find his own unrivaled lucky chance. And when he returned, he truly did bring a little girl back with him. But by that time, I was already guarding the Divine Seal array. Unfortunately, Empyrean Divine Seal didn't have a chance to develop the inheritance he obtained. When he sealed away Famine's soul, he had to burn away his life. As for me, that was when my mission began. I have been suppressing this seal for 6 billion years since then. Hearing the ancient Elysium seal artifact spirit's words, Lin Ming felt a deep awe and respect towards it. To guard this land alone for 6 billion years, just how much loneliness did it have to endure? How many tribulations did it have to cross? It had likely fought with Famine's soul countless times, using up its life as it marched forwards with its mission. It was like a torch that had been lit in ages past, set in an unknown corner where it continued to illuminate the future of the human race. Realizing this, Lin Ming respectfully bowed towards the artifact spirit. The old artifact spirit smiled. The one bowing should be me. If it weren't for you, I would have been destined to waste away until Famine killed me. Now I have been freed. Although my life is ruined, being able to live for another 100 million years or so shouldn't be a problem. Of course, that's on the premise that I don't die somehow. The life of an artifact spirit was much longer than the life of a human. They were comparable to the temple spirit race. Lin Ming cupped his fists together. Senior, Junior plans to return to the gathering place of humanity after a little more time. The wild universe. I want to ask, does Senior have any plans? Wild universe, the artifact spirit repeated, surprised. Lin Ming retold the story of humanity's evacuation from the divine realm. The more the artifact spirit heard, the the more shocked it was. The last time Lin Ming was here, it had guessed that Lin Ming might be able to save the world because he was in possession of the magic cube. But it had never imagined that over 6,000 years ago, when Lin Ming had only been at the Holy Lord realm, he had been able to have such a terrifying influence on the great war between humanity and the saints. Escaping to the wild universe could be said to only have been possible because of Lin Ming. Lin Ming could truly be called the child of fate. I'm just an old bag of bones. If I still have any use left, then it's time to show the world I can still burn. As the artifact spirit spoke, Lin Ming smiled with understanding. He knew that the ancient Elysium seal had already decided to go to the wild universe with him and challenge the saints. His journey would begin from here on out. Chapter 2007, Wild Universe Entrance. Chapter 2007, Wild Universe Entrance. In the endless starry skies, a common-seeming spirit ship was slowly shuttling forwards. Within this spirit ship, Lin Ming sat cross-legged in his chambers, slowly fusing with Famine's soul. Although Famine's soul had been subdued, the process of thoroughly digesting it, controlling it, and then using it with proficiency would require a certain amount of time. The advantages that Famine's soul brought Lin Ming were immense. First was the enormous increase to his spiritual sea. After obtaining Famine's soul and traveling through space for 2 months, Lin Ming could feel that his total soul force had increased by 15% already. As for Famine's total soul force, it hadn't reduced by much at all. With this, Lin Ming was able to feel just how powerful Famine's soul had been. It seemed that the demon relic the Azura Roadmaster had refined and left in this space of the final trial had only the tiniest amount of its essence left over. Thus Lin Ming had been able to completely absorb it. If it had been the complete corpse of an abyssal, a being close to Famine in rank, then the essence it left behind might not be fully eaten by Lin Ming even by the time he became an upper Empyrean. However, although Famine's soul force was powerful, it gave Lin Ming many problems. That is, the memories contained within Famine's soul. Famine was a being that had existed for at least 5 billion years. Such a long-lived monster would surely hold an unimaginable trove of information. These were things that possibly involved the Dark Abyss, and even secrets concerning the ancient war of races 10 billion years ago, or even characters such as the Azura Roadmaster or Immortal Sovereign. Naturally, all of this information was extremely valuable to Lin Ming. But what a pity when Lin Ming tried to sift through Famine's memories to search for this information. The result was that he felt as if his spiritual sea had been smashed by a million-gene wrecking ball, nearly causing his mind to collapse. Lin Ming endured the pain and returned to these memories. The memories within Famine's soul were far too terrifying. They included not just what Famine had experienced in the last several billion years, but also the memories and experiences of the countless powerhouses and supreme elders that it had swallowed down all those years ago and had kept locked in its soul. Searching for the memories he wanted in this mind-boggling amount of information was no different than searching for a needle in a haystack. During the process, even Lin Ming's spiritual sea didn't seem able to withstand it. This allowed Lin Ming to understand the differences between humans and abyssals once more. For an abyssal like Famine, whose main body was as large as a star, the things it would withstand weren't things that other intelligent life forms could compare with. In terms of swallowing ability, Famine's talent was at a height that other intelligent life forms could not hope to compete with. But at the same time, comprehending the laws was a talent bestowed upon the intelligent races. It wasn't something the abyssals could compare with. After some time, Lin Ming could only temporarily lay aside the task of indexing this treasure trove of information. He believed that as more time passed and as boundary rose, he would be able to slowly swallow Famine's memories and use them for himself. And at the same time, Lin Ming had unknowingly begun to approach the entrance to the wild universe. A long time ago, Lin Ming had already inquired into this entrance. It was an entrance opened up by the good fortune Saint Sovereign using Famine's body. This entrance had already existed for several hundred years. In other words, the saints had already entered the same wild universe that humans fled into several hundred years ago. But now, unlike over 6,000 years ago, humanity was no longer completely helpless to resist. After such a long time, a true divinity powerhouse had been born unto the human race once more. And humanity also had the Azura decree that was able to pierce through the God-lamenting wall. Using this Azura decree, it would be possible to engage the saints in a prolonged war. It was much easier for humanity to pierce through the God-lamenting wall than it was for the saints to break open a path. All that was required was for several peak Empyreans to use up a little bit of their blood essence. As for the saints, they had to take the convoluted route of using famine to open up a path through the God-lamenting wall. This period of time was more than enough for humanity to calmly evacuate. Humanity could even send out pioneers to enter a new universe and establish a foothold. Then they could use massive spirit ships to carry away everything and complete a total transfer to another world. However, this method of dragging out time could not be used infinitely. This was because out of the 33 heavens, only 17 were wild universe. Moreover, not all of these 17 wild universes were suitable for living in. Some of these wild universes possessed endless black holes and space-time storms, and even great world kings would perish upon entering. It was impossible for these universes to serve as humanity's escape route. After deducting the uninhabitable universe, that meant that there were likely only 7 or 8 universes that humanity could escape to. Moreover, these 7 or 8 universes might not all be linked together. If humanity retreated again and again, they would soon find themselves backed into a universe that they could no longer escape from. At that time, humanity would have to engage the saints in a frontal war. And the result of that battle wouldn't be a toss-up at all. Humanity would lose. But even if they lost, humanity would go down in a brilliant and savage war. Lin Ming didn't believe that humanity would just sit around and wait for death in these nearly 7,000 years. He knew that they must have cultivated some forces capable of resisting the saints. Otherwise, Empyrean divine dream would have become the leader of humanity in vain. In that last battle, humanity would show the saints the true depths of their background and the strength of their final determination. Lin Ming believed that Empyrean divine dream wouldn't disappoint him. As for the role he himself would play, it would be that of an ally hidden in the shadows. Otherwise, Lin Ming knew that no matter how quickly his strength grew, it would still be impossible for him to defeat the entirety of the saints by himself. He needed the strength of humanity to coordinate with him. By this time, Lin Ming had already flown out of his spirit ship. With a thought, his spirit ship shrank down before being received into his inner world. Where he stood, he was still far away from the entrance to the wild universe. But even so, Lin Ming could make out the steely guards standing near the entrance. Situated outside the entrance to the wild universe was no longer just fleets of spirit ships, but also giant metal temples. These metal temples were the private transports of peak Empyreans. The smaller ones were several hundred miles in radius, and the larger ones could compare to moons. And between these metal temples flew numerous spirit ships and spirit beasts. Teams of martial artists patrolled the starry space, keeping a watertight guard on this area. How will you pass through? Beside Lin Ming, the ancient Elysium seal's artifact spirit asked. It had transformed into the form of an old man, one with flesh and blood that seemed completely similar to a real person. After all, this ancient Elysium seal was personally forged by Empyrean Divine Seal as a peak spirit treasure, and not even most Empyreans would be able to understand any of its mysteries. We're going to mix our way in. As Lin Ming spoke, he stepped toward the entrance of the wild universe. His figure slowly faded as he hid himself in a space distortion. Not even a peak Empyrean would be able to discover his location. But there was something Lin Ming still had to be careful of. This was because the saints still had three true divinities. True divinities were beings that stood at the highest peak of this world. Each true divinity, even the most ordinary of true divinities, was immeasurably deep. If he were to pass by one on his way through the entrance, then that would mean danger. Lin Ming held his breath and quietly waited. When he saw a squad of Saint Ray's spirit ships about to enter the entrance, his form flashed. He chose the most ordinary-looking spirit ship in the squad, and then quietly flew towards it. This spirit ship's protective barriers weren't able to stop Lin Ming at all. He dipped in like a drop of water in a lake, and in the next moment, he was within the spirit ship's cabins. At this time, a Saint Race guard stood in front of Lin Ming, looking at him enter with a bewildered expression on his face. The guard wanted to cry out in alarm. But Lin Ming's figure flashed once more, and with a dull thump, this unlucky Saint martial artist was punched comatose by Lin Ming's fist and thrown into his inner world. With another thought, that unlucky Saint martial artist's clothes instantly reappeared on Lin Ming. Lin Ming's appearance changed again and again until he became completely the same as that Saint Race martial artist. Like this, even if a Saint Race true divinity were here, they would still be unable to detect the appearance-changed Lin Ming in this boundless sea of Saint Race martial artists. Within the spirit ship, Lin Ming smoothly flew towards the entrance of the wild universe. This was a group of Saint spirit ships dispatched towards the battlefield. Lin Ming swept out his divine sense and learned that the captain of this ship was a great world king. If so, then it could be reasoned that the one leading the spirit flagship was an Empyrean. Only when the spirit ship flew through the giant channel carved into the god-lamenting wall was Lin Ming able to profoundly feel just how terrifying the god-lamenting wall was. This god-lamenting wall was over 10 miles thick. In the cross-section that had been swallowed up by famine, chaotic black currents of energy flickered and tumbled. These energy flows burned like black flames, emitting a terrifying aura that could obliterate anything that neared them. We've passed through the god-lamenting wall. Direction Blue Horn Galaxy. Full speed ahead. Within the spirit ship, Lin Ming heard the transmitted orders of the captain. The spirit ship suddenly accelerated. It opened in a ray formation and began carrying out great void shifts. Lin Ming calmly stayed within his cabin, looking out the porthole at the starry skies that rapidly flew past him. For a time, 10,000 emotions filled his heart. Wild universe, he had finally come. Humanity, this was the race he belonged to. After almost 7,000 years had passed, he was finally able to see to what degree humanity had developed. Xiao Moxian, Mu Qinyu, Qin Xingxuan, Lin Xiaoga, Mo Eversnow, Empyrean Divine Dream, Empyrean Vast Universe, and even his own child. He would finally be able to reunite with all these people he was familiar with. Lin Ming was like a hunter hiding in shadows, lurking within the spirit ship and waiting for his chance to attack. He knew that the wild universe was vast, and the survivors of humanity had hidden themselves all over. He wouldn't be able to find them easily on his own. But if he followed the Saint Race battleship and used their intelligence network, then the hopes of him finding out where humanity was would be far higher. His appearance was wizened and decrepit, and he was skinny like a monkey. He wore a dark green robe that fell flat all over his body, making him seem increasingly old and rickety. The flesh and blood of famine. It is indeed marvelous. The old man spoke to himself. His filthy eyes were brilliant as they stared at the mass of flesh and blood. He couldn't help but open a jade box and then take out a fist-sized mass of red meat from it. This mass of meat had been preserved using special methods in order to guarantee absolute freshness. After taking it out, it gently trembled, pulsating with blood. This was a heart, a human heart. The old man took out this heart that he had personally taken from a human world king and brought it towards that mass of famine's flesh and blood. In the blink of an eye, that unmoving mass of famine's flesh and blood suddenly wriggled and shot out like a shark, wrapping around this heart. Walala! Famine's flesh and blood fiercely wriggled. A moment later, it had completely swallowed that heart, turning it into a part of itself. The skinny old man calmly released his sense and pondered for a moment. Then his filthy eyes flashed with a miraculous light. To swallow the heart of a human world king and turn it all into its own nutrients. This has clearly strengthened famine's flesh and blood. If I were to fuse with it and then continue to swallow others, then even though my life is nearing its twilight, I would still be able to extend my lifespan for tens of millions more years, and maybe even break into the Middle Empyrean realm in the future. Although if that happens, I will become a monster that relies on swallowing others to live. But this isn't important. The crucial point is that after fusing with famine's flesh and blood, I will become a servant absolutely loyal to the good fortune saint's sovereign. Such a price is far too heavy. The good fortune saint's sovereign granted me famine's flesh and blood, and he wouldn't have done so for nothing. He will surely keep something hidden within me. All of these thoughts instantly flashed through the skinny old man's mind. However, the temptation of living for several tens of millions of years was something he couldn't erase from his mind. He hesitated for a moment and then shouted to the outside, "Come in." A moment later, the door opened and a meek and handsome youth entered the chamber. "Go the human prison camp and bring out 6 pairs of men and women. They need to be 18 years of age or younger and have decent talents." The skinny old man wanted to verify just how much life essence the flesh and blood of famine would give him after swallowing someone else. He wanted to know just how much he could delay his aging. But at this time, he felt that something was off. "What are you still dawdling about for? How come you haven't left?" The skinny old man suddenly looked up, his sharp, eagle-like eyes looking towards this youth. But at the moment he looked up, the youth had moved. His speed was like ghosts and gods. A black spear appeared in his hand, thrusting straight towards the old man's throat. This spear was far too fast to the point that even the skinny old man found it difficult to follow. However, he was still an Empyrean powerhouse. In this critical life or death moment, terrifying black flames erupted from within his body. These were vital life flames he had cultivated within himself through his years of being an alchemist, and it also served as his best trump card. The moment these flames appeared, the entire chamber that was boosted by array formations instantly melted to molten metal. Everything within the chamber, besides the pill furnace and famine's flesh and blood, instantly disintegrated to ash. The damage had been minimized in breadth because the flames were highly condensed. Otherwise, the entire spirit ship would have exploded. But as these black flames swirled about and started to take the shape of a growling dragon, a black spear suddenly pierced through that flame dragon. Punk! Black flames burst apart. The skinny old man's protective astral essence exploded like glass. With utter disbelief in his eyes, the spear had pierced his heart. With a twist of the spear, the skinny old man's body shook. All of his meridians were shattered by an overbearingly tyrannical strength. The skinny old man vomited a mouthful of blood, but the youth didn't say a word. Instead, the youth formed seals with his fingers, shooting out mysterious Azura law runes that bound the skinny old man in layers upon layers, sealing away all the energy in his body. This youth was Lin Ming. Lin Ming looked at the skinny old man with no trace of mercy in his eyes. The skinny old man's meridians had been wasted in his heart and been pierced. With the energy being locked within, the old man was now nothing more than a walking bag of ruined meat. But because he was a Saint Empyrean that had tempered his body, he would still be able to maintain a few years of life in this state. Lin Ming didn't kill him because he had other uses for the old man in mind. The skinny old man could no longer speak. His eyes were blood red, so wide that they nearly popped out of his head. He looked at Lin Ming with hatred. But at the same time, he was also dumbfounded. Who was this youth, and just why was his strength so great? Was he the human race's Emperor Sakya? You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories